say me fancy you. You see my dark shades on like I can see. But you know say me fancy you. I came to party. Hey, bullshit. Got drunk, stumbled on two chicks. And after 2 drinks, I woke up in the bed like, who is this? Baby, I've been like you know, hungry.
All right. Big shout out to the DJ, man. I've been liking the selection. Good morning, everyone. Come on
energy
now.
is low. Good morning, everyone. They like my voice better, Oscar. See, they responded.
It's
Let's
not
try
about
it
your
again.
voice.
It's my
Good
voice.
morning, everyone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
How na day? Some people are
Wait, someone
speaking.
said something.
Yeah, I
Wait,
heard
do you
that
want
too.
to project? Something we should know?
Why is everybody looking so... What's going on? Please give the person next to you a high five and say, what's the happen now? So serious. Why so serious?
But it's good to be here, and we would like to very specially welcome you to the Blue Chip Technologies Data and AI Summit for 2024.
Come on, I have AIs that can do better. What's going on? I asked the question earlier, Mojibade, like, how many of you were here the last summit? I had some hands up. Where are they? How many of you were here at the first ever summit? Okay, so check under your chairs. Check under your chairs. This guy is really hopeful.
They don't even believe you.
Did he just give me waka? He gave me AI waka. I want to take that as a high five, not the other one. All right, so we need to kick off officially, ladies and gentlemen. Please come and rise for the national anthem. What is the complaint about? Please, I need a spokesperson for the audience. You don't know the lyrics?
Which one are we singing? The old one that is now the new one.
The old, new one.
All right, so let's have the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, can we all rise?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all bow to honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain.
O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may please be seated. Thank you.
There's a fourth stanza, but we won't share it.
Oscar wishes there was one. He's probably writing one. But it's good to be back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
All right, it's great to have each and every one of us back here this morning. But I think the first thing we need to do is give a round of applause to Blue Chip for putting this together. I'm sure we can do much better than that.
You know, speaking about celebrating Blue Chip, when I walked in here this morning, I was blown away. For so many reasons. We were here last year, Oscar and I, and we're truly excited to be back, you know, for the second year. I walked in, first of all, I saw the enthusiasm of people who were registering, just getting excited for what is to come. But just coming in here again, seeing the setup, the transformation that has happened, it speaks to how growth can occur right before your eyes. Last year was not this big, but this year is bigger, is better, and of course will be more mind-blowing. So again, give a resounding round of applause to Blue Chip Technologies for putting this together. And secondly, the round of applause coming next is for every single one of you for being here early on a Monday morning. The room is packed and we're excited for what is to come. Our speakers are ready, who have come all the way from different parts of the world. We'll recognize them very shortly, but let's start by recognizing the brains behind all that you're seeing today. I'd like to start by recognizing the co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies, Olumide Soyombo. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Would also like to recognize the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies, Kazim Tewogbade. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. We have our keynote speaker who's come all the way from the city that never sleeps. It's not Lagos. He's come all the way from New York, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Taylor. Thank you. We can't wait to have him here. We also have the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Sterling Bank, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. And one more time for all of you for being so eager about transforming the digital world. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mojibade Shosoya. I'm a professional compere, a television presenter, and today I'm a Texas, and I'm truly excited to be here. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Oscar, I've decided that for my next event, I'm renting this audience, especially those in the middle aisle. They've been clapping and cheering. If you want to come for my next event, you better clap. I love you guys, and I'm truly honored to be here. But I'm not working alone, like you can tell.
Yes, I work with her. We were here last year. I'm Gwemileke Oscar Onyiso. And one of the greatest delights for conferences, for summits like this, and we've been to quite a couple, is the energy of those who come. This is a Monday morning, as early as I think 9:30 that I was here. Some were already seated and raring to go. And that is a testament to how successful this event is going to be and what we're going to learn. Last year, the theme was building an effective data and AI solution. And we're building on that from last year to this year. So please get ready to be blown away in ways that we can only imagine.
And, you know, I love that you already touched on that because, yes, we're indeed building on, you know, what we talked about last year. And what better time to talk about empowering the digital era, if not now? I mean, there's so much buzz about the digital era, AI, robots, so many things are happening. And now is the best time to talk about these things. So we're truly excited for all the conversations that will take place today. We're excited for the energy in the room and, of course, the knowledge that will be shared and disbursed from this stage.
Absolutely. So we have a list of events that we're going to take place today from fireside chats. Of course, some very special announcements that will be coming up. But I think the one I'm looking most forward to is the presentation by Scott himself. We call him the Whisperer. That's the Data Whisperer. And his topic is very, let's just say, to make you say, ah. Is that what I'm seeing on the screen? Looking forward to that, and he'll be coming up in a couple of seconds. You remind me sometimes of, is it Siri?
No, I think you remind me of Siri.
I remind you of, I don't even know how to take that right now.
Well, okay, let's try something, Oscar.
All right.
Let's do a role play. So you will be Siri.
Okay.
And I would ask you questions because today will literally be your series, you know, providing guidance, leading you through everything happening today. You can ask us any questions. So far, there's no money involved. Every other question, we would answer you accurately, but don't ask us about money. Anyways, Oscar, let's try this.
Let's go.
Hi, Siri.
Hello, Mo.
That caught me off guard. Let's do it again.
Let me come back again.
All right. So, hi, Siri.
Hello, Mojibade.
Siri, you know I'm single, right?
I have known you have been single for a while.
Siri, please scan the room and show me a man who is single, ready to mingle, and will love me morning, noon, and night. with a monthly stipend of 50 million naira.
Scanning. 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 Yeah, though, but still scanning. I have found two men in the room. They are on the center aisle, third row, wearing a black cap. Baba, no check yourself, no be you. All right, but look, it's a great time to be born. We're living in the time of AI. We're living in a time of technology. We're living in a time where all the achievements in the last 100 years by humankind might be crunched up and done in hours and minutes. And it's a great time to be alive. So please, if you know you are going to use AI, you are using AI, or technology has made your life better, give yourself a round of applause.
I mean, I'm sure everyone in the room can attest to how technology has made our lives better. Every single person. Talk about ChatGPT, talk about everything, you know, that just involves even Siri asking about the weather, asking Alexa to shut down your house, you know, just living an easy life just because, of course.
I still use Gates, man. I don't know.
But you know, just how technology has enabled the world in a tremendous way, and we're looking forward to that. The theme of this year's conference, of course, captures the essence of our era, where we look at how data and AI are no more conversations for the future, but for now, right? Because they are driving forces for the transformation that we see in the world today. Without much further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will kickstart as we introduce the distinguished gentleman who will do the official welcome today. He's the Chief Delivery Officer of Blue Chip Technologies, and he plays a pivotal role in ensuring excellence in the execution of innovation projects in the company. Please let's make welcome on stage, Mr. Tope Ajao. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage to officially welcome you all, our special guests today.
Keep the applause going up, ladies and gentlemen.
Staying that energy, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Mr. Tope Ajao.
Hello? Hello. Good morning, everyone. You know, I'm tempted to say, just onto your right and your left, say hello. You know that church feeling because yesterday was Sunday, you know. Thank you very much for coming in today. Today is a great day for all of us, not only Blue Chip Technologies. It's a special event for all of us today because data and AI has changed the trajectory of how we all live. And so, on behalf of Blue Chip Technologies, I'm welcoming everybody once again to this special event. Blue Chip Technologies was founded by two distinguished gentlemen, Olumide and Kazim, who are rightly so. Please put your hands together for them. I did say to someone that we'll be hosting, and I've seen a lot of comments online that we're hosting the second event and all of that, and I've seen a lot of talk about how it's the biggest, you know, data and AI event in Africa. That's not the bane, and I'm particularly not even interested in that. Rather, I'm interested in the fact that we're able to pull people together under the one roof, and we will be doing something very interesting, and I'll touch on that very quickly. Blue Chip Technologies started with Olumide and Kazim, and today he's grown to in excess of 300 plus consultants. Yeah, please feel free to clap. You should clap. You should clap, yeah. And those 300 consultants are now working out of almost 9 African countries. And I think that that's amazing. And having to even work, and then some people are in a different work zone as you're working with your colleagues, and it becomes quite interesting. Today, we also have over 50 corporate customers that we've been working with, and I'll take a snapshot of them very shortly. three core things that you will find within our organization. The first thing will be innovation. The next will be diversity. And then the last will be inclusion. And I'm sure if any of the co-founders was doing this today, they will stop on the inclusion side of things because of how important it is for the entire organization. Inclusion because ever since we started the organization, of which I joined 4 years after it was founded, I think you should give me a round of applause too. All right, yeah. And so typically you will see us at the organization from way back running a program called the Business Intelligence Program. And you will then see us go into the universities and bring people to join us from scratch. And some of those people have now risen to the top of their career. As a matter of fact, one of them will be making a presentation in one of the theater later on today. I just met a few of the people that we run Tech Academy for. One of them, for a particular organization, we've done 13. And as I was standing right there, somebody that was a part of Tech 9 walked up to me and said, "Thank you very much." And I think that it attests to some of the amazing things that we are doing. And I think we should just give ourselves a round of applause for that as well. Now, what does the future hold? The reality is that nobody can really tell. You can't really tell, you can just hope that all of these things will happen. But in 2027, we've set us a big goal for ourselves. We've said to ourselves that we'll become a $250 million company. And I think that it's a huge, especially if you are still reporting our books in Naira. So imagine that you have said you will make 1,000 and then the exchange rate is 1,800. And then you want to do 1,500. By the time you want to do 50,000 and you then multiply the rate by whatever it is, hopefully it has not gone up. You know, and so it becomes a huge task. But I believe that we can make it. If we're going to make it, we will have to grow exponentially. And so you will see us rebranding. Beyond that, you will see our different approach to the entirety of our people within the entire organization. In order to help us to get to that point, one of the things that we're doing is to productize all our core services. And so you will see us as an entire organization building what we call accelerators. And so it helps us to get into some of those organizations and we can do some of those things very, very quickly. The last, which is also very important for us, is that for an organization that grew from 2 with almost a 300 strong workforce, we also hope that by that time we are able to have 50% of those core engineers as female. And I think it's a major feat and we're excited about it. We are intentional about hiring, we're intentional about training, and I'm very confident that we will make it there. Can we put a round of applause for all the women and the female in data? Now, if you mention blue chip technologies, you probably, the first thing that comes to everybody's mind will be data or AI or data warehouse or BI, which is where we started from. And that remains our strong foundation as an organization. But what I say is that on the wings of those is what we then have built a lot of capabilities in around infrastructure and application services. And today we have in excess of about 8 products, a lot of which are running in organizations that have as much as 50 million customers and organizations that have as many as 60 million subscriber base. That's how good those products are. Can we put our hands together for Blue Chip Technologies? We've worked for a lot of people, and a lot of people have taken some bets on us. They've had options of who to hire, of who to give the job to, but they've trusted us as an organization, and we have all grown together. A lot of these clients, we have been with them for in excess of 10 years, which shows trust that they have with us. So we took a snapshot of this, and you will see all of them in no particular order. I think I should make that disclaimer very quickly. And they've trusted us, and we're solving real life problems for them. And a lot of them are in here today on a Monday morning at 11 o'clock. It must be very important. And we want to say thank you for coming. Can we put our hands together for everyone in the audience. This year, we will be discussing empowering the digital era. Last year, we had almost about 4,000 registration. People coming in and making their registration wasn't as great as this year. How many people enjoyed the way they came in this year? Was it better than last year? You will see that strategic improvement helping us and making sure that we continue to improve. And I think that the next year will even be greater. But more importantly, what is different about this that we do? I think that if there is anything that I heard last year is the fact that it was very practical. Most people, our desire in terms of setting this up and doing this year on year will be that people can wake up tomorrow morning and start taking bold steps and making bold bets on AI. And I'm hoping that this will be your experience. We had almost 8,000 plus registration as of last night from so many countries, including from Asia, from Europe, and I think we should put our hands together for everyone. In a bit, people will be able to join us online, and I'm looking forward and I'm hoping that this edition will be great. We have amazing lineup of speakers. We've got some of the best, and they will be sharing with you insights of what they are doing. So it's not an inspire to perspire, like Olumide will say. You know, it's not a motivation here. People will say, this is what we've done in our organization that has moved us here. Last year, we heard such testimonies, and we've brought practitioners here again to come and tell us about that. And this, an amazing lineup. What I want to encourage you is to ensure that you get into those theater sessions very early, because it will be on first come, first serve. And on that note, I would like to say thank you very much for everyone for spending and making it here as early as this. One thing that we promise you is that your life will never remain the same. On that note, thank you very much. Have a good time. Bye.
Make some noise for Tope Ajawo, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we have on good authority that we're officially streaming. So those of you on YouTube, great to have you with us. Who can tell us the hashtag this morning? The hashtag? Mojibade, be on the microphone, I might need you. Anyone knows the hashtag for this morning? Sorry. Anyone? Just, okay. What's the hashtag? Yeah, I'm going to pretend like I can't hear you.
Just pause. I'm almost there.
I want to get into this crowd. This crowd, everybody's very serious and robotic. What's going on? Slap the person next to you. Just tear him, slap. Just say it's AI, it's not real. So I'll slap you, but it's AI. Or squeeze like 50K in their hand, Abi. AI money. Yeah, what's the hashtag?
Data and AI Summit 2024.
I'm sure you're a rapper. The way you're holding that mic. But I want boss lyrics. And the cap to snap back. All right, let me hear that again.
Data and AI Summit 2024.
That's absolutely correct. A gift bag for you, my brother. What's your rap name? AI Jiggy. Sorry, I'm born in the 90s. I'm really old. Okay, so that is the hashtag. Once again, what do we have as the hashtag?
Data and AI Summit 2024.
Can you all say it after us? Data. All right, so we're going to update that and put Blue Chip involved, all right, in front of the hashtag. So it's Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 2024. Once again.
So it's not just to know the hashtag, we also want you to post on social media. Everyone here is definitely social media savvy. So take a picture with your partner or when anything on stage jumps at you. So if you like Oscar's outfit, you can take a picture and post on now X, on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. On TikTok, make videos. We want this to trend. I mean, why are we in a tech event and we're not using tech? So please post on all of your social media platforms. Imagine the over 1,000 of us in this room and for those in the gallery as well, posting right now. The world will know that right here at Eco Hotel, the Blue Chip Technologies Data and AI Summit is happening. So please post. And you never know, we might go and check the hashtag and see who's done something truly creative. And because Oscar is rich, I mean like he's wealthy, he might decide to just give you ₦1 million. Oscar, what do you have to say?
Sorry, what you just said is a lie. But on a very serious note, use the hashtag, take a selfie. We have a team going through the hashtags. All I can say is that there's something for you. So our rapper friend, what's his rap name again? AI Boogie. So we have a gift pack for him. So take a selfie with a friend, all right? Let's have fun today. So first off, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the second edition of the Blue Chip AI and Data Summit, we have a phenomenal speaker. We had to fly him in all the way from New York City. He's been in the air for about 2 days, landed, first time in Nigeria. But that's not even the major story. The fact is that he's used AI to solve problems for companies. He's very well vested, and I quote, he has the fear of not public speaking. It's very confusing, but you understand in a couple of minutes. And like I mentioned, he's helped countless companies by enlightening them and business owners. Now, the truth is, even though he works and speaks across the world, and some of his solutions are for big companies, you can use them too. He's known as the data whisperer. Ladies and gentlemen, make some blue chip noise for the one and only Scott Taylor. Come on.
All right. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Whoop. That's it. Whoops. You know how a data person tests a microphone? 1 0 1 0. All right. Hello, Lagos. Hello, everybody online. Good to be here. Everything we do turns to data. As your business and your business process go from analog to digital, everything we do turns to data. And enterprises of all sizes are struggling to make sense of it all because instead of delivering fabulous insights, this data can cause all kinds of chaos. But you data leaders out there, you know how to use data to help grow your business, to help improve your business, to help protect your business. But do you know how to explain that value to your business? Do you talk about how you're going to implement the latest analytics graph hub fabric mesh? Or how you're going to build a data-driven utopia of interoperability, where insights flow freely from workflow to edge across integrated ecosystems? Or how you're going to deal with data products versus data as a product versus data productization? What is the difference there? Well, listen up, you CDOs, you CDAOs, you CDAIOU and sometimes YOs. I never met a CEO or a CFO who cares about how you do all that stuff until they understand why it's important to the business. Today we're going to focus on the why, not the how. And this data babble that we've all become so fluent in, this techno-speak all of us love to talk about, creates a perception in the minds of the business that data is the new bullshit. Sorry my language here, but somebody's got to say it. The way we talk about data is holding the industry back, and what you can do about it today is what I'm going to share with you. I am thrilled to be here. I want to thank the Blue Chip Technologies team for having me. Yes, flew all the way in from Connecticut through New York, but I am thrilled to be here, first time in Nigeria, and excited to talk about, thank you. And excited to help you today tell a better data story. I focus on the why, not the how. But I'm going to share with you my special Gen AI edition, because all you got to do is add AI to stuff these days, right, to make it fancy. I'm even going to change the way I spell my name, see if that works. There we go. And my mission today, the reason I'm here today, is to help give you new ways to talk about what you already know. You know how to use data, but can you explain it to your business executives? Can you get stakeholder engagement? Can you get executive support? Can you get the money for the stuff you want to do? Everything in here takes money to implement. And if you are at a company, you are fighting against much better storytellers in your organization, I hate to tell you. Marketing knows how to tell a story. Sales knows how to tell a story, otherwise they wouldn't make quota. But data people, to be great at data and great at IT, you come up from the hard skills. But today we're going to focus on some of those soft skills, on communication. And if you want to be a leader, you have got to be able to communicate. My company, Meta Consulting, we're about what it's about. Meta. No, I'm not changing my name to Facebook. I get that question all the time. I talk about how we talk about data. And I provide what I call data evangelism as a service, a way to get people fired up about the work that you do in your organization when it comes to data management. And now I'm a full-time content creator. I go by this moniker, the Data Whisperer. Spoiler alert, in case you haven't noticed, I don't do a whole lot of whispering. We save that for the data. I'm out there telling, selling, and yelling about the power and value, especially of data management. I've got all kinds of content on YouTube. You may want to check out my series called The Data Puppets. Yes, Data Puppets. Just Google it, you'll find me. It stars the CDO, the Chief Dog Officer, who hires a consultant from Meow Kinsey, but goes down from there. And I've got all kinds of wonderful accolades. I do events, I do videos, I do this kind of activity. Frankly, this is a demo. So if you like what I do, I can come and do it for your organization as well. I spent my career with some iconic world-class data brands like Nielsen, Dun & Bradstreet, Kantar, and I started in pre-2K, so I go back almost 30 years now. And I've spoken to every kind of company at every level of maturity, in every category, all across the world. That kind of limits my scope. But that's where I bring these observations for you today. And I wrote a whole book about this. It's called Telling Your Data Story, Data Storytelling for Data Management. You can see right on the cover, it's 99% buzzword free. I don't want to overpromise. Recently translated into French, where it's 99% Saint-Marc à la mode, which of course means no words with ice cream. And we all want to try and be disruptive. Every one of you want to try and be disruptive in this space. I come by that honestly. This is my 4th grade picture. See if you can pick me out. There I am. Still love the polka dots. And in my report card, my teacher wrote, are we good with the clicker? Scott is disruptive and distracting to others. I took that as a compliment. When you talk about data, though, when you talk about data to the business, do your stakeholders think in the words of the great Canadian philosopher? I'm sure some of you are wondering, Canadian philosopher? Yes, Avril Lavigne. Why we got to make things so complicated? Why we have to do that in the data space? We make things so complicated. We just love it. That's from her 80s hit Dater Boy, in case you didn't mind. Data is so confusing. We've heard of the lake house. Who has a lake house? I'm sure that's where your CEO thinks your data goes on vacation. Or your data fabric, it might have ripped. Your data mesh, you might have been tangled. Have you thought of the data Spanx? Yeah, tighten up some of that integration. Or software as a service. I've heard people talk about service as a software now, which is literally SaaS backwards. And SQL, who uses SQL? A lot of SQL fans here? No SQL? Anybody? Who knows what the NO in NoSQL stands for? Anyone, yell it out. Not only. The NO stands for not only. It's the world's shortest acronym. Only in the data space does no equal yes. They're trying to set a standard for identification in the Internet of Things. They call it idiot. That's not going to work. Or you may have tried integrated platform as a service with governance as a service. iPassGas. That is an elevator pitch you do not want to experience. Believe me, that's not a demo I want to see or hear. My personal data philosophy, you can boil it down to 3 words. And when you try to be a storyteller, when you try and be succinct, you want to use the fewest number of words possible sometimes. Try that as an exercise. And in my case, it was 3. I couldn't get it any fewer. My data philosophy is truth before meaning. You must determine the truth in your data before you derive meaning out of it. It is not chicken or egg here. It is egg and omelet. If you do not have the truth, you will not get the meaning you're hoping to get out of your data. So focusing on that data management side, the truth side, is critically important. Now, on this data journey, when I talk about truth before meaning, determining the truth, those are things like data management, data governance, data stewardship, data quality, master data, reference data, metadata, MDM, RDM, PIM, RIM, DAM, all those foundational activities that you know and I know you need to use to curate and steward and govern and distribute that core content all across your company. Doing that first, focusing on that first, gives you the foundation to then derive meaning out of business intelligence, analytics, data science, data literacy, visualization, AI, ML, all the cool, hot, fancy, sparkly, shiny stuff that gets a disproportionate amount of the attention and spotlight and funding given how connected it is and how it depends on the determining the truth part. So I think about determining the truth as where data starts and deriving meaning as where data ends up. And that's what the business sees. They see where data ends up. They don't always see where it starts. And if you don't start the right way, you're not going to get where you want to go. There's a million people who have said that. And there's 2 types of data storytelling out there. You may have heard of data storytelling. There's some great books out there on the data storytelling with data, sort of analytic storytelling, I wish it had been called. Some of them written by some great friends of mine. But then I thought there was room in the space for another type of data storytelling, stories about the data, stories about why managing data and having that foundation are so important. Now, Gen AI, generative artificial intelligence, the biggest, hottest thing. Again, I've been around in this space for almost 3 decades. I've never seen a hype cycle bigger than this one. So, do we have a new story? Well, it didn't take long after Gen AI came out for people to start talking about the training corpus and AI governance and hallucinations. And then during COVID, when a lot of companies jumped into e-commerce because that was the only way they could sell, all of a sudden they were worried about their product reference data and how good it was. And there were record MDM inquiries, master data management inquiries from a lot of the analysts. And then before that, data science, if you go back, and people were talking about how they spent 80% of their time munging and wrangling data, and the other 20% complaining about munging and wrangling data. And then before that, there was big data. And big data needs little data. It needs structured, curated data to actually get value. And if you go back before that, to the turn of the previous century, when enterprise systems started to get implemented and people were looking at CRM and ERP suddenly for the first time, and they started talking about harmonizing legacy data. And terminology like silos and domain masters got into the vocabulary. And let's go back even further. Before computers, before electricity, back to the idea of general ledger, which some people said was established 7,000 years ago. In a general ledger, you still need a chart of accounts. So, from Gen AI all the way back to Gen Ledger, it is the same story. Truth before meaning. And the truth about data management is the success of every digitally transformative customer-facing initiative, every as-a-service offering, every foray into e-commerce, every enterprise software implementation, every Gen AI project is inextricably linked to the successful output of your data management efforts. That is the longest-winded, most complicated way I could say GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. We all learned that. Didn't you all learn that on the first day of data? It's as sure as gravity. What goes up must come down. What goes in must come out. If But I try to elevate that concept to the idea of the golden rule of data. Do unto your data as you would have it do unto you. What you put into data management is what you get out of business intelligence. So if you put bad data into an ERP, you get a lousy ERP. You put bad data into CRM, you're going to miss your customer opportunities. You put bad data into FinTech, you'll get a visit from the regulators. Bad data into BI, BS. Bad data into AI, AS. Artificial stupidity. Because no matter how you slice it or how you dice it, the golden rule of data prevails. Do unto your data as you would have it do unto you. There's a little bit of that evangelism for you. Or another more philosophical way to say it, good decisions you make on bad data are just bad decisions you don't know about yet. My most quoted quote. But data management, it can equal pain. Again, I've talked to all kinds of data leaders out there. They don't use those nice business euphemisms like, oh, we have a hurdle or we have a challenge. They talk about physical pain. And if you have managed data in your organization, you know there's physical pain with that. And I remember a meeting I had long ago in the beginning of my career with the head of a sales organization. And he said, you know what, Scott, we can slice and dice our data any way we want to. All I have to do is push a button. And this really courageous analyst at the end of the table stood up and said, sir, I'm the button. I'm sure some of you have been the button in your organization, right? And it hurts. It hurts. So I'm going to show you what pain looks like. This is warning. This is graphic content. I don't think there are any children in the room. This is going to be very disturbing to any data stewards in the audience. I call it naked data because there's no way to hide from it. Here's the example. There it is. That's the problem. These are from embarrassingly large global enterprises who don't know what they're doing with Coca-Cola, can't spell Nestle the same way twice, trying to deal with 7-Eleven. I don't know if you see it yet, but 7 equals 11. Not in base 10. This last column here came from a manufacturer that put people into stores. And 7-Eleven is a big convenience store chain, especially in the US and Japan. And so they put people into stores to try and do merchandising and collect information about those locations. And we took a look at their data, and they had over 275 different configurations of the 7-Eleven banner name. A lot of creativity in the field. None of it selling product. That is the garbage in. And if you think that software alone is going to fix it, you know, you put this in Excel and you get November 7th. Except when I'm at home and I get July 11th, so even we can't agree. Here's a great example here from a shoe ad on a shoe site. I don't know if you noticed the sizes yet. Look at that. I wear an October 5th. So, where do you start? And that's a lot of what the blue chip technology folks told me is almost the first question they get. Where do I start? All this stuff sounds fabulous, but how do I begin? So how do you begin your data story to get stakeholder engagement? Let's start with some places not to start. So every company has a data story to tell about why managing data is of strategic importance to your organization. That's the premise of your story. But some people start this way. Every company's a data company. Every company's a software company. As of 2 years ago, every company's an AI company. I hate this logic. If this logic held that the tools you use make you the kind of company you are, then every company is a paperclip company. I don't see anybody bragging about that. Or you might start with some thought leadership from some of the industry analysts out there. Gartner did this survey of organizations measuring the effectiveness and the value of master data. 90% said, no, we don't measure it, and 10% said other. I hope yes is an other. The way you start your story is you start with the essence of your business. What does your business do? Why does your business exist? And every organization I have ever dealt with, and I will say to you, every organization in this room exists to try to provide value to your relationships through your brands at scale. Provide value to your relationships through your brands at scale. That's the essence of your business. That's why you exist. And when we break that apart, providing value, grow the business, improve the business, protect the business. When you talk to your stakeholders, don't come up with 32 different buckets of value. Simplify it. Think about just the essence of the value you bring. Grow the business, improve sales, protect the business, mitigate risk, improve the business, operational efficiency. Simple examples. That's what your C-level folks, that's what the people with the money want to hear. And if you want to scale, you need technology. Technology, hardware, software, data. You have data, you need data management. And we talk about relationships. Every company has relationships. You all have relationships. If you don't have relationships, you don't have a business. But you might call it something else. You might call it a customer, or a partner, or a vendor, or a prospect, or a citizen, or a patient, or a client, or a consumer. It depends on the business you're in. Those are different types of relationships, but you all have relationships. The most important data you have in your organization is the data about your relationships. And we all have brands, a product, a service, an offering, a location, a banner, ingredients, materials, piece parts that go into those things. We all have relationships. We all have brands, no matter what your company does. So you got to ask yourself, how's the data you have about those relationships? How's the data you have about those brands? Does it look like the 7-Eleven slide? Probably. So that's part of how you reinforce to your executives, we can't get there with our relationships until we have the data about those relationships well structured, well governed, and well managed across our organization. Now, to pull this all together here, I have this in my book, but I want to share with you in this second part what I call the 3 V's of data storytelling for data management. Kind of a knowing wink to the 3 V's of big data, but mine are vocabulary, voice, and vision. So vocabulary. The words you use are important. You want to establish an accessible vocabulary. Forget about the legacy terminology, okay? Forget about the legacy lexicon. Don't use the technical buzzwords. And frankly, when we talk about data quality, even the term data quality isn't very effective. Data quality is important, but it doesn't sell. If data quality sold and got you the money you were looking for, I wouldn't even be here. But data quality, data hygiene, these things are not sexy. You want to clear a room of stakeholders, just tell them you're going to embark on a data hygiene program. They're going to go running for the door. So use the language of your business when you speak to your business. What do your leaders say? Use that type of terminology and that type of vocabulary. The second V is voice, the way you talk. You want to harmonize to a common voice. Now, harmony doesn't mean everybody sings the same notes, but it does mean we all sound great together. And how do you talk about your business? How do you talk about data to your business? You got to get your story straight. You got to put together almost an internal marketing program for your data efforts. A lot of cool ways to try this. I've met all sorts of leaders who've done it. They don't use the analytics, Graph Hub, Fabric Mesh. They talk about their business as an analogy for the data work they want to do. So if you're a healthcare company, a healthy company runs on healthy data. It's the lifeblood of our business. I met with a CDO of a water utility, and he talked about how we have this good, clean reservoir of content. It flows all the way through the pipeline. All the business users, whenever they pull a spigot, they can trust what comes out of it. Think about what your company does. Everybody in your company knows what you do, and use that as an analogy. Come up with some cute little catchphrase if you want. You're not running ads on TV, but just do something creative to try and capture the imagination of the rest of your organization. A data leader at this amusement park in the US, SeaWorld, he just called his data management program Data World. How hard's that? So again, think of some kind of simple imagery you can use to explain it to the folks that you're trying to get money from. And vision, why it's important. Everything you do in data needs to enable the strategic intentions of your enterprise. Where's your company going, and why will data help you get there? Why will it help you get there? And the hook you have is what your leaders say. If you listen to your CEO, if you listen to your head of sales, your head of marketing, your CFO, when they talk to investors, when they talk to customers, what do they say the vision of their company is? You will find the hooks. You will find the connections. And look at, if it's a public company, look at your annual report. Look at your investor presentation. Look at the strategic plan your company has delivered to its stakeholders. Now, maybe I haven't seen all of them, but I will tell you one thing they are not going to talk about. They're not going to talk about data quality, and they're not going to talk about data hygiene. But they are going to talk about relationships, and they are going to talk about brands, and they are going to talk about doing things at scale, and that's the connection you can make. We have an opportunity as data leaders in our organization, unlike any other department. Data brings horizontal value across all those different vertical silos in your company. No other department can do that. Marketing can't change the whole company. Sales can't change the whole company. Legal can't change the whole company. But data people and the data value can help every single part of your company. Look for those problems. Listen to what they say is holding them back, and you will find a data solution for it. And if you have well-managed data, you can actually do it with the same records. Customer records, brand records, product records, all that foundational stuff you need to build that kind of value. So, vocabulary, the words you use, voice, the way you talk, and vision, why it's important. And the most powerful delivery system ever invented for an idea is a story, said Aaron Sorkin. He wrote some great ones. You might be familiar with him. West Wing, Social Network, A Few Good Men. Remember A Few Good Men? You can't handle the truth without data management. But with data management, all respect to Jack and Aaron, you can handle the truth in your organization. And when I talk about truth, just as a footnote, I don't mean anything political. I don't mean even your own personal truth and the meaning of your own life. I'm talking about business truth. And that can be established. You can establish a standard. You can create a common language in your organization for the kinds of things you want to do with data. Focus on that, and you will break through and get those folks to understand what you're talking about. So I want to share with you here one last story. It's a cautionary tale about the lack of data governance in an organization and data management. It's a data bedtime story I read to my grandson called The Little Red Data Hen. I hope you enjoy it.
How are we doing today?
Yeah.
Should we read some books?
Yes. Could you read me a book about data governance, Pop?
Of course I can. How about The Little Red Data Hen?
Yeah.
Once upon a time, in a legacy barnyard, there was a little red data hen. She knew all her data could help all the other animals do their job better, but they never paid enough attention. One day, the little red data hen called all the animals into the barnyard. Who wants to create a data-driven utopia of interoperability where our insights flow freely from workflow to edge across integrated ecosystems? Asked the little red data hen.
That's a lot of buzzwords.
I know. Who wants great data? Asked the little red data hen. I do. Mood, the sales cow. I need to cross-sell and upsell. I do. Bark, bark the finance puppy. I need to maintain regulatory compliance. I do. Oink, the marketing pig. I need better targeting for our customer journey. But the little red data hen had a big problem. All our data is a mess, she said, and it's stuck in silos. And because she lived on a farm, those were real silos.
What are silos?
That's a place where people keep data separate from other data.
Why?
It's a problem everywhere.
So they don't get mixed up?
Yeah, so they don't get mixed up. I'm seeking stakeholder engagement, said the little red hen. Who will help me collect and catalog the data, she asked. Not I, mooed the sales cow. I need to focus on revenue. Not I, barked the finance puppy. I don't see the immediate ROI. Not I, oinked the marketing pig. My priority is brand equity. Oh, very well. I'll do it myself, said the little red data hen. And she collected and cataloged all the data she could from all the silos and migrated it.
Did she do ETL?
No, she did ELT. Now, the little red data hen needed more help. Who will help me govern, structure, and steward the data? Not I. You're in charge of data, not me. Not I. That sounds like an IT job. Not I. Just upgrade your software stack and that will take care of it. Oh, very well. I'll do it myself, said the little red data hen. And she went off and established a data governance skunk works. And because she lived on a farm, she used a real skunk.
Yeah.
Finally, the little red data hen thought she had everything ready to go. She had taken the data from the silos, she cataloged, governed, structured, and stewarded the data in a hybrid cloud data lake behind the barn.
She could use a data mesh.
You're right. Who will help me leverage all our trusted data, asked the little red hen. I will. Now I have Customer 360. I will. Now all our numbers tie out. I will. Now we can reduce customer churn. Finally, the whole barnyard can have consistent KPIs. They all mooed and barked and oinked. The little red hen was so happy and excited. Unfortunately, it was too late. By that point, the legacy barnyard was disrupted by a data science-based farming startup that used predictive analytics to provide an innovative crop-as-a-service offering.
What's that mean?
They had to close down because they waited too long to fix their data.
Why?
They just couldn't get the stakeholder engagement. The finance puppy was given away. The sales cow, the marketing pig, and the little red data hen were all sold to a food service operation. Don't be like a bunch of silly barnyard animals. Managing data is the job of the whole farm. The end.
Something funny, but Papa, is data the new oil?
That is a different story.
All right, let's hear it from my grandson, Theo. Spectacular. He just got named into Data 10 under 10. We're so proud. So, living happily ever after, when you tell that data story, every enterprise, every one of you has a data story to tell, but it's about why you can deliver value to your relationships through your brands at scale. It's not the tech speak. There's two types of data storytelling out there. One about the data, data management, determining the truth, and one with data, deriving meaning. Balance the how and the why. I talked a lot about the why today. I over-rotated it, but obviously you've got to know how to do it, just in case they say yes. But you want to balance that. You want to be able to communicate that value. If it helps, leverage these 3 V's. Vocabulary, voice, and vision. The way you talk, the way you sound, and why it's important. And stories can work faster than processes. Sometimes we get super formal, but if you bump into your CEO at, let's say, a holiday party or at a picnic or some sort of event, and they go, so, what do you do for my organization? You got to have that quick little elevator pitch. You've got to have that succinct couple of sentences that you've already practiced ready to go. And you do have to practice it. You do have to rehearse. If I'm making you a little edgy here, I want to, because as I mentioned in the intro, I have a fear of not public speaking, but all of you have to get better at the story part. And if you do, storytelling is a superpower. Get better at it. It can do miracles. It can, if you're in front of your board asking for money, it can make them go from, I have no idea what you're talking about, to how do we live without this? That's what you want them to understand. You know you can't live without it. They don't understand it yet. And that comes through a story. And the last page in my book, I'm not giving away the ending here, but hardware, it comes and goes. Software, it comes and goes. But data always remains. I'm Scott Taylor, the Data Whisperer. I want to thank you for all your time and attention today. Thank you so much. Thank you up front here. I want to thank the folks from Blue Chip Technologies for having me come in here. Follow me on LinkedIn. If you liked any of this, please look me right up there. If you want any of my YouTube videos, if you think that little storybook with my grandson will help you make a point, you can find it on YouTube. If you want to take a look at my data puppets, they're there as well. You can scan that. But I am Scott Taylor, the Data Whisperer. I had a ball here today. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Scott. Wait, we're not done. Please come. Please come, Taylor. Taylor. Taylor.
Yeah.
Please come.
Oh, you want? I'm back.
Taylor.
I thought I was done. Okay. Do I have more slides? No.
All right, so Scott Taylor, we usually do something in Nigeria when you come. It's your first time?
First time, yes.
So we're going to give you a Nigerian name because the energy exudes Nigerianism. You agree? All right, so what Nigerian name should we give him?
Taylor.
Scott, what Nigerian name do we give you? Obioma. I know why you guys say that. You are bad people. We're not giving him Obioma, please.
Where should I go, Mo? Where should I go? Just
okay, quickly.
select it.
Because, I mean, since we can't give you a green passport
I
right
guess
now,
I'm getting
we'll give you a
2,000
Nigerian
names,
name,
so-
Where
Scott.
should I go?
Anywhere. And it has to be in agreement, guys.
Please, better name, oh.
A nice name. So we want to give you a Nigerian name.
A nice name.
Come. But it's just name now. Why are you giggling? Scott is not taking you anywhere. What does it resemble?
Considering that he spoke about data, I think we should give him the Data Taylor, but the Nigeria version of Taylor. The Data Taylor.
Data Taylor.
Data Taylor. Okay.
Sister,
You see, this your smile is betraying you.
sister, we don't quite understand you.
We want name. Bros, you look like somebody
proper
that they
name.
give. Come. Don't give him your middle name. Oh. Like say your name is strong. I don't like construction or something. What's the name?
Lukman.
Okay, what name are you giving him? Agbatelo. Correct. Wadagba.
This is my audience. I'm not
Agbatelo.
quite sure if I'll take you to my next event, but let's see. I'm weighing it now. Now, let's give him a proper Nigerian name.
Yeah. And I like Agbatelo.
No, let's
Which
give
one?
him
Let me go.
Should I look that
one
one up?
person, very
One more.
quickly.
Here, there's one here. This is an elder statesman. He looks responsible. He looks like he's giving about
me a-
15
give
children.
me a good one.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
What's the name?
My name is Godwin.
Godwin. What name should we give Agbatelo?
I'm thinking of giving him Jagabantelo.
Bros, what did they do you now?
Okay, guys.
What do they do?
I need someone who is, because he's done such a fantastic job setting the tone for this conference, and it has to go back home with something that says Nigerian. Should we give him from the north, from the west,
Yeah.
from the south? What name? Something, I mean, enough with the Obioma and Agbatelo. Let's give him
One
something.
more here, behind us.
Oscar, let's look for someone serious, please.
Exactly.
These
Like
people are just playing.
Agbatelo, Jagabantelo. What did they do all these people? Correct, how are you, Jerry?
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Deborah.
Uh-huh.
Deborah,
By your
you look
name.
like you would make us proud. Let's have it.
Is this Sister Deborah? Because this outfit is giving non-stops. All right, let's go. Give us the name.
Okay, because I really enjoy the session.
Wait
so let's
now,
give him-
wait. See, that's what data
people
and
are so
information
impatient.
does. She wants to tell us the thought
Exactly.
process. Walk us through it, Deborah. We're listening. Please
Deborah,
don't
let's go.
disappoint us.
Okay, I want to give him an Igbo name.
Let's have it.
Chigozie. God
Chi-
bless him.
What does Chigozie mean?
God bless him.
Oh, okay. So,
The sweet
Scott,
girl.
Yes.
you
I
would
need-
say my name is... Do we agree with the Chigozie first of all?
You people don't like God? Yeah, let's round up.
We have to wrap this up very quickly.
Let's round
Okay,
up.
I've decided I'm giving him Oluwafemi.
Mojibade, you and this quest for man, I don't understand. Why? You want him to fail you?
Anyways, Scott, we have all agreed, because I'm the compere and I'm leading this particular naming ceremony, we would have you say, my name is Scott Oluwafemi Taylor.
Scott Oluwafemi Taylor.
That's it. A Nigerian at heart, I mean. Scott, that was an excellent presentation. We thoroughly enjoyed it, very insightful, thought-provoking as well, and I'm sure that we'll take definitely more than 2 points away, and we will check out your LinkedIn and your YouTube. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Scott Taylor. All right, pictures with him. Okay, since I did the naming ceremony, we'll do the pictures.
Agba Taylor.
All right, right in the middle.
Do we have a name for my grandson?
Agba Taylor Jr.
When I tell you that this man is Nigerian at heart, I was not even joking. Let's allow the co-founders first, then I'll join the picture. All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Scott Taylor. Give him a Nigerian round of applause. Very extra, very deep, that reflects how blessed and, of course, richly engaging his conversation and presentation was.
Fantastic. So we're going to set up for the next item. Mojiba, do you want to come down?
Yes. Now we have, I love the energy in the room. I really love it. And I love how we have started this conversation on a very powerful note, because our conversation was deep, was rich. Now we're moving on to something even more interesting. It's a fireside chat, but I've called it a power side chat because it's going to be filled with so much power. Again, we want you to, should we do the grand selfie now so that people can start posting on social media, just because we want to engage that hashtag, Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 2024. Has anyone made any posts on social media? Raise your hands if you have.
All right, we have the team.
You guys are amazing. I love it. Oscar, do you want to confirm?
Let me just check it out. You're already following Scott on LinkedIn. Wow.
That's a good woman right there.
That's
She's learning, eager for knowledge.
Let me see which other one.
For knowledge.
Oh, this is a nice one. That's a nice one. And what hashtag did you use? It's not blue chips, so we're not selling plantain chips. I'm just kidding, nobody.
All right, just to reiterate, it's Blue Chip Data and AI Summit. So there's DATAAND Summit 2024. Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 2024.
She's got about 4 posts up. Let me see yours.
Wow, that's a good girl. We'll make you an ambassador, don't worry. We'll think about it.
Nice one. Next time, when you're taking selfie, try and make sure you're taller than the person you are taking. It helps with the angle.
Oscar,
I'm sorry.
They know where you parked. They will find you.
I'm sorry.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, again, we thank you very specially for being here. We thank Scott Taylor. Can we give him another round of applause? I think that was such a powerful session. Thank you. And now we're moving on to a very anticipated session for the day, a thought-provoking, exclusive, power-side, fireside conversation that speaks to the heart of Africa's digital transformation journey. I'll start by bringing up our moderator, who will be upstage to receive the guest for this conversation. Now, our moderator is a trailblazer in the tech industry. He needs no introduction, because when he walks into any room, you can already feel the techiness around him and how he's just very passionate about transforming the digital space, not just in Nigeria, not just in Africa, but in the world. Please make welcome the one, the only, co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies, Olumide Soyombo. A round of applause for him as he comes up stage. A true trailblazer. Celebrate him with a lusty round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And of course, to join him as his guest for this conversation, we have a visionary at the helm of affairs at Africa's leading financial institution. He's known for his innovative mindset because he has consistently championed technology-driven solutions that redefine the banking space in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please make welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Sterling Bank, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We're truly honored to have you here today at the Blue Chip Data and AI Summit for 2024. Over to you, our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mojibade. Good afternoon, Lagos. Thank you for coming early. We're quite anxious about the start, but everyone's come early, and we have to say thank you. I've been mandated to have this fireside chat, and like with everything I do, I'll try and keep it real, because you find that many people attend conferences and looking for some sweet nuggets, Perspire, Aspire, Maguire. There'll be none of that. I went to a conference once, and as I was leaving the conference, someone said, "Sir, please give us a party nugget." I said, "What would that do for your business? How would that help you?" And I gave my number instead. So I'm encouraging everyone to network, to learn, and to build new relationships. I think that's what conferences like this are all about. I'm very happy to have a good friend and big brother, Mr. Abubakar, doing this chat with me. And ladies and gentlemen, again, a round of applause for Scott Taylor. I think that was brilliant. Because the topic he spoke on, I was sitting beside the CIO and CTO, sitting beside many IT leaders in the room. To get budgets, you need to know how to tell the story. Kazim and I remember fondly a story in one of the banks in Nigeria. The CIO was trying to get budget for infrastructure for a data warehouse project, and he kept on talking about all the things the data warehouse would do, how they'll be able to finish end of day, how they'll be able to report. And the CEO said, stop, Mr. Lagbaja, just swear that it will work. So all this story you are telling me, swear. And he wanted to continue. He said, no, don't continue, swear that it will work. But we won't be swearing anything today. We'll be talking about Africa's digital leapfrog, using data to unlock growth potential. And I think it's very pertinent at this time that this topic is in the forefront, because many times you think about revolutionary technologies and Africa's access to those technologies. So if you think about the internet, how many people in the room used the internet before they were 10? Before you were 15? Before you were 20? Before you were 25? This is a young crowd. I expect that many people would have used the internet at least before they were 20. But the average bank CEO probably didn't use the internet for the first time till you were what?
Actually, 20.
20?
Yeah, 1920.
Okay.
And I was lucky.
You were lucky, yes. Because when I do this exercise, you find out that many bank CEOs in Nigeria probably didn't use the internet till they were 30, 32. But then, if you think about other revolutionary technologies like mobile, the Western world had gotten access to mobile before it got here. The interesting thing about AI is that the guy, Mr. Lagbaja in Mushin, and Shomolu, and Jason or Scott in New York or Connecticut have access to the same technology around the same time, and this guy is doing it from a low-cost base, and that brings us a huge opportunity to leapfrog. I think with the fireside chat today, we're hoping that we can stimulate conversations around the vision of Africa's AI future, actionable strategies. Like I said, there will be no perspire to aspire, and inclusive engagement. So with that, I think I'll start with seizing this leapfrog moment, right? So Africa has often been left behind during past industrial revolutions. Like I said, if you think about mobile and internet, it got to us pretty late, from the age of even STEM and manufacturing to the digital era. However, with the AI revolution, many believe we have a unique opportunity to leapfrog traditional development pathways. So what do you see as the most urgent step Africa, Nigeria, must take to seize this opportunity? And in general, what specific opportunities do you see for Africa to transform its economy, industry, and society? Thank you.
Thank you, Lumide. And I'm really glad I got to listen to Scott, so I can just quickly quote some of what he said, and I'll start to sound very intelligent. But I think we'll be making a mistake if we jump straight into AI without stepping back, because you all agree with me, or agree with Scott, that there's no AI without data.
Correct.
There's no data without digitization and the internet. There's no digitization without industrialization. There's no industrialization without electricity. And even for electricity, you needed to have science as a way of discovery. My point is, if we go straight to the end, which is AI, and we start to think about what Africa can do, we forget the fact that the foundation is non-existent. And many of us have attempted this with earlier technologies only to get to a ceiling, a very visible ceiling. Okay. I think recent one will be things like e-commerce, for instance, when we jump at it and we realize that the middle class didn't exist. Or you had things like ride-hailing apps. You suddenly realize that you don't have the vehicles and the drivers to scale. We have things like financial inclusion as a solution for poverty, only to realize that a lot of the people are economically excluded. So while I want us to talk about how AI can be useful to us, I think it's important we first understand that it can only be useful to us in solving the problems that we should be thinking about.
Sure.
In other words, using AI to extend human longevity or to go to space are exciting things that will happen. But if I can use AI to reduce post-harvest losses, or if I can use AI to take the 20 million out-of-school children off the street, then those questions can be answered. And it's important to approach it that way because we would have access to AI. Whether or not we develop them, whether or not we train them, we would have some level of access to AI. It is just the risk that we will try to answer the wrong set of questions that I worry the most about. AI as a tool is a tool for inequality. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It's a tool that will be available mostly to those who already have a huge advantage and will be inaccessible to the majority of our people. The only way AI does not become a problem for us is that it does not accelerate or exacerbate the inequality we have in our society. And that means turn AI back into answering primary questions that would help create prosperity before we answer secondary questions that will make us competitive globally.
I think that deserves a round of applause, actually. And it reminds me, I mean, most people in the room know that I've probably invested in about 130 companies. And I was speaking to a venture capital investor who had about $23 billion under management who flew in from the US and we're hosting them for dinner. And he said something so profound and picks up the alley of what you were talking about. He said when he's listening to pitches in the US and in Western markets, the first thing he's asking himself is that, is this problem real? Like, do people really care about shampoo for their dogs? But when he came to Nigeria, he could see all the problems, and the problems were palpable. The problems are staring at you right from the airport. You can feel them, you can touch them, and it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see. And I like that you spoke about non-consumption, right? Solving for that. How AI, we're not looking for AI to take us to space and so on. We're still looking for some basic needs and solving for non-consumption. How can AI create a new class of market for people who can afford? I tell companies that pitch to me that your competition is food, right? You are trying to get a market and get people to buy a product, but what they are thinking about is you are competing for their wallet size and you are competing for food. I think we should also then talk about policy and what leverage we have. So it's clear that we need strong policies even as we try to develop use of AI and collaboration across nations for this leapfrogging to happen. AI adoption requires more than just technological innovation like you alluded to. It demands policies that drive collaboration, leverage strengths across nations and organizations, and addresses critical challenges like access and inequality, like you rightly spoke on. So how can African governments, regulators, corporations, institutions, collaboratively create frameworks that accelerate innovation across the continent and can position Africa as a global AI force?
So when I walked in this morning, one of the things that I looked at were the different companies that supported the summit. And I was really excited to see such really, really powerful companies backing it up. I didn't see the logo of the federal government. And this is an important conversation. And the reason is that a lot of the technologies that we've worked with before are highly diversified. So you can use it in small quantities somewhere and it serves you and it ends there. What we are facing with AI is this is the sort of technology that has such profound impact on the whole society that we know it will be regulated, right? Irrespective of what we desire, the moment the true power of data and the way it is used comes to be, the regulators will come on board. Unfortunately, it will come in a way that will serve to slow down the progress that is being made by the private sector. And largely because they are unaware or they're not fully aware of the power of what is coming, largely because they probably have limited resources and they are not prioritizing what is coming ahead. But the danger that represents is not dissimilar from what we saw with cryptocurrency and stablecoin, where the regulations came in after the product had become available on the street. And it's very difficult to regulate a product that's already on the street because the consumer has formed a relationship with that product, and the law will struggle to fix it. So my point is that we do need, if not a continent-wide set of rules, at least at the national level, we need a set of rules. But I'm afraid that the best way to get the national government interested in focusing on this is for a state like Lagos that has the benefit of all of this to start to focus or agitate for those rules or start to set its own standards. What I expect would happen is that the federal will then become very interested in getting involved and standardizing this. But it needs to start with someone who is hungry enough. Without those rules, I think our progress would then become, will be stunted.
I think I totally agree. And part of when we were putting up the program for this conference was to engage with the federal government. So today, I think we have Mr. Francis, technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy, speaking on the Tech Talent Program, and we also have the NIDA representative. So I guess Francis and Dr. Falilat, Mr. Abubakar has given some talking points to jump on. Moving on, my next question will talk about addressing this inequality that we spoke on. I mean, there's the challenge of inequality and how AI is transforming industries at breakneck speed. But there's this danger around uneven adoption, right? That could even further entrench those inequalities. Like the Bible says something, is it when those that even have and those that have don't have, that which they have will be taken from them. And how do we close those inequalities between individuals, corporations, and nations? With Africa facing challenges like limited AI infrastructure, global corporate dominance, how can Africa leverage AI to drive shared prosperity? And what role must leaders and institutions play in ensuring AI narrows rather than widens inequality? And the way I think about this, right, is like thinking of the use of different technologies that we've seen and how they've helped even in our venture and our tech landscape. So if I ask in the room, for example, how many people here developed a website that could accept payments before 2016? How many people in the room? You developed a website that was accepting payments before 2016. So that was 8 years ago. So only about 2 hands, right? So most of the 99% of the people in the room never experienced a situation where they had to pay 150,000 naira to a company and work with them for 3 weeks to integrate a website online until 2016, when that changed, when companies like Paystack then created a simple to use copy and paste platform that then solved for non-consumption, right? And so today, everybody that's developed a website today, if you told them that in 2016 you had to pay 150K and wait for 3 weeks, they would be like, how? What life were you people living? And that's just, 8 years ago, right? And we've seen how that use of technology has created a level playing ground for many to come in. So how do you think AI would help in this same inequalities play?
So when it comes to inequality, there are 3 critical areas that I've reflected on. The first one is that we're going to see inequality between the countries that are at the forefront of the adoption, countries that, for instance, have either built the infrastructure or the software or even the culture, right? Those countries are likely to become richer relative to the countries that haven't. But within those countries themselves, I also perceive a situation where the corporations or the companies, primarily tech companies, but the wider corporate ecosystem would actually become wealthier at the expense of the individual, right? That's also happening. But the third one, the one that worries me the most, is that within the countries themselves and amongst consumers, the more enlightened individuals and wealthier people who have access to AI would then begin to grow their wealth simply because they have better decision-making capabilities, and the poorer people will get poor. So this is a huge problem. I don't think that there's ever been any major technological breakthrough that did not increase inequality in some form. It may not be obvious in the early days, but there is none that compares to this. I even fear that there is also a situation where the corporations that have advanced capabilities would actually become stronger than governments in some spaces. And these are real issues. The question is, what do we do about it?
Sure.
My thought process is that there are problems that are responsible for poverty today that we have not been able to solve because we have not had the capability to process information and get the right insight. Whether these problems are in the medical field, for instance, where we don't have the budget of the pharmaceutical industry to tackle diseases that affect only 5 million people in Africa, or whether these are things about how, for instance, how do you determine the right curriculum today that will guarantee jobs? Our curriculums today are still written by people who were professors 30 years ago, 20 years ago, based on their understanding. But what if with the use of AI, I'm able to come up with the most optimal curriculum if I have only one outcome in mind, getting a job? I could reduce the university education from a 3-4 year period to a 3-month period because it goes straight to what is needed for me to do the job that is available, and then I can learn other things later, right? My most exciting use case, and I'll name two, but my number one use case is in healthcare, where we have a medical disaster, where the number of doctors available per patient is so poor, and it is getting worse because we're losing more doctors. It takes a minimum of 7 years to train a doctor that is useful. But using AI and working with telemedicine, we can actually massively reduce the doctor-to-patient ratio by ensuring that a lot of the patients don't actually make it to a doctor because their problem does not require a medical doctor.
You said you had, round of applause, I think you had one more use case on...
Yes, the second one that excites me is I'm on the board of a university called Miva University. It's an open university, started last year. It has 5,000 students now. It's at the point where I have checked out the quality of what they are offering. It is as good as any university. It comes in at about $500 a year. And because it's an open university, people actually immediately go into the workplace once they are admitted. They can actually have 3 years of work experience, 3 years of learning. What is happening there is AI is now making it a lot easier for these students to have experiences that are almost the same as being on the campus. And that, I think, can be transformational because we need 10 million people in higher institutions. We have only space for about 2.3 million.
Interesting. I think we should double down on reimagining education with AI because without doing any of these things will not be possible without education. I mean, you serve on the board of MIVA, like you mentioned. The saying goes that no amount of improving an obsolete system will result in the desired outcome. We have to rethink some of these things. And so with many African education systems stuck in industrial age models and struggling to meet the needs of youth, how do you envision this bold, reimagined way to prepare a generation for AI and data-driven industries? What should leaders and institutions play? What role should leaders and institutions play in driving this transformation for the benefit of society as a whole? So how would you reimagine education in the age of AI?
There's a research paper that came out recently, and it compared India's educational model with China and how it might have been responsible for the gap that opened up in development. In China, they focused on the primary and secondary education and on technical education. India focused on creating tertiary education, high-value tertiary education.
Yes.
I think when the problem we face today is very similar. While it's important that we introduce AI learning across board in tertiary institutions, if we don't change the culture of our relationship with data and how we encounter data and how we relate to data at the primary and secondary level, long-term, it will not help us. How do I use AI to then make sure that I can accomplish this? I remember when the last time we did a survey, it was estimated that we needed 500,000 teachers.
Wow.
To be able to deal with the out-of-school children, 500,000 new teachers, and I think there were about another 500,000 classrooms to be built. My view is that using technology today, and because the unit cost of that is coming down, let us focus on taking education to people wherever they might be, rather than insisting on putting everybody in the classroom in front of a teacher, because that is a hardware problem to solve. I want to turn it to a software problem. What that means for me, for instance, is I want about half of the people that I'm going to recruit next year into banking to be people that have not gone to universities. I want to take them out of secondary school.
Yep.
I want to immediately place them in a workplace where they are getting mentorship and they're getting learning on the job. I want to be able to grant them access to universities like MIVA or Alt School. And then at the same time, I want them to have real world experience. So when they get out after 2 or 3 years, they're ready for work. I think this is the way we deal with the AI situation. Let's not look for special AI school. Let us make it such that it's part of our everyday life, wherever we work or wherever we live.
100%, and I totally agree. I think education and talent obviously go hand in hand. So people that get educated, they become talent and go into the economy and go into the workplace. So let's talk a bit about scaling AI talent, right, and scaling this AI workforce. Recently, we've funded a company called JADA. I think the JADA team are in the room. Raised $1 million, where we are training, upskilling people with 2 to 3 years machine learning and data management experience, and upskilling them to be that AI workforce for other markets and our local markets. And how do we use our cost advantage in doing that? I think the JADA team do have a stand out there so people can reach out to understand what they are doing. But the whole essence is, how do we build that AI workforce for the world, right? In 2050, Nigeria will be about 400 million people, median age of about 19. How do we take care of jobs and take those jobs in an aging West and take advantage of that? And so we should talk a bit about talent pipeline, right, which is critical for scaling AI in Africa. With Africa's population projected to reach 2.5 billion by mid-century, most of them young, there's an opportunity for the continent to position itself as the workforce for the world. While brain drain remains a concern, you have previously expressed that the focus should be on producing enough talent to export globally and improve our own societies, right? So how can Africa strategically develop and scale its talent pipeline to meet the growing global demand for AI expertise while ensuring local industries also thrive in this transformation? I think this was the business case for JADA, actually.
Yeah, so when I started dealing with the challenge of AI adoption, my approach was, let me build capabilities internally, then it will solve my internal problem, and hopefully I'll get an advantage. But after a couple of years now, my conclusion is that if we want to have a national advantage, we need to build an AI cluster. We need to build almost a genius cluster with a focus on AI. Because a lot of the use cases, a lot of the learning, a lot of the breakthrough is going to come from the interaction of different people trying to solve different problems. If I put a couple of AI talent within a banking institution to try and solve banking problem, they are unlikely to come up with breakthrough that will help with the water supply system in Zamfara, right? But what we need as a country is all of this incredible amount of talent interacting. There's a lot of value that comes out of the interaction. And that is probably why the business case for JADA actually makes sense, because they are solving for different people at different times. But I would love to see a Yaba for AI. Like someone just saying, I'm going to put sufficient infrastructure on ground for you to be able to experiment and learn on AI. And so once you bring these people together, that cluster then generates hopefully breakthrough ideas that can then lead to talent. Now, I don't think we can solve the talent issue through schools. I really don't think so. And most of it is because there are no curriculum for a fast-changing technology like we have. There's really no curriculum for it. Whatever was useful last year is probably archaic now. Sure. The best place is get people together, give them the toys to play with, and let them discover these things as they go along.
100%. I think we've seen some work in that area. The JADA team and the Blue Chip team have been speaking with the Ekiti State government. They've funded the Knowledge Zone. I think AFDB is giving about $70 or $80 million in building a knowledge zone in Ekiti, where you can then bring these talents together into a cluster. My wife is from Ekiti, so I've vested interest in going back to Ekiti. But it's an interesting concept of building those clusters and create incentives for building those clusters. So anyway, as we wrap up, let's end on a personal note. We have a few minutes to go. Your love for poetry reveals a deep appreciation for creativity and expression. I think we've even seen that from some of your comments. Poetry has this way of distilling complex emotions and ideas into simple but yet profound truths. So how do you think creativity and human-centered perspectives like those found in poetry can guide Africa's journey as we embrace AI? Do you see the role of the arts in helping us define and adapt to this new era, or do we even see situations where AI writes our own work and takes over the creativity and competes with us in that space?
Okay, thank you. Interesting one. First, I am actually building a leadership campus in Ekiti. Right? I took my team there for a retreat last year, and it was so profound that we immediately spoke to the state, and they supported us, and we're going to build a significant campus so that it becomes part of the learning center.
Round of applause.
And so, yes, your wife has a collaborator. Secondly, I was quite intrigued when the room was asked to name or rename Scott, and I could see that when you ask a room full of people who have numbers running through their brain and algorithm, and you ask them to be creative, the creativity was quite limited. I mean, where I'm going with this is that when it comes to the art, I have experimented with AI. I've tried poetry with AI. I've tried even paintings with AI. My conclusion, my experience of it was that it was very bland. Right? It didn't inspire my soul. And because I'm not a professional writer, I write for myself. I write for the experience, the journey. That process wasn't very helpful, right? I don't know if the consumers will have a different relationship with it, but as the artist, I doubt that you pour your pain, your trauma, your experience into your art. I don't know that AI has got any of that to give. But that doesn't mean that it's not incredibly useful.
Like AI has not suffered outbreak.
What I think the use will be is that people who have not had the benefit of understanding the power of art, when they are able to take their own experience and have it converted to something that has the form of art, I think it will lure a lot more people. And back to Africa, and what does this AI thing mean for us? I think solving technical problems, repetitive technical problems, used to be one of our biggest challenges. We did not have the industrial base to solve technical problems. Sure. I think that by developing technologies that allow those to be solved easily, it frees us to focus on where we really have a strength. I think our strength lies in creativity, and we should not shy away from it. There's an intuitive capabilities that we have 100%. As Africans, based on our diversity, based on our culture, that we should embrace. Now, regarding how the talent that we develop here can begin to solve problems across the world, the income discrepancy remains a powerful tool for that, because you can have people here who would live an incredibly decent life and earn $1,000 a month. That means that if you develop those talents and you invest in them, you have a powerful competitive edge. I'm making a personal investment in that to help people as well, because I feel like that's how you make sure that you don't create a problem for the West with immigration. We can create a solution for their problem of talent, or the aging population that they have. So yes, I do agree that there's opportunity there.
I also agree. I think our time is up. I think I'll take one final sentence from you. I think my final word, basically on my side, is to congratulate the people in the room, especially the young people in the room, for investing their time in attending today by investing in themselves. We talked about the AI workforce from Africa to the world and how that would be very interesting. So I think a round of applause for yourselves for taking your time to invest and in networking. So Mr. Abubakar, I think for me, I'll take one final sentence that you have for the room. Anything.
I walked in here expecting 50 people, maybe 100, because I really assumed that those are the number of people that would be interested in this topic, and that the rest of them would be people you would have paid to make up the room. To see 8,000 people committed, sitting down here on time, it tells me a story. It tells me a lot. All I can say is, please, 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 I can't answer your questions about AI, but I can help you ask the right questions. And the question you should ask should be to take this cutting-edge modern tool that is available to you and solve the most basic problems. The most basic problem, because then you can create the demand for all the other exotic things that you want to work for. Otherwise, you get to a situation where you solve problems that will never scale because the majority of your people are in a different place. Thank you very much, and I truly appreciate the audience.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Just a quick photo op. Sir Kaz, would you like to join up on stage, please?
Actually, we're asking him to please join. Where's he? Mr. Kazim? Okay.
All right, people. I'm just seeing the sea of heads here. It's amazing. The turnout is great. And then also in the gallery, those of you in the gallery, let me hear you make some noise.
They processed it for a while, like, should we answer this man or not?
Is it us he's talking
well, let's
to?
just answer him.
For those of you online, let me hear you make some, oh, sorry.
Oscar.
Sorry, wrong sentence. Agba.
No, please, Oluwafemi. No. Scott Oluwafemi.
I don't know,
Taylor.
that Agba Taylor is sticking. Agba Taylor. Oh. Skibo. Sorry, wrong summit, sorry. Sorry, I was just, my home training, I'm sorry. All right, once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, for honoring our invitation and, of course, for challenging our mindsets today. We're truly honored and blessed by that. And, of course, to our moderator, please celebrate Mr. Olumide Soyombo, co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies. Thank you. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, something interesting is about to happen. So watch the stage for it. In 5 seconds, we will do something really, really interesting. Now we would like to invite on stage a visionary leader and a pioneer in the African tech ecosystem. He has consistently driven innovation that bridges gaps and creates opportunities across industries. Please make welcome the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Blue Chip Technologies, Kazim Tewogbade.
Lights.
We live in a world where data is as essential as the air we breathe, and AI is the wind beneath its wings. As the volume of data grows, so does its complexity. Data flows in endless forms: text, video, transactions, and logs, all expanding, intertwining, and creating new opportunities. But unlocking these opportunities requires more than just storage. It demands intelligence. Enterprises are racing to transform this data into real-time insights, leveraging AI to uncover patterns, predict trends, and automate processes. But can they keep up with the speed of need? Security and governance add critical layers of responsibility. Every byte must be protected, every transaction compliant. One breach, one misstep, and the trust they've built could vanish. AI plays a crucial role here too, identifying vulnerabilities before they become threats, and ensuring compliance is both seamless and proactive. So the question remains, how do enterprises navigate this vast, ever-changing landscape? Can they find clarity within the chaos and transform raw data into meaningful outcomes? For those ready to embrace AI and confront these challenges, the possibilities are limitless, but only if they ask the right questions and dare to explore what lies beyond the data.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I can see a lot of excitement on people's faces. Even myself, I'm so excited. It feels that Blue Chip has managed to bring San Francisco down to Lagos. Maybe at the end of the day, we may not have Dirty December, and what we will have is Data and AI December. So you are welcome into it. Okay, I'm sure all of us have seen the prelude video, forming the context, much more so about what we are here to do today, which is looking at how data and AI has evolved to help businesses and organizations and governments to begin to leapfrog, to begin to see opportunities in how we can accelerate development, whether for profit or for social upliftment of citizens for different countries. Now, it's also important that we need to look at how did we get here. There have been a lot of insight into how we've come this stage. Sulaiman has mentioned a lot of things around industrial revolution. You talked about electricity, talked about digitization, talked about BI before we even get to this point. So I'm going to be taking you back some few steps because I really want to take you with me to see, so that I'm forming a good context around this product that I'm about to launch. Okay? And please come with me. We're looking at evolution of big data. Now, I'm not going to be here and be talking about big data. We all know definitely a lot of things about big data. Okay? But let's see how it has evolved over the years and what are the events that have shaped the maturity level to what we have up to this point. You could see that in early 2000, when even we started Blue Chip, okay, it was more around building data warehouses. And we were doing so by not relying on any OEM. We will go to different places, different organizations, and you ask, what do you have? Do you have Oracle? Do you have Microsoft? Then those are the two major foundation layers that you can build your solutions on. And then anything they give us would make do around it and create something very meaningful that will have value to the organization. So it was more around building your data warehouses on RDBMSs, on relational solutions. And then the big data started coming full force because of the internet. A lot of data have been generated by different, sometimes from machines, sometimes from events. All right, people that are in telco would follow me here. That in many instances you have tens or hundreds of millions of events that you have to process in a day, and then there has to be a new system, a new paradigm that will effectively, process the data, the streams of data. So you have your Apache Hadoop ecosystem, and you have other, SQL-based systems that are sitting on Hadoop. All right, you've got Hive, you've got the NoSQL, the not only SQL, that's edge-based. Now, these systems are distributed systems. All right, you can have tens of thousands of nodes cooperatively working together to solve a problem. And then some of the problems we'll be having of high volume that will probably have difficulties in processing with the likes of the RDBMS landscapes. This platform are able to help us solve it. All right, we could load petabytes of data on these platforms, and then you'll be able to see your result. If you go to Google, all right, and you make some searches, or you go to Facebook and you make some searches, the thing behind the scene that are powering all these queries are not the basic RDBMSs that we know of. There are systems like this or adaptations of this system. So the journey of big data started, so much with the enabling environment that these systems are creating. And then now we have high volume. Then it means that we have to have storage. And further down the line, we've got the hyperscalers helping businesses to store large amounts of data, and that is still increasing. More hyperscalers are coming in, and you can store your data. Thank God we have better internet experience now, so it's much possible for us to move data at high speed to these platforms. Now, there's a need for us to process certain data in real time. If you delay certain events by few seconds, you are likely to lose certain business opportunities. All right? And there's a need for us to be able to, stream and then process this data at high speed. So we've got technologies like Apache Kafka and Apache Spark. They are gold standards when it comes to real-time or streaming processing and high power or high performance data engineering workloads. Now, these systems have in no small way contributed to advancement of data engineering and big data processing. And the good thing is these platforms are open source. They are open source. There are things that you can learn, you can deploy, and then you can see how you can use Python to program all these platforms to achieve all your goals. Now, we are in AI and machine learning revolution stage. All right? We all know that this AI revolution is not just starting today. We've been on it for even some decades. I remember in school then, we were doing expert systems. All right? We were using some Prolog language to demonstrate, how to program human behaviors, how to mimic human behaviors, how to model human behaviors in systems. All right? Giving some cognition to computing systems. Now we are seeing the effect. All right? We're seeing a lot of impact that this is generating now. Of course, we all know ChatGPT, and we know other solution sets that are out there on Gen AI. But before that, we've got your machine learning. Okay, you've got different things that you can use to create smart solutions. All right, that would enable systems to behave more like humans. And all these things need a platform. All these things can't really scale if you don't have the right architectures in place in your organization to help bring everything together and manage. Now, Scott said something around truth before meaning. That's so profound, all right? I've written it down, Scott. Well, it's very germane here that, all these management practices around data, as well as building the right data, architectures, are the two elements you need to succeed. Now, I'm not going to, in the 2020s, about 4 or 5 years ago, there have been rise of lake houses. All right, you've seen data warehouse, you've seen BI platform, you've seen data mesh, you've seen data swamp, we've seen data lake. All right, all these technologies are going to be compared to one another as we go, into the unveiling proper. But the lake house is, for me, it's one of the things that have accelerated our plan towards creating this particular product that I'm unveiling today. So here, it's important to look at what are the events, all right, that are actually shaping the big data future. Whatever system you are building, we all know that it has to be future-proof. And creating a solution that will help you to achieve that is as important as defining the problem itself. So we all know structured content. That's what we've always been having, and it's being powered by relational databases. I've mentioned that earlier. You've got phase 2, which is web-based on structured content. We've got emails, all right, and these are tons of data, petabytes of data. One can imagine how many tweets are happening in a day, and what is the storage capacity that is needed, to store that and process it. In one of our clients, we are loading some events over 80 billion events in a day. And all these things come from some deep packets, data that are coming from different, telco machines, Now, we've got phase 3, which is mobile and sensor-based. Increasingly, there will be a lot of events culminating in data from different systems, from different machines. IoT, I'm sure, in the nearest future, we'll all be powering our homes with, with smart devices, and then, you collect data. And this data that we are collecting has to be processed, has to be mined. And then it then makes sense that as an organization or, as maybe for profit or non-profit, you need to analyze the data at business speed to gain and to realize value from the data. Now, all these things are coming. And then the last one is phase 4, which is AI-driven content. Now, I've been seeing some, posts saying that GenAI is even small, all right? That now we are having AI agents. If you have AI agents, you have robots, doing things that human beings are doing right now. Now, you can imagine, the tons of data that will be generated from those robots. It's going to be massive. Now, I was talking about 80 billion, events or data being loaded, data records being loaded every day. Maybe here you'll be talking about even, trillions. And then there are a lot of opportunities that are lying in this data that you must, uncover and gain those insights so that we can have a good competitive advantage. So basically, these are some of the forces that are shaping the future. So as businesses or as organizations, we must be looking at this, this crystal ball, that these are the things that will shape how we design our systems going forward. So what does this mean for our organization? Now, I've mentioned that we have structured, semi-structured, and then, unstructured data. And you have different digital platforms, all right, whether it's on-premise or is on the, all the hyperscalers, all right. And then you need to harness this data. So what I'm saying that is important for us to unify, simplify, and then, bring all this data into one repository. Now, what we've known for a very long time, since 2000, is around data lake. All right, there are a lot of data lake solutions which have come, and then we've also seen, as practitioners, we've also seen what are the issues that are, that we often uncover when we use those platforms to process our data. All right, now we are leapfrogging to data lakehouse technologies, which is a combo of your data lake and then the best inputs coming from your data warehouse. So you have best of both worlds. You have data lake, then you have data warehouses. Now, what I'm saying here in effect is that as organizations, we need to have a unified platform that can address different workloads. And then we put this together into one single repository. Okay, so invariably I've touched on this slide, but let me spend a bit of time on it. We've seen that exponential growth in data volume is a concern, and then we have to plan for it. Data quality and governance, that's the truth. We must plan for it. Then you also have to look at the cost of infrastructure. All these things are not cheap. All right, even if they come cheap, all right, you have to find a way to optimize the costs in any case. Security, privacy, and compliance, they are huge factors that we have to look at, in looking at how, or what are the choices that we have to bring in the best-in-class solution. Invariably, I have touched on these different architectures. I've spoken about data warehouses, that when we started Blue Chip, all we were doing was to create data warehouses. At a point, we started creating data lake. Now, we don't just want to create data lake houses on different platforms. We have garnered over 17 years of experience in creating data warehouses and data lake. We've seen all the trade-offs that are inherent in all these systems, and we believe that time is ripe for Blue Chip to engineer a platform, to own a platform, to create a platform that can bring all the trade-offs, that can optimize all the trade-offs that we have in all these systems, and then bring the best of all of them into one single repository. And that is why we are creating Blue Chip Data Platform. So what is BDP? BDP is a robust platform for modern ecosystems.
Introducing the Blue Chip Data Platform, the robust platform for modern data ecosystems. BDP is your all-in-one solution to simplify data management and supercharge insights. Manage your data infrastructure with ease and scale as your business grows. Seamlessly create, manage, and optimize your hosts and clusters. BDP puts you in control. It is built to handle the most demanding environments. Our Zero Trust architecture ensures your data is protected at every level. BDP is a high-performance and secure data platform built on the Apache Hadoop ecosystem, seamlessly integrating with Apache Spark and Apache Kafka. This is the future of data management. Book a demo to experience this firsthand.
So what are the key features of Blue Chip Data Platform? One thing we've done while working over the last 2 years to creating this platform was that at the heart of it is simplicity. We must ensure that this platform is so simple that drag and drop, you can create your pipelines. Drag and drop, you can orchestrate new nodes in the cluster. Drag and drop, you can define new security landscapes. That is what is so important. It's our number one criterion for setting up this environment. Because we've been working with a lot of environments and we see, the rigors, the training requirements that are needed to optimally, perform as a good engineer on these platforms. Now, we've got a unified data ingestion and management. The system is able to, carry out real-time and batch ingestion or batch processing. What we've done, as you will see later on, is that we have used Apache Iceberg as our data lakehouse technology. And if you are aware of what is happening in the industry, you've got three foremost open table formats that are being used for data lakehouses. You must have come across Delta Lake, UDI, and then Apache Iceberg, with different trade-offs, pros and cons on each of these platforms. So what we've done is to look at some cons, more or less, of Apache Iceberg, and then engineer a solution that would make it that some of these cons are eliminated. We've got what is called managed ingestion. All right? We're not just creating a platform that can ingest and manage and process large data sets at high performance. We're also looking at advanced data governance. All right? We've got components in the ecosystem that would help us to govern our data, ensuring that truth is before meaning. Data security, we've got data, streamlined data orchestration, and then we've got support for hybrid and multi-cloud. We can't do all of these things by, writing scripts, by, doing those, writing those Unix scripts or Ansible scripts. What we've got is a blue chip data platform manager. That's the interface to this system. It will allow you to, is a web interface, and from there you can control everything in the system. You can bring in new nodes, you can take down old nodes, all right? You can orchestrate new, security, parameters. You can do a lot of things, everything web enabled. You don't need to write a single line of code to orchestrate and, configure and tune the platform. We've got satellite cluster management. All right, you are able to get alerts. You're able to monitor the system. It's so enriched that you even get SMS alert if you configure it. We've got data pipeline orchestration and automation. I mentioned something around managed ingestion, and then security and governance controls. Very, very, very important, and we've given it the attention it actually deserved. Now, this is the overall architecture. It's an open architecture. We've tried to make everything open, since we're also using some open components in putting up this platform. You've got your different data stores. You can see all the different components that I've been talking about. You've seen data lakehouse, the data lakehouse technology that we are using, which is Iceberg, and we are still using Edgebase because of this random access that the capability that it gives us. Most of the APIs can be powered through that. Our graph database is Neo4j. For our managed ingestion, we've got fast ingestion processor, and we've also got FCP. That's the fast curator processor. These are high performance routines that we've created using Java and getting them embedded into the entire ecosystem, to speed up a lot of things. All right. Now we're still using Apache Knox. That's our API and application gateway for security purpose, most especially. We're still using the Apache Ranger for data level security, and then Atlas for the governance. Pretty much, this is the high-level architecture for data platform. It's readily available. You can book demo at our stand. You can see what is there. It's a unified platform for different types of workloads, whether it's AI workloads, whether it's data warehousing workloads, whether it's your BI workloads. This system is capable of giving you the joy that you deserve. Sorry. Now, it's a product, and it's a living product. We are not going to just rest on our hours and say, yes, we've launched. There has to be, an evolution. We have to, release other versions, all right, tackling different problems and solving some of the inherent problems that we are uncovering. And that's why we are so much interested in coming out with version 2 as soon as possible. One of the key highlights for version 2 will be the Minio object storage, because right now this solution is on private cloud, and we want to take it to the cloud. And building capabilities on Minio object storage is a leg into the cloud. we're going to be having AI-generated auto-tuning, okay, so that we can get, we don't need human beings to change, maybe you are running different workload types. You don't need someone to say, okay, let me go and change some certain parameters. The AI itself, the bots can make those adjustments autonomously. Now, I need to talk briefly about the BDP support. I know one of the problems that businesses would, always highlight when they are going for an open ecosystem like this is support. We have dedicated a large team and put up a good structure, very excellent structure to support our platform. It's not a child's play. A lot of things have gone into this, but we are highlighting support. Basically, you've got 3 levels of escalation. You've got help desk. We've got headed by service manager. Service manager, if they're not able to resolve the problem within a given time, you get to technical support. And if technical support are not able to resolve the problem, then we go to the development support team. Those are the guys that actually built all the layers we are talking about. And then there are different priorities: priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4. At the end of the day, this is the SLAs that we are committing to with our customers. That we are not just getting this platform without any, SLA agreement with us. And, people that have known us in the market, they know that our words are our bond. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here, to showcase this cutting-edge, world-class product. So we've got our stand. We've got a website. If you take a picture of this, all right, it will direct you to a URL, and then you can learn more about BDP. Thank you so much.
I'm sure we can do much better than that. Groundbreaking stuff. Thank you so much. Once again, the CEO, co-founder, Blue Chip Technologies, introducing the BDP. That's the Blue Chip Data Platform. Thanks a lot, Sir Kazim Tewagbade. All right, so we're moving on very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. We do have quite a number of things to touch on, all in the spirit of the theme for this year, which is empowering the digital era, data-driven and AI solutions for a future-ready Africa. Look to your right, to your left. In fact, look to your front and back. Why is it always left and right? Let's do front and back. Are you ready, Africa? Some people don't have fronts to look into. All right. So it's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. He is a phenomenal guy. He's a Gen Z that is millennial. It's confusing, but you understand why. He is the technical advisor on innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital to the Federal Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. He spent a good part of his time and his life in this particular sector and regard. And one of the things that I'm most proud of that he's championing is the implementation of the largest technical talent accelerator in the world, the 3 Million Technical Talent, 3MTT. How many of you have heard of that? If you have, raise up your hand. If you've heard of it, please raise up your hand. If you want to be part of it, raise up your hand. As soon as it gets on stage, if your hand is up, you're part of it. I didn't say that. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pride and pleasure, please do give a Blue Chip welcome on the stage, the one and only Francis Sani. I'm sure we can do much better than that. Come on, make some noise. Are we sleeping? Come on, louder. There we go. So even if you don't do it for me, do it for my brothers.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Nowadays, I start my speeches by asking people, how many of you know civil servants that have dreadlocks? Yeah, usually there's really no one. I think I'm one of the first. It's a pleasure to be here today. Shout out to Show and the entire Blue Chip team for this incredible event. This is probably the largest and the most packed event I've been to this year, so this is incredible. A round of applause for the Blue Chip team, please. My name is Francis Sani. I serve as a TA to Dr. Bosun Tijani on Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Capital. And I also have the privilege of leading an amazing team of more than 50 people across the country, implementing the largest technical talent accelerator in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I see some of my people in town. The conversation today is AI and the future of work. My minister is very pro-AI. In fact, we have earned the moniker on Twitter for AI minister. How many people know the AI minister? Quite a number. And I think last year when the HM came into office and was very big on AI, there was a lot of pushback. But I've seen that as the year has gone by, the comments and the perception has changed as more people continue to see how much of an impact AI is making in our world. So today, I would like to talk about AI and the future of work and the opportunity that Nigeria has for it. Quick evolution of AI. I'm not a technical guy, but the technology itself, from an academic standpoint, started in the 1950s, and then over the last 70 years has grown significantly. I think that for the longest time, at least about 5 to 10 years ago, the biggest thing that used to make the news when it came to AI was this IBM Watson thing, beating all of these guys in chess. They would always say, oh, this thing has beat the grand, master or something in chess, right? And then just 2 years ago, ChatGPT launched, and I think that was like the moment where everything changed. Does anyone feel like it feels longer than 2 years? Like with how, embedded ChatGPT and all of these AI tools are in our lives today, it doesn't feel like it was just 2 years ago that it happened and it came out, right? The same way, Show mentioned, payments and how, before 2016, you could hardly get a payment infrastructure that was working. And it just clocked that all of this has happened in 8 years, right? And I think that sometimes we underestimate the potential that can happen within a short period of time. What does AI in the workplace today look like? In many instances, AI and its use, at least for the larger population, is primarily around using it in the form of ChatGPT. You want to write an email better, you use ChatGPT. You want to be able to create something, you use ChatGPT and similar tools. In enterprise, there are enterprise organizations who are using AI tools in customer support. They're using AI tools to enhance data analysis and improve decision making across different sectors like healthcare and fintech. You also have an application of AI, in different ways. Obviously, in different regions and in different countries, the application and the adoption of AI is different. You would find that primarily in our clients today, we primarily use AI from a standpoint of the retail basic application, which is good. But there's a lot more that can happen. I was going to say, I wanted to test something today. So when I was creating my presentation this morning, I said, I'm going to think about how long my presentation would usually take if I wasn't using AI. And my end-to-end presentation here was created in 90 minutes in collaboration with ChatGPT and Claude. But the more interesting thing is that this presentation that you see, the slides, was created in less than 5 minutes with Gamma, right? The productivity and the enhancements that AI enables us to do is incredible. And today, while the technology might still have some flaws, people use AI and talk about the fact that, oh, it's not, excellent yet, or it doesn't create the output yet. The reality is that it is evolving and growing at such a fast pace, right? And you have nothing to lose. The biggest challenge or the biggest worry today is that AI will take away jobs. But every single technological innovation has always been faced with fears and always been faced with people wondering about what would happen to the people who are engaged in certain jobs today, right? When the Industrial Revolution came, people were worried about manual labor and the effect it would have on manual labor, right? At the end of the 19th century, 97% of Americans were in agriculture. And at the end of the next century, less than 3% of them were involved in agriculture. Every single time we create new technologies, we always create new jobs. And it would not be different with AI, which is why we need to be able to go away from having conversations about what AI would do negatively to saying, what can we do positively with AI? Because the reality is that if we decide to stay on the side of fear, and we decide that what we'll do is we're going to cower and say, oh, we're not going to use this technology, other people would use it. And when other people use it, the gap, which is already quite wide today, is only going to get wider. What does a world where AI and the future of work collaborate together? AI minimum, based off of current scientific estimates, when you learn how to use AI and AI tools easily, it 10x's your productivity, right? The reality today is that you have someone somewhere. Let's say, if you think about Nigeria and how large Nigeria is, I run 3MTT, and something we see is we have training providers supporting our learners across every single state, right? So in Lagos, I have the very advanced organizations. But in Kebbi State, some of my trainers are, a cafe. They still run cyber cafes. When last did anybody here go to a cyber cafe? Anybody? But the reality is that the divide is still there, right? However, what happens if someone in Kebbi State today got access to a tool that allowed them to be able to increase their productivity significantly without having to go through so much stress, right? That is what AI would enable. AI is going to enable us to have greater productivity. It's going to create new jobs. We don't know what those jobs are today. The reality as well is that you are probably the one that will define what those new jobs is. But if you don't get involved with it, you're not going to be able to take part in that. I would say that we, instead of focusing on a negative, future of AI, we ask ourselves, what does a positive future of AI look like, right? Yes, and Mr. Abu made some excellent points about the fact that we don't have some foundational things in Nigeria. But I'll ask you, was electricity solved by the time Paystack built Paystack? Was electricity solved by the time Flutterwave built the unicorn? Was electricity solved before Moneypoint built a unicorn? We often think about technological progression in the sense of, we need to fix electricity first. We need to fix water first. And we need to fix XYZ first before we go here. But Nigeria and Nigerians have shown that we have the ability to be able to make the best of what we have today. So I think that we need to start changing the conversation from, these are the challenges that we have and we're not going to get these things done, to saying that with what we have today, what can we do? Because the reality is that with a computer and a phone today, which most of us have, you can do a lot, right? So instead of focusing on what we do not have, let us ask, what can we do with what we have? What are we doing at 3MTT to make this happen? Right now, 3MTT is the largest technical talent accelerator in the world. No country in the world has been as ambitious as the Nigerian government has been. When the president, a round of applause, thank you. In the president's manifesto, he mentioned that by the end of 2025, he was going to create 1 million digital jobs. And when the minister came in last year, within 2 weeks, we set up the 3MTT program. And we said that we're going to take that up a notch and we're going to train 3 million Nigerians in technical skills by 2027. I'll give you some statistics, just so that you can get a sense of why this is important. We have 100 million Nigerians under the age of 25 today. The median age of Nigerians is 18 years old. Even more interesting, the global outsourcing sector today is valued at over $550 billion. It's expected to grow to $770 billion by the end of 2028. Nigeria's share of that industry today is $1 billion. What was the size of our government's budget last year? Less than $20 billion. When we say that the biggest resource that Nigeria has is its human capital and it's its people, this is not just us saying it for the fluff of it. The reality of it is that today, if we equip the average Nigerian with a skill and we find a way to be able to export them with remote jobs or to create local jobs for them, we are not just helping that person. We are catalyzing our economy in a way that we have very few options of doing today. And that's what we're doing with 3MTT. And I'm very excited to announce that starting in January, the 3MTT curriculum is going to be an AI-first curriculum. If someone is learning to be a product manager in 3MTT, they're going to be learning to be an AI product manager. If they're learning to become a front-end engineer in 3MTT, they're going to be learning to be an AI front-end engineer, and so on and so forth. We're also thank you very much. We're also very excited to be collaborating with international companies and many local companies, and I'm on this stage today to say, let us work together. We're working with NVIDIA. Google 2 weeks ago announced a $2.8 billion fund and grant to Data Science Nigeria for us to be able to deepen the AI workforce in Nigeria. This workforce, that fund is going to go towards training 20,000 data scientists and AI and machine engineers. That fund is going to go towards equipping and introducing 25,000 teachers across the country and over 100,000 kids to experiencing AI for the first time. That fund is going to go towards upskilling 1,000 public sector leaders over the next couple of months, and also giving access to thousands of civil servants and public servants to start to interact with AI. We're not just doing this with Google, Microsoft, AWS, and all of the other guys. We're collaborating with them. And we want to also collaborate with local partners to be able to make this happen. It is possible to build the workforce of the future. And it is not just about us saying it in the terms of saying it from a platitude standpoint. The reality is that this technology for a lot of people is 2 years old. The industrial ecosystem, what's it called? When we talk about, what's it called? I lost my thought for a bit. The innovation that has happened, thank you very much. The innovation that has happened across multiple industrial revolutions are many, many, many decades old. This is less than 2 years old. The way you are learning to use AI today is the same way someone in Europe, someone in Asia, someone in America is learning to use AI today. We are all starting out. So the thing that we must do is take advantage of this very first time when we are getting access, ubiquitous access to these technologies at the same time that everybody else is getting access to it, right? There is nothing for us to lose. Absolutely nothing for us to lose. The only question is that, do we want to take advantage of it or not? And just to walk through this really quickly, the Honorable Minister sees the opportunity and is positioning Nigeria as a leader in AI. One of the things that we've done is improve the National Center for Artificial Intelligence, Robotics, and Fourth Industrial Revolution. And we want you to be able to collaborate with us much better. Last year, we did 2 grants. One to 45 researchers, startups, to be able to support them to create AI solutions to local problems. Earlier in the year, we selected 10 organizations to be able to do and apply Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies in agriculture. Earlier in the year, we brought over 100 AI researchers of Nigerian descent, the very best ones, the most published ones, to come into Nigeria and to collaborate with the local ecosystem to define our national AI strategy. How many people here have read our national AI strategy? I'm curious. It is live and it is public. And whenever we share something, we share it so you can engage with us. So please engage with it. The global, earlier in the year, in September, there was a global $100 million global fund that was set up for supporting the Global South. And Nigeria was one of the few countries that was selected for that fund. In addition to that, there's no global AI conversation that's happening today that Nigeria is not a part of. How can you engage? Just Google search 3MTT, and if you're looking to learn, we're going to give you a free scholarship, free of charge. The government is investing into the future of Nigerian youths and giving you access to be able to do that. Hire a 3MTT fellow. Connect with me, connect with Chisom afterwards, and let us collaborate together. Join the AI collective and engage. The future of Nigeria is in our hands. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Thank you very much.
Absolutely phenomenal. The future of Nigeria is in our hands. Use those hands and give Francis a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Very well done. I think, for Francis, he's a disruptor. He's not only disrupting the tech space, but even civil service space.
It's
He has
disrupting
come
them.
with his dreads and he has disrupted it to say that I'm going to be different right here. But thank you so much for your presentation. And I think it's really great to learn about what the federal government is doing in terms of AI, technology and empowering the tech space.
Mo, I want to disrupt the dance floor. In fact, that's what I'm going to do.
Oscar, stick to your calling.
No, I'm going to
Stick
do
your
it. No, not
calling,
me.
Oscar.
You guys don't want to see me
Don't
dance.
embarrass.
They don't want to see me dance. Do you guys want to see me dance? Nah, I don't think so.
People
Do you
are
want to
nice.
see me
You're not
dance?
good, nice.
Do you want to see me dance?
The yeses have it.
You don't like me. I need 4 people. 4. If you're very good at dancing. DJ, are you ready? We've got some things to give away. Let's shake things up a bit. If you know you're very good at dancing, very, very good. Just step up here very quickly. Very quickly, very quickly, very quickly.
There are prizes to be won. So if you...
There we go. You come. There we go.
Very audacious lady. Please come forward. Great. Come. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
There
We
are
have 1,
gifts
2.
to be won. We have prizes here. And you know that when we say we have something, it's definitely worth it.
Were you stretching your body or were you raising your hands, sister? All right, we need one. Anyone from
Just
the gallery?
Come forward, sir. Yes, you with the... Yes, come forward, sir.
Are you sure, sir? Very
Oscar,
sure.
Are you doubting his
Backflips are involved.
capabilities?
Please come. But I love the
come,
audacity.
take
This should be
center stage,
hilarious.
center.
1, 2, 3. We need one more. What year did you dance last, sir?
Oscar, we
10
listen, we
years.
don't judge. We listen, we don't judge. Please come forward.
One more. He danced 10 years ago last. Are you there, sir?
He's about to revive.
Please come over.
Oh, great. We have 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. Perfect.
The brief is very simple.
We'll let him get here before he changes his mind.
Yeah, that's true, sir.
Don't tell him yet.
I would change my mind as well if I heard what was happening. Come
Don't
on.
tell
come
him
on.
yet.
Please, a round of applause to all 4 of them.
Please give them a round of applause for being this bold. Don't worry, we got something for you.
All right, quickly, let's just get your names. What's your name?
Olusegun Mamshai. I run a real estate firm.
Your real estate, okay. What's your name?
James Dramby is my name.
Where are you from?
Adamawa State.
I love his diction. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? I scream. Why I scream?
It's the ladies that are screaming.
All
It's
right,
because
I
of
know.
his voice.
What about you, sir?
Surprise.
Surprise? No, what's your name?
Surprise is my name.
Oscar, are you surprised? You're
Very
not surprised.
surprised.
You are Oscar. He's
Very
surprised. Let's get
What do you
her
do?
name.
I'm a student.
That surprises people. All right, what's your name?
I'm Blessing Emmanuel. I'm a data analyst and also a student.
Data enthusiast and a student. And your name?
I am Ali Favor. I'm a student at Lagos State University.
Alplasu. Let's go. All right. So the brief is very simple. Since it's AI, we need you to dance like robots. You like it, Abby? It's
I
sweet.
told you why you shouldn't have told them before they came out because they'll just change their minds. Now let's have it.
Now,
DJ.
this song is the most.
Oscar, you're not part of the
Oh, sorry.
competition.
Forgot.
Oscar, you're a show off. You're just showing
This
off.
rock is not letting me shine. Come on, walk here. All right, are we ready? Let's go. Come on, clap. Come on, clap. Clap now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. AI Summit. Blue chip data. This is like winch dance. So it's like winch dance. All right. So I need you to clap if you love what you see. Are we ready?
You are our
Are we
panel
ready?
of judges.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Take a step back. 1. Are we ready? I'm very confused. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? All right. All 3 of you, please take your seats. Just take your seats. All 3 of you.
No, he was applauded.
No, you
don't
stay,
go,
you stay.
sir. Don't go.
Where you step forward. You come here. Just stay over there. So these 2, right? No.
No, he's
Where's-
part of it.
Yeah, he's the one.
The gentleman part of it. Okay.
So if I told you to step backwards, you step backwards. You were not there. So you step backwards. So it's just both of you. Yeah, step forward, sir. No, not you. You step forward, sir. No, you step forward. Yeah. come back. So just two of you. Are you ready? Yeah, the breakdowns. This is round 2. Are you ready? Wait, was he there? In fact, go back there. Go back there. Are we ready? DJ, give me another track. So we need to break dance like your life. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is AI. I need the robot thing. Yeah.
It's only a movie.
All right.
It's not funny.
Yeah, right, sir. You've not danced in 10 years. You're absolutely right. I believe you. Are we ready? One more song. Let's go. Give a round of applause if you like what you see. Do we have a winner? Let's just test again.
Now you are showing up, man.
He's somebody's father now. Clap for him. All right, thank you very much, DJ. Congratulations. What's your name?
Favor.
Congratulations to Favor. She's our official AI mascot dancer for Blue Chip this year. So here's what you're going to win. Can I have the hoodie, please? And Agbatelo is going to sign. Sorry, I'm used to Agbatelo now.
Oluwafemi.
Oluwafemi.
Oluwafemi Taylor.
So let's have the hoodie. And Agbatelo Oluwafemi is going to sign a personalized book. So congratulations to you. So this courtesy Blue Chip is a hoodie for you. What size are you? Medium. This is extra large. Enter it. And the book. Please, let's have the book. I'll give it to Agbatelo to sign.
It's a spacesuit. Spacesuit.
Spacesuit, are we? So we're going to get a book for you as well from Agbatelo. There we go. So you can sign. Are you there? All right. What name do you want? What name do you want on it?
James Drambi is my name.
James from Adawa. James Agba. Say, I'm just kidding. All right. So congratulations to you. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Then you guys step forward. Okay, let's have the other books. Mr. Taylor, we might need some extra books from you. So let's get the other books signed. Fantastic. So I think we're ready for the next item on the agenda. So she wants your book. There we go. Then we'll get your names as well. Which one of them deserves a hoodie? Who? All of them. Am I blue chip?
Surprise.
Olumide is giving me side eye. I only have like 4 hoodies. So. All right, where's the other hoodie? Where's the other hoodie? Very quickly. The second hoodie. Because I am biased and I have 2 daughters, I'm going to give it to her. It's the all moment. Yeah, you can do all. Are we good? So for the next one, we're giving away a brand new car. Who can dance? See them.
Even Scott. I told you this man is Nigerian at heart.
Go over there. So just go right over there. We'll get your book signed and over to you. Please, a round of applause. Have you signed your book? All right. The next item we're giving away is a brand new car. Isn't that right, Olumide? He coughed. All right, what do we have next, Mo?
We have a panel conversation, and it's also focused on the future of work, preparing the next generation for AI-driven careers. To moderate this panel, we have a distinguished gentleman who is the head data and insights and asset and resource management, that is ARM, at ARM Holdco. Please make welcome Ayodele Oluleye. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage for this conversation. He'll be upstage to receive the other eminent members of the conversation. We also have joining him as a distinguished speaker and panelist, the General Manager, Architecture and Engineering at MTN Nigeria. A round of applause for Bukola Ajayi as she makes her way to the stage. Thank you. We have the Digital and Innovation Lead at Nigeria LNG Limited, Mr. Oluwafemi Lawal. A round of applause for him as he joins them as well. We also have the Country Director, Oracle Nigeria, Mr. Shegun Ajayi. A round of applause for him. And lastly, and by no means the least, we have the Senior Banking Advisor, IT at Access Bank PLC, Mr. Richard Amafonye. A round of applause for Richard as he joins them on stage. We will, Oscar?
As we get ready for that, still ahead, we have the breakout sessions, which will happen. There's, of course, tea break. We also have the hackathon announcement. There was a competition that took place, and the winners will be unveiled today and rewarded. So looking forward to that. We have the breakout sessions, which has to do with building an AI-ready organization, culture and skills in Amber Room, leveraging predictive analytics for customer insight in Green Room, and of course, a panel session on cybersecurity and AI in the Purple Room. We'll give you more information about this, and a lot of other sessions are still going to happen today, and we'll be back here in the hall to round up as well.
Just a reminder about our hashtag. We are encouraging and imploring everyone to please post on social media, all your platforms. Use the hashtag Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 2024. Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 2024. And now we will hand over to our moderator to take the conversation from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Moji and Oscar. Can we put our hands together for them? All right, fantastic, fantastic. Can we also put our hands together for our panelists? All right, I'm very excited about this session. First, I'm excited about the topic. I'm also excited about the panelists. And you know, just to give us some context around the topic, our world is moving and changing at a very fast pace. Very, very fast. You know, technology has changed the way we interact, it's changed the way we do business. It's even also changed the way we live. Right, and if you look at one technology, which is artificial intelligence, we've seen significant advancement in that space in recent years, right? And since tools like ChatGPT and the likes went mainstream, we've seen significant adoption of AI technologies. If you're like me, you probably use tools like ChatGPT on a daily basis. In fact, let's do a scan. How many of you have used ChatGPT today? Can I see the hands? Over the last 1 week, let me see the hands, right? So we have a lot more people. And it just shows you how transformative that technology is, how revolutionary it is. You know, artificial intelligence is an enabler, right? And it's also a driver for growth. But one of the things we also have to consider is the fact that it can also be quite disruptive. And it was something Francis had mentioned. A lot of times people think about the risks, job displacement, job losses. However, one of the things I typically like to tell people is embrace the technology. If you follow revolutions, if you follow the industrial revolutions, you might have heard about the term Luddite. How many of us have heard about that term? Okay, just a few of us. So let me help you out. The Luddites were textile workers in Great Britain in the 19th century. And they were people who resisted change. They didn't want automation. They didn't want the machines. But eventually, because they did embrace change, they were replaced, right? And one of the key things we're going to be doing, you know, during this session is helping you, just in case you're a Luddite, is helping you transition from being a Luddite, you know, to actually embracing this technology. Because artificial intelligence is here to stay. And when it comes to the future of work, we're living in an AI-driven world, and it's important that we're embracing this technology. And so just going right into the questions, I'm going to ask a general question that I'll just throw open to any of the panelists. And it's the fact that a lot of people say we live in an AI-driven world. Some others will say an AI-driven economy. What are some of the critical skills required to stay relevant in this new world we're in? Anyone can take the question. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Looking at the AI-driven economy, we are going to be looking at the skills that is required, both technical skill and soft skills. AI is a software that learns. I should just put that on the table. It's not a myth, it's not something strange, and it's going to be an enabler that's going to change, or is already changing the way we work. So if you look at the skills that is required for AI, we look at technical skills around AI itself. People that understand that software language, people that can code in different languages, Python, R, and other stuff. So you need data analysts that understand your data. That's one skill. You also need data scientists that can also garner insight from those data. You need data engineers that work through your data pipeline to be sure that they are all AI ready. And like somebody said, you cannot be an AI company without being a data company. That means your data engineering has to be very, very strong before you can be a successful AI partner. The second thing is around soft skills. So we have a lot of things around collaboration, critical thinking. AI will bring a lot of human and machine interaction. So while we are developing skills around data engineering, data scientists, we must also focus on all the soft skills, on how to survive around collaboration, communications, human and AI interaction. We are going to talk about prompt engineering. So a whole lot of skills that are coming in that will shape the way we work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So just to summarize what Bukola has said, there are technical skills, the data side, the AI side, but there are also the soft skills like critical thinking. Critical thinking is going to be very, very important, right, in the world which we live in. Now, going to the second question, again, I'm just going to throw it open. During Kazim's session, there was something he mentioned. He talked about AI agents, right? And so we're living in a world where you would have AI agents that can do several tasks for you. ChatGPT is really just the beginning, right? You can have AI agents that can make calls, right, at the customer center. You can have AI agents that can do several other things, right? And so what that means is that, the traditional careers we know today would be impacted, truly. However, there are also likely to be several other opportunities. Again, if you look at all the industrial revolutions, yes, certain jobs are impacted, just like Francis had said, but there are also several opportunities that start to come up. And so I'm just going to throw this open again. What are some of the emerging opportunities which we're likely to see, right, in this AI-driven world?
Okay, I think I can take that. I think the fair everybody is already in the AI world. Either we're starting small, we're just growing into it, but we're already in the mode of AI. So it's not something that is big that we just say, we're going to go into AI in the next 6 months or so. We're already set into that motion where we're already using our computers to do certain things around data and etc. However, there are new things new job opportunities that will come up. AI has come to take away our jobs. It has come to enhance the job. And what we see today is that we see new jobs being created around cloud computing. We see new AI engineers come up. We've seen people in several key areas of AI emanating, and we can see new people trying to say, I want to become a data analyst, and so on and so forth. So for me, I see a lot of opportunities in this space if we can just leverage on it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we'll run into the industry-specific questions. And Bukola, I'll start with you, really. You have extensive experience working in the telecoms industry, right? It would be interesting to know how, telco companies, just like MTN, are leveraging AI to enhance operational efficiency while they're preparing their workforce for future challenges.
Thank you very much. One of the key things we do in the service industry is customer experience. And one of the things that gladdens the customer is if you notice a problem and you alert the customer or you fix it before it became a problem. AI will be very, very useful in predictive maintenance. Before problems occur, you pick it. Proactively, you resolve it. I give a very good example where somebody said he was flying with a particular airline, and because the airline, they were into a whole lot of AI, when he gets to his first stop, they said, somebody have just pop it to say, you are in Amsterdam. They check again, you are flying to the next stop. Before he got to his destination, they drop a gift for him. And the guy says, this is a company that knows me. How did they know him? It's not a monitoring spirit, it's AI. They knew his schedule, they knew his routine, and they use AI, to at every stop to say, we are rooting for you, we know you, you are our customer. So in telco, AI will be very, very useful for predictive maintenance. Also, because of the network capacity and everything we have, network optimizations also come in at towers, you know, the satellite, everything you use, the BTS, the MSCs, how you use AI on those layers also is going to help telecoms a whole lot of them. The other area is customer service. 70 million for MTN. A lot of people now want to call the call center. By the time we release, which MTN is already doing, we have our Ziggy. So we have this digital assistants that, okay, there are so many top call reasons. I can't call, I can't browse, my data is depleting, why is MTN taking my money? All those things, you have a bot that knows that, okay, fine, if you cannot call, check this, power down, do this. So all those repetitive, you know, continuous, monotonous thing, AI will be able to do it to improve what we do. And the last one is fraud detection. As we go into the cybersecurity, a whole lot of exposure. AI will also help us to check patterns, to check trends, and be able to predictively say, this is a fraud, and we have to nip it in the bud. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. Amazing. So predictive technology, basically, just being able to predict, you know, when something is going to be down. So predictive maintenance, just like she has said. So imagine before the network goes down, you're actually able to predict it, right? You have better uptime. I think customer service is also a very powerful one, which you've mentioned, right? And then fraud. Fraud too is also a very big one. Fraud is a big problem in several industries. All right, so I'll be moving to Olufemi. And, you know, the questions will be, you know, centered around the energy sector. But, you know, I'd just like to give some context. I remember I was doing some research around, you know, top organizations with the largest market cap in the world. And I noticed a lot of them were big tech companies. And then I stumbled on Saudi Aramco, you know, and it was at that point I felt this was an outlier until I checked their page and I saw that they had been doing so many things in AI. In fact, they had a web page dedicated to that. So it would be interesting to know, you know, what are some of the energy companies currently doing, you know, in the AI space to drive growth and to drive efficiency?
Okay, thanks. I think for me, maybe just to respond to some of the questions that you'd asked before. So I was in a conference last month, the AI Summit, and there's a caption that caught my attention. It says, AI is everybody's business. And so why is that relevant? That's relevant because we talk a lot around the people who will do the tech part of AI. But, you know, people ask me and say, will AI take my job? Probably some jobs, yeah? So I'm not one of the people who says it won't, it may. But I think the majority of the impact of AI is going to be on how it enhances people's jobs. And then, of course, you know, we've spoken about the new jobs. Why is that important? Why that's important is because everybody needs to pay attention to AI. I've been doing a lot of work recently around strategy. We're going through a transformation. And there's this concept of what we call a gray rhino, right? A gray rhino is this thing that you see, potentially dangerous, but you don't pay enough attention to it until it comes to impact you. I think AI is that for the world, right? And so in that regard, if you look at a lot of the energy companies, I talk about my company as well, we have a digital transformation program that has been on for a while. And one of the pillars of that program for us is what we call the power of all. The power of all is that everybody in the organization, we want to take along on the technology journey. One of the pillars of our technology strategy is AI, because I believe, and that's part of our strategy, that AI is that one technology that will be a differentiator. So whereas we try to keep track and keep abreast with what everyone is doing in the other areas of technology, but in AI, we want to lead, and we want to win on AI. And so we build capacity. We have a strategy for our capability building, which we call build, borrow, buy, which, first of all, we try to build our own capacity, and then we borrow skills in, and then we buy when we need to, as a last resort. But what it means is you have to give access to people to use technology. So you have to make AI technology available. We were on the early access co-pilot program with Microsoft last year. And one of the things that marvels me around the outcome on that program is the things people could do once we gave them the tools. Some of the things people were able to do was, out of my wildest dreams and imaginations, right? So people use Copilot, people like me, it's for meetings, maybe emails. But some of the younger people were doing extraordinary things with, Excel and all of that, when we had sessions, it was a wow. I think Nigeria has so much talent that all we need to do is give people access to tools, and, you will be amazed at the outcomes. So creating the access of those tools for people, giving people that education. I've also found something that's very effective in that when you enable peer education, so rather than, detect people teaching people what to do, there's great power in, your people like you showing other people so that your laggards in your change management strategy can get onboarded. And that's part of the strategy we have around the Power of All.
All right, fantastic. Let's put our hands together for him. I like the balance you actually brought, to the conversation. As much as people are talking about how AI is going to replace this, replace that, you said it's actually going to enhance, productivity, and that's something we're all seeing, right, in the world we live in today. All right, so we've heard from the telco expert, we've heard from the energy expert. It would be nice to hear from the banking expert, right? And so would like to hear from Richard. And so the question is, what initiatives has Access Holdings PLC implemented to prepare the workforce for AI-driven careers, and what best practices can be shared?
All right, thank you. Before I answer your question specifically, I want to take a step back. And I will want to start with an inconvenient truth. There is so much hype around AI. But I believe that AI, just like every other general purpose technology that has come before it, serves as a tool to augment human creativity rather than replace it. That's a basic fact. Quite a number of speakers have drawn a parallel between AI and electricity. So AI could be likened, or AI is to the 21st century what electricity was to the 19th century. And the same way that 19th century entrepreneurs started leveraging the discovery of electricity to power houses, to run factories, and to power all sorts of machinery. That's exactly the same impact that we're seeing today with AI. So if AI is the electricity of the 21st century, data is the oil that powers the generators. So from where we stand, we see a lot of convergence between AI and leadership. I'll start from that standpoint because everything rises and falls on leadership. Gone are the days when organizations need or rely solely on human intellect and experience to steer the ship of an institution. So what AI is bringing to the fore is the need to base decisions on data and insights rather than on hunch or personal preferences. And what that brings to the table is transparency, accountability, and the focus on outcomes rather than personal preferences. So in terms of the sort of skills that are required to support the 21st century enterprise like a financial institution. Today, our products and services have become more digital, and our distribution channels have become electronic. So the experience that you get from us, or when you encounter us, now becomes our products and services, and not all of those things that we build behind the scenes. So what you require, today to be able to make a huge success of this, there are 4 necessary elements that must be in place for AI to thrive. 1 is a narrow domain. 2 is massive amounts of relevant data about that domain. 3 is a very strong algorithm. And 4 is a concrete goal. So if you look at all of these things, domain, you need domain expertise, you need domain knowledge. So if you're talking about credit, if you're talking about customer service, you're talking about upsell, cross-sell, you need relevant data, you need people who understand the domain, and you need people who can build the algorithms. That's where the technical skills come to play. So for us, in the financial services industry, AI is fueling 2 shifts. One is a shift from discovery to implementation, and it's implementation that makes technological advances meaningful. So you see all of the upgrades happening in the ecosystem today. We've seen a couple of banks that have done upgrade because they needed to shore up the foundational layers of their service delivery platforms. And the second is a shift from expertise, from the age of expertise to the age of data. With AI and the incredible power of pattern recognition, AI is able to correlate data from multiple sources and make great insights out of them. Insights that are not practical within the confines of the human capacity. So we're leveraging technology for product development and for the distribution of our products and our services.
All right, thank you very, very much. I like the analogy around AI being like electricity. Very, very, very powerful one. All right, so we'll go to Segun, and just to hear from a technology expert with several years of experience in that space. It would be good to know how Oracle Nigeria is contributing to skills development in AI among the next generation of workers.
Okay, thank you. I think in Africa generally we are just we are catching up with the rest of the world. So I won't say we are deficient. So we are catching up, and one of the things that we are looking at from Oracle's side is around the education itself per se, and we have looked at it from every angle. For example, in Oracle today we have, I'll categorize it into 2 sections. Section around certifications and section around giving back into the society to give education to people. We're also looking at area of collaborating with other people in our sector. I don't want to mention names now, but some of our competitors will come together to collaborate and give back to the society. So we've looked at where we are deficient and try to fix it. For example, we have the Oracle University, which is basically centered around training and certifications, and I know some of our customers have benefited from this immensely. So they are producing a lot of knowledge because we have loaded experts in this space. So globally, we do this to all our customers. Sometimes we come with a charge, sometimes we come with free. Comes free. On the other side, we have what we call the Oracle Academy. And Oracle Academy, for example, what we've done in Oracle Academy is we've gone into different facets of the younger generation, into the universities, into secondary schools, to give basic education to them. Most times we bring them to our office. Sometimes we leverage on gathering like this to give free cloud training to them. And we also partnered with the likes of NIDA, partners with the likes of Ministry of Education and so on and so forth. Today we train about 5,000 teachers, secondary school teachers, who can give back to the society and teach these children from the cradle. So the education is not at only the customer level where we are providing services. We are now also looking at secondary school, and if need be, we might go a bit lower, all in the name of educating and providing the right set of skills that we're able to help them in the future, so that when they come out of secondary school, I like what the CEO of Sterling Bank mentioned the other time, he's looking already into going lower than the university to employ people into the sector. So for us, we've gone down that level. We have Oracle Academy, and if you need for us to reach out to us around how we can leverage on what Oracle Academy provides today, please reach out to us and we can provide you some guidance on how to leverage.
Thank you very much. It looks like Oracle is doing quite a lot. Let's put our hands together. All right, so because of time, we'll only be able to take one more question, and I'm just going to throw it open. And the question is, so all of you have mentioned how AI is enhancing creativity, enhancing productivity, and it looks like the future is a partnership between man and machine, right? So how would you say, workers or people should prepare for that future? That partnership between man and machine. By the way, ChatGPT is a machine. All right, anybody can take it.
If I may go, I think just like everybody has said, AI is an enabler. It will make our life easier. I can imagine how many of our, is it presentations, is it work that is done, that AI has made it very, very simple. So how do we need to collaborate with AI? It's for us to embrace it. It has come to help us. And when you look at it, it's artificial intelligence. That means there is an intelligence in it. And what he has done is he has put a whole lot of all our inputs, data, all over the world, punch into a machine. And because AI, like I said, is a software that learns, so it mimics the human brain. So when you tell a child 1 + 1 is 2, and you tell that child 2 + 2 is 4, the child has the ability as it grows to say 3 + 3 will be 6. 4 + 4 will be 8. That is what AI does for you. It takes all your data, it punches it, and gives you intelligence. It keeps learning. So how do we as humans collaborate with AI is to embrace it. Like somebody said, there's some jobs that will eventually die. All the automation work, routine work that AI can learn. You don't need to go and read things that you know that in the next 5 years will not be a future for those jobs. So don't go into that. But there's still some creativity that is only humans that have it. And that's why we also need to, because with AI, you have to train the models. Like in MTN, we have our biometric models. When NCC came to say, we don't want people to come and show me frequently called numbers or whatever. We want you to take a picture of what you have in front of you, match it with what we have on the NIMSI database, and tell us this is Bukola in front of you. It took us time to train that model. It's people that will train it, and people that understand the models that will train it. So we also need to partner with AI, because AI also needs us the way we need it. Somebody must keep training that AI, pass the data into it, check the accuracy, keep improving it. So all of us are, so it's like an ecosystem of human and AI that we are going into. And we also need to collaborate with it, because if you don't give AI data, it's going to die. So you need that data, and that data comes from human. So everybody has to come to the game. A lot of new jobs are coming in, AI integrators, prompt engineering, AI specialists, AI strategists, AI product managers. Let all of us get involved. We need AI, and AI needs us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shegun, I saw you wanted to say something just very quickly.
Just to add to what
just
I said, I think we've been ready by ourselves. We are available to learn, to change, to adapt. It's a new way. It's not going to go out. It's not going to go off. It's a new way. We must adapt to it and adopt it and run with it. That's the future, and we have to run with it.
All right, thank you very, very, very much. Let's put our hands together for our panelists who finally come to the end of the session. Thank you very much. All right, we're hosts.
We are right here. Very well done. Thank you so much. AI needs us. We need AI. So don't be afraid. AI is not going to render all of us jobless. We still have work. that, it is my pleasure to make welcome on stage from Data Science Nigeria, Anu Oyenirom. A round of applause for Anu, and Tejumola Asonloko. Sorry if I murdered that, but Tejumola A, I would get her to pronounce the surname properly. But we have two persons who will speak to the journey of the hackathon.
And after Anu, there's also Soyinka Sodunke, the CIO MTN, who would also speak as well on this.
Asonloko. All right, Tejumola Asonloko. Both of them will take us through the journey of the hackathon before we make the announcement. Of course, we have Soyinka Sodunke, who would also come up stage alongside our co-founders. Over to both of you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. So my name is Anu Oyenirom, and I lead the business team for Data Science Nigeria. So it's glad to have to join this event, and special thanks to Blue Chip Technologies for the opportunity. So I have with me my colleague Tejumola Asonloko. So before we quickly go ahead, we've put together a little bit of direction just to help us. So at Data Science Nigeria, for people who are not really familiar about what we do, we are the foremost artificial intelligence and data science organization. I don't know if we have anyone here that is familiar with DSN. Can I just, okay, awesome. As I've seen quite a lot of people talk about how to go about navigating that pathway through AI, right? For us, I think we've mastered this process for the past 8 years. We understand that for you to learn, the best way to learn is through the communal learning. I mean, coming together, share what you've learned. And this we've done, I mean, back to back over the past 8 years, bringing together talent, raising talent. And what makes Data Science Nigeria different is just one thing. At the center of our work is talent. We intentionally make sure that, okay, we're not just preparing talents by running them through trainings, right? We make sure that there's an end goal, teach them, run them through assessment, through hackathons and the like that we want to talk about. Then at the end of it, we make sure that they are job ready. I mean, that's the essence of learning the skills. How do you get to practicalize the skills? And through that, we've done that over the past 8 years. We've trained over 900,000 persons within the period of that. I don't know if we want to celebrate DSN for that. Thank you very much. So because of our time, before I take my colleagues, I want us to celebrate the process of getting our winners up. So we had over 12,000 submissions. Can we celebrate that commitment to Nigerians wanting to learn? And secondly, we have over 447 entrants. We had 30 days, a month of people getting to lay their hands on critical issues to solve. And on the last part, we had 237 teams. Can we celebrate them? So I'll just call my colleague to quickly run us through the process. Then we're now going to bringing in her co-founders as special guests, and we'll make an announcement for the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anu. Okay. So the challenge was to develop a predictive model that predicts approval of loans. And we hosted the hackathon on Kaggle. It lasted for 30 days. So we had a lot of the competitive data science community who worked on it. And then we used the accuracy score as the evaluation metrics. We know how Kaggle works, right? 70% was used to evaluate the public leaderboard, and then the private leaderboard was 30%, making 100%. And then we used the private leaderboard as the final leaderboard to select our winners. I think it's time to...
Okay, thank you very much. Because of our time, I don't know if there's anything like drum rolls. So we'd like to unveil that. To unveil that, I'll seek the indulgence of our co-founders to also help come up stage so that we can celebrate the winners. So please, can we have the winners put up? Okay. Yes.
I think before we have the winners come up, we have the CIO of MTN Nigeria, Mr. Soyinka Sodunke, to speak on the real life use case of some of these things that were built. Mr. Shodunke, please. And how is being used in MTN?
Thank you, Mr. Shodunke, for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Quite intimidating to see the crowd here today. And a big round of applause to Kazim and Olumide and the partners that have helped in putting this together. But this is really awesome and really good to see this happening. Look, I really did enjoy the session and the speakers that we had here. And I think a number of things have been said here. But very notably, my colleague, Bukola, did say something which I would really like to emphasize on as well. And then I'll speak to the process in which was displayed here. She said something about AI being an enabler. And it is important to actually understand that AI, it's a word that we've heard. You know, I'm sure during the course of this year, you must have heard it every day. And to every conference that you go, you hear about AI. But the truth and the reality about AI, it's an enabler. And the particular use cases that you sum up to is what is going to differentiate your organization or you in terms of what you're employing it to do. You're only going to be using AI to enable your particular use case. So the process in getting to the specific use cases that will differentiate you and what you will use AI to enable, I think those are the most critical things. And I very much like the process in which has been employed here, where a number of samples have been submitted, and it's gotten to a point where a selection has been made on the particular winners of this. So a fantastic round of applause to the process that is employed in here. And something that we are doing in here, like Bukola attributed as well, is you cannot be a successful AI organization or somebody that employs AI without being a data company. And together with Blue Chip, which is one of our partners that we're using to actually curate our entire data, that is the process we're going through right now, where we're going through that process of curation and ensuring that we have the data that is specific enough or that is useful enough to be able to generate our AI. So thank you very much for being on that journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soyinka Shodunke, for being on this journey with us.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. So can we have the second runner-up? And the second runner-up for after the keenly contested hackathon is, yes, Seun-Ewa Opeyemi. Seun-Ewa Opeyemi.
Congratulations to Seun-Ewa Opeyemi. Where are you?
And the first runner-up, while we wait for her, okay, is Aton Sheye Kolade. So can we bring him up? Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Congratulations
okay, so I think,
to our second runner-up and our first runner-up.
Yes, that's...
Is Seun-Ewa Opeyemi in the room or right here above?
So this is first runner-up. Yes, this is the first runner-up. So awesome.
So this is where we unveil how much. Congratulations, 1 million naira. Or is it dollars?
It's naira. Oscar,
okay,
naira.
just checking. Just checking. It could be dollars.
Okay, so and our winner, I mean, if I'm permitted, just to say a little thing about the winner, just to say to you, sirs, over the course of the year, this particular person has been consistent. One of the top 3 conferences in the country is come either first or second, and we're happy to see that he's also the winner for this hackathon. So, and his name, his name is Makinde Kayode. So he also won the best poster at DSN AI Bootcamp. The gentleman is coming up there. Let's celebrate him, please. It's
Congratulations, a man of many firsts.
DJ, give us music.
Congratulations, Makinde Kayode.
Number one and nothing less.
Congratulations, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the 2024 Hackathon, courtesy DSN, Makinde Kayode. Stand up
for the champion.
Data and AI Summit Hackathon winner goes home with 1.5 million naira. Congratulations, Makinde Kayode. Can we have our Kolade please join Kayode on stage? Let's take a picture.
Do we have any representative of Opeyemi Shawa? Okay, so.
It's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just
all right. So in as much as we acknowledge first to third, we also have fourth and sixth, and there will be fourth and fifth.
Yes, the top 10. So these are their names. If they are around, they can quickly just come up and
very quickly. Iremide Oloyede, Bamgbola Samuel Aduragbemi, Anoluwapo John Shodipo, Mohammed Balogun, Tenifayo Fagbemi, Shadrach Eneljo Okute, and Emmanuel Ebiendele.
Okay, I think they can come up.
Congratulations, very well done on your attempt.
We're going to need Agba Taylor again to sign. So fourth and fifth go away with the book and a hoodie. It's already signed, okay. And then 6th to 10 go away with the blue chip hoodie. So congratulations to them. This is in the order, so 4th, 5th, that's Iremide and Bamgbola are going away with a hoodie and the book. And from Anualuapo all the way to Emmanuel, they're going away with just the hoodie. But all in all, congratulations to all the winners.
Everyone gets a hoodie, Oscar. That is good news. Good news.
Okay, everyone gets a hoodie?
Yes,
fantastic.
Everyone gets a hoodie.
So where are they? Are they here? 4th position. Are they all here? Where are they? 4th to 10th, if you're here, let me know. Or if you have any of these names in your name, come up on stage. Anyone? We have money to give away. Anyone? All right. So congratulations to them once again. The books are here. All right. Agba. Washishe Nigeria. We must sign. All
right, thank you very much, Scott Taylor, for giving us copies of your book. And congratulations again to all of our winners, 10 of them, of course, to our number 1 winner, who is a renowned winner. I think he needs to tell us his secret, Shabot. We'll get it from him later. Now we'll go on tea break, but before we leave, we have some announcements for you, because we do have breakout sessions, and it's important to note that you have to be there early, because these speakers are world-renowned speakers, and we're excited to have them here. We want you to participate and be, a beneficiary of these sessions. We'll announce them very quickly. Oscar.
So first up, we have a very good friend, very good brother, YouTube sensation, Fisayo Fosuda, who will be the moderator on this main stage at a fireside chat on products of the future, Internet of Things, Big Data, and AI. After that, we're going to head into building an AI-ready organization, culture, skills, and talent in the Amber Room. And the Amber Room is Africa and Asia. The ushers will direct you to those quarters at the appropriate time. Also happening simultaneously will be leveraging predictive analytics for customer insight in the Green Room, which is Europe and America, not the countries, the names of the rooms here. So that will be happening as well. And of course, another panel session moderated by Cedric SIGA is on cybersecurity and AI, protecting the digital future, happening in the Purple Room. That's Australia and Antarctica. And after that, we still have the afternoon theater breakout session happening in the Purple Room, Discovering the Power of AI, a business first approach by Jide from Oracle, optimizing data analytics for the real sector, FMCGs, in the Green Room. That will be by Ashok from Eat and Go, and AI-powered business analytics in the Amber Room, and that will be by John from AWS. On the main stage, we're having the lightning talk, leveraging AI for inclusive governance, the Nigerian perspective, by Falila Jimo, Head of Innovation and Digital Inclusion, Southwest NITDA. And that will be happening here on the main stage. The evening theater breakout session will kick off in the Green Room, Amber Room, and Purple Room simultaneously. And this will be generate your preparedness for generative AI, a low-cost, fast start to your AI implementation in the Green Room. And simultaneously, we'll have transforming enterprise data management and analytics with cloud in the Amber Room, and natural language processing in healthcare, AI-powered chatbots and patient data analysis in the Purple Room. After all of that, we'll be back here in the main hall as the founder, Big Tech this week, will be moderating the fireside chat on generative AI and its application in business, a Piggyverse case study. And after that, we have the closing remarks that will take place and networking till the day is over. So that is just an overview and a quick rundown. Please pay attention to the announcements so we can align on the time, and also pay attention to the ushers as they will be able to direct you to the appropriate quarters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
So what we want to do is, since we have a session that's meant to happen here, and he's also a very interesting gentleman to actually listen to. We've been following Fisayo's work. He's been traveling a lot lately. He's been meeting some phenomenal people, especially in the world of AI and technology, and we're excited to share with him his experience. Is Fisayo ready? Okay, so we're going to set the stage very quickly, but I think to each and every one of us, I think we need to give ourselves a round of applause, and of course every speaker, every panelist, every moderator that has stepped on this stage. Come on, let's clap like we've had lunch. Let's clap like we've had lunch. Don't clap like you want lunch. Clap like you've had it already. So I need a louder applause. Let's clap like we've eaten and we're good and we're well. Can I hear a louder applause? It's not working, Abby. Don't worry. Right after this, we're going to head out for the tea break, and lunch is being prepared. But you don't want to miss this session by Fisayo Fosudo. DJ, let's have some music. Thank you.
Look at me, and I want to look at you. We be tight in a wine. We be tight in a wine.
All right, the session with Fisayo Fosudo will happen now, and we'll have our guests come up shortly. So I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Right after this, we will proceed to tea break. I'm sure we're looking forward to that break so we can stretch our feet, make a few connections, network. But we'll have the session with Fisayo right now.
Holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made her bring helicopter. Oh, then na. Make it up like I did overdo. But we don't trouble their timeline. Keep them easy, go love. Trouble their mega butt. Make up fight, what you know. Trouble their timeline. Keep them easy, go love. Trouble their mega butt. Baby girl, you look at me, and I want to look at you. We be tight in a wine. We be tight in a wine. Baby girl, you look at me, and I want.
So, ladies and gentlemen, DJ.
We be tight in a wine.
DJ, 1 second, DJ. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to be clear and to reiterate, for those who want to stay back for Fisaya session, that is happening here. The other sessions that I mentioned, which is building an AI-ready organization in the Amber Room, leveraging predictive analytics for customer insight in the Green Room, and cybersecurity and AI protecting the digital future in the Purple Room. If you're interested in those sessions, the ushers will direct you to the appropriate quarters. So for now, if you're interested in Fisaya sessions, stay here. While we go on the tea break, we're going to set it up and then we'll kick off with that session. All the sessions will be happening simultaneously, which means at the same time. So just select the session you're interested in and head there. Once again, Fisaya session, which is the fireside chat, products of the future, Internet of Things, big data and AI, will be happening here. Happening simultaneously as well in the Amber Room, we'll be building an AI-ready organization, culture, skills, and talent. In the Green Room, leveraging predictive analytics for customer insight. And in the Purple Room, a cybersecurity and AI protecting the digital future panel session. Thank you. DJ?
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the tub. See many people.
Once again, please ensure you take with you your personal belongings. Your personal belongings, ensure you take them with you. Thank you.
So I chatty get even money. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want the happiness. If I broke now my business.
Please, we have a mobile phone. If you're looking for your mobile phone, please come to the stage. It's very important that you take along with you all your personal belongings. Please do not leave anything behind. Once again, if you're looking for your mobile phone, please come to the stage. We have a missing phone with us. Thank you.
I be done with somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming off the right wing, I got to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. You know, send me, I'm a slut. I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I'm a slut. I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful,
finesse. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go bright. All I care for the night. Finesse. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go bright. All I care for the night. Finesse. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go bright. All I care for the night. Finesse. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you go bright. All I care for the night.
This is another story, for my man. Make I tell you waiting happen for a bullet. Body's big party inside my bullet. I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just the one that say which can party, everything yagba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys then they like to throw away. Almost go be. We just having fun. We won't carry on. Crazy girls like make this stallion. But my girlfriend they turn me on. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, yeah. Hold on tight. Hold on, yeah.
I follow politician, you go hear am for paper. They go call am prostitution. Who no like enjoyment? If money dey for pocket, shebi na national budget. You, we go blow like trumpet. Koroba, 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 koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koroba, koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koroba, 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 koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koroba. Oh yeah, everybody carry ya something. He say, darling, I'm watching you. Small thing, you don't move. You come, they shout to me. The money you know work for. Back commando. You carry overload. Yawade, Ikoro. Show wale, go wale. Koroba, 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 koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koroba, koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koroba, 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 koro. Oh yeah, carry ya. Koro, koro, koroba, koroba, koroba. Oh yeah, everybody carry ya something. I don't mean to bother you at all. Monkey they walkie bamboo. Tell me till you say you be talk and do. Tell me what you fit do. I don't mean to bother you at all. Monkey they walkie bamboo. Tell me till you say you be talk and do. Tell me what you fit do. Baby, never cry.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in this hall, please move forward so we can fill up all the empty seats. Please, no empty chair in front of you. We appreciate if you can move forward so we can fill up all the front rows. Ushers, please, can you see to this? Thank you.
Oh, it's almost like we're sexing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, boo, I like it. No, I can't deny it. But I know you can tell I'm excited. Oh, girl. Step back, you're dancing kind of close. Feel a little boom coming through on you. Now, girl, I know you felt it. But, boo, you know I can't help it. You know what I wanna do. Baby, when we're crying. Oh, yeah. I get so excited. Feel so good. So real. But I can't find it. You. And it's for real. You know. You're making it hard for me. Baby, just dancing so close. Ain't a good idea. 'Cause I'm on you now and here. The way that you shake it on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please just fill up the seats. Reserved is for you. So just fill up all the chairs so we can have this session.
Feel a little boom coming through on you. Now, girl, I know you felt it. But, boo, you know I can't help it. You know what I wanna do. Oh, yes. I get so excited. I try, but I can't find it. Baby, it feels so right. Real, real. You know. You're making it hard for me. Baby, don't stop. I get so excited. You know I like it. I try, but I can't find it. No. And it's a real, yeah. You're making it hard for me. I love when you shake it like that. I see that you like it like that. I love when you shake it like that. I see that you like it like that. Well, baby, I like the way that you cry on me. Oh, yeah. I can't fight it. Real close. Oh, yeah. I like the way you move. I get so excited. You're making me want you. But I can't fight it. Oh, the way you move. I like those things you do. It's your little
run.
Up to something, don't be smarting. Check my melody, stop the darling. Talk to my baby, wait, I'm coming. Yeah, we up to something. Artist down, Baku, rich, naughty. Bigger than Maven, don't be funny. Them they feel me from Ogogo Michael down to Asia, Colombia calling. If not for money, get them plenty. Ask me for money whenever you see me. Another reason when they go they feel me and they go they quality when I shoot for TV. Where they make them say, who give them waiting they make them say.
You know we got the master plan to make the money pile up. Look what you made me do. You know they say we never die, we multiply. Look what you made me do. Up to something, no be small thing. The bank is calling, the money piling. It's not short thing, we are born. So exciting, one day you ever go.
Maven.
Some people just they make DJ cheap, but their money not on you. We know they see I'm at all. Hello. But we can't shine up.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please can we all move forward if you're here for this session? And we'd like to clear the stage, please. We'd like to clear the stage so we can kick off with this session. Thank you.
My bills, so when you're paying cash only. Out of the road, so we step in at the church. Everybody feeling good, giving glory to the Most High. The money long, so we burn till the sundown. A celebration, we dey pan it all night. Some people they just they hate them, won't turn up with lights. But you know for maybe no shaking.
Who do this thing where they make them say? Who give them waiting they make them say?
You know we got the master plan to make the money pile up. Look what you made me do. You know they say we never die, we multiply.
Tell me what you want. It's right here, I got what you need. Leo mama, kilo this to my baby. Say what? I want to, I want to have, I want to give them, they must to buy. I'm on the way, I'm not too far. All my sexy ladies won't go down. They get to one place, they want to knock. It's not the same way that they knock. Tell the DJ to run it back. There to carry problem, come on your back. Baby girl, tell me what you want. It's right here, I got what you need. Leo mama, kilo this to my baby.
Lights, please. Can we have lights? Please, can we have the lights, please? Thank you.
I'm the man of interest. Feel it. It's not the same way that they knock. Tell the DJ to run it back. There to carry problem, come on your back. Tell me what you want. It's right here, I got what you need.
All right. So I assume everyone in this hall is for the next fireside chat. Please, let's move forward. I appreciate if we can just do that, please. No empty chair in front of you. If there's an empty chair, please step forward. Please, let's move forward. Appreciate that. Ushers, please, can we ensure that all the front rows are filled up? Even if it's reserved, please sit on it. It's okay. It's just for this session. You have VVVVIP. VVVVV. VVVVVVVV.
future, Internet of Things, Big Data, and AI will start in a few minutes. If you are here in the room and you are interested in the conversation, please make your way forward. Let's fill up the front row seats as we have our speaker and the moderator here already. So we're asking you to please fill up the rows and we will get started very shortly. Products of the future, Internet of Things, Big Data, and AI. And we do have the big man.
It's Chris with the drum
Everybody run, run, run. Yeah, everybody scatter, scatter. Yeah, dance it down, catch it fire. Yeah, boys sit down, start to maya. Money la tojo du bega. Debu temeta. I want me kulu tempa. Kulu kulu tempa. Money la tojo du bega. Debu temeta. As you enter road, remember. Kulu kulu tempa.
I get the people for shita. I get the fine senorita. They call me Young Dangote. Na na na. Hello, hater, nice to meet ya. We know they wear the same nika. We know they run the same agenda. For all the people who been downgrade. Na na na. I became that nigga. Bangudu bang, bangudu bang, bangudu 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 bang, bangudu bang, bangudu bang, bangudu 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 bang.
Ninja Slave. Then.
I want to love you for my grace. I want grace. I want to love you for my grace. Oh yeah, we start to do the gaga shuffle. Start to do the gaga shuffle. Oh yeah, make you start to do the gaga shuffle. Start to do the gaga shuffle. I no go lie for you. I want to tell you true. Anyhow, anything they do, you make it not say they do. Many other people do. I never left today, and many people need psych doctor today. So make a fire, make a pull up, make a ready for the turn up. Everybody start to feel like rain. So baby, follow me go now. Follow me go, make we start to the run down. Anywhere we go, there's nothing like down down. Every sound, sound, start to feel me now.
Sorry to inconvenience everyone. Please, can we have everyone on this side come here? I'm so sorry. Please, let's have everyone come to this side. We want to have a nice crowd. So just fill up all the chairs, reserved or not reserved. Let's have everyone center. Thank you very much. Once again, don't forget your personal belongings. Make sure you have them on you at all times.
Make we start to bubble. As with the bubble, make we hustle. So when the money show, you go double. Make it smart, you know. Everybody know the truth, though. And everybody get plan, no. Tonight's the night, make we execute them, no. And as you get fire, light them in the sea, when they know, come they start to booga. No good thing come because the room was fire. Oh yeah, as I want grace, I want to bubble you. Shuffle. oh yeah. Make you start to do the grabber shuffle. Start to do the grabber shuffle. I want to carry you. I want to involve you. I want to follow you. I want to see you through. I want to carry you. I want to involve you. I want to follow you. I want to see you through.
Well, it's almost nightfall, and there's no forecast of rainfall. And I'm in the mood for a party, so I'ma go out to a club and give the dance floor body. So I jump in the car and I go to the venue.
Thank you very much, DJ.
Now I'm on the menu.
DJ Triple, is it Triple A? Shout it to Triple. It's Triple A, right? Big shout out to DJ Triple A. Much love, my brother. Moji Badi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to this session and we will kickstart right away. Our session is on products of the future, Internet of Things, big data, and AI. To moderate this session is another gentleman who basically needs no introduction. He's a creative visionary, a tech expert, and a leading voice in the African media and technology landscape. And let me just change it to the global technology landscape. Please make welcome the founder of Vocal Media, Fisayo Fosudu. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. His guest is the head of products for artificial intelligence and machine learning at Sabi. He's at the forefront of building AI-powered solutions that drive efficiency and innovation across various sectors. Please make welcome Olumide Okubadejo. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I will hand over the microphone, well, the stage, to our moderator, Fisayo Fosudu, who will steer the conversation from here. Over to you, Fisayo.
How's everyone doing today? How is everybody doing now? All right, it's good to be here. It's nice to see everyone. We're going to be talking about something very dear to me, which is technology. And it's something that I've always been passionate about since I was like 17. And we're going to be doing it with a very special person. So what we're talking about is the products of the future. We're highlighting Internet of Things, big data, and AI. And I have a special guest with me. He has a PhD in AI image processing, years of experience in Spotify, and is now the head of product at Sabi. So, thank you for joining us today, Olumide.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Before I begin, I would like you to tell us a bit about yourself and how you believe your work is impacting the world today.
Yeah, so I started out as a regular programmer. I started coding very early. I think it was around 2008 and 9, I started getting really tired of the way we code, and I was like, there has to be something more to this. So I started exploring, and I saw robotics, I saw AI. It wasn't really big at the time, but it was something I was like, this has to be the next phase. And then I started thinking about how I was going to do a master's degree in AI. I got into uni in the UK, AI at the time. It was hard to get in, but I did get in. And started studying towards it. Started with robotics at first. After a semester in robotics, I wanted to go into other things, computer vision. And so I did that. I graduated, one of the best students. I then knew I wanted to do a PhD, because the thing about AI at the time was you understand that a lot of things that you're learning are things that people are just creating. It was very researchy. So I said, yeah, I want to do a PhD. Came back to Nigeria, did some work, was also lecturing as well. Then I went back to France. The reason I went back to France was very interesting because I had 3 scholarships at the time. I picked France because I realized that Nigeria was in between French-speaking countries, and it was going to be a lot of value, not just to Nigeria, but to Africa, if I could do a PhD, not just in France, but learn the language as well. It was a double PhD, so that was a bit complex. But then I did that. After that, I started working with a startup in Paris. The startup got acquired by Sony. Bear in mind, my PhD had been in images. I had a segue into robotics, got into images. But my first job after PhD was sound.
Data management tools, and it can be structured, unstructured, or semi-structured. And this can include things like social media posts, this can include things like emails, databases, and what he's doing, or what he did rather, which is music for Spotify. I want to ask you this question around the real-world applications of these three things. What are you seeing, especially for Africa, now that you're here, and how does this tie into what you're doing?
I mean, one of the things I say about the advent of these technologies is that for the first time, we now have a level playing field, right? There's so much application, especially because like you and I had discussed, there's not problems, there's opportunities, right? There's so much opportunities in Africa. We have basically a lot of things to solve here. And when you think about IoT, you start to think about, let's take malaria, for example. First time I was out of Nigeria, I realized that malaria was only localized to the tropical region. You go to the UK and say, I have malaria, they're like, yeah, what's wrong with you? They sort of can't understand on that level. And think about maybe a malaria detection device, right, that is somehow connected to the internet for feedback purposes, or you have an AI on top of it to be able to make those detections in real time. There was this work that were done in collaboration with the NCC back in 2015, which was They wanted to use the smartphones, iPhones. Youth Corps members are able to go to rural areas, take a picture of your eyes, and the AI there would do an analysis and say, hey, this person has there's diabetic retinopathy, this is how far gone the person is, this person needs urgent medical care. Those kinds of things, you need three things. One, you need the software, right? To build the software, you need the data to build the software, and you need maybe a vehicle to carry that software, which might be the IoT device that is connected to the internet. But it all starts from what I call thinking about these localized problems that are, intrinsic to our communities, that are peculiar to us, and thinking about ways to solve them. And some of the problems that we face, and some of the biggest problems that AI can help us with, and IoT can help us with data science and all that, they are not problems that are general. We now have an opportunity here to maybe solve the traffic problem, for instance. I get really mad when I'm driving and then I just have to wait for 60 seconds and nobody's coming, but I need to wait, right? They might not be local problems, but you might say, hey, can we deploy something on that device that is connected, that can have a real world or real map of Lagos at this time, and say, hey, I need to move these guys, else there's going to be a traffic buildup somewhere else. And it comes back to being local about the problems. Yes, we have global solutions, but we need to start to think about how we adapt this to local problems through local data to solve and hence deploy the local solutions to the local problems. And that is exactly what I'm doing right now. You could stay in Europe and say I'm building a software, but you need to come back to understand the data variations, the data that I'm collecting before I even deploy a model that can try to understand, and I as a human need to have a basic understanding of how those things interact and say, okay, fine, then I build maybe an IoT device and put it on top of it. But it has to be local because the problems are local, the data is local, and we need to leverage those local data to build the solutions in the end.
I think that is very valid. Having sort of a solution that is tailored towards our own problems, because our problems are, in a way, they are sort of like these basic problems of, just like we're talking about education, health, poverty,
exactly.
and data, which is something that we need to champion as well.
I mean, take for example education, right? You could say we want to deploy learning systems, AI learning systems that we lift from maybe the UK or the Western world, but they don't work for us, right? Children have maybe been adapted to a way they learn from, when they're little, even before they get into school. How did they learn the language? It's not a general way, it's not a universal way, it's a localized way. We have a way of imparting knowledge and transferring knowledge. If we are not able to take that, capture it within the data, we'll be deploying these learning solutions, global learning solutions, and we'll say, hey, they don't work, but they're not adapted for us.
I totally agree. And to the next point, which is AI, there's AI everywhere. Everywhere we look now, we see AI here, AI there. But AI is not new. What is sort of new and now popularized is the generative AI, the ChatGPTs and the image generation software like Midjourney. And there's also cause for concern when AI is brought together with things like deepfakes. I have a personal challenge with that. Like, people have used my image. There was a video of someone that was saying, They took a video of me, changed what I said, and said, "Oh, invest in this thing, and you will make X amount of money." And they put a car that I reviewed there and said, "Oh, I invested in this thing, so I bought this car, so invest in it." It was a sponsored post, and I reported the post, and the platform said that it didn't violate their policy. And this is something that they've successfully scammed people out of some money with my image. And it's something that would possibly, it wasn't that good, but it's going to get better.
Of course.
But there's also the good side of it where I can replace myself. I can make videos by myself when I'm not there, when I can't shoot or something. So what are those opportunities you are seeing with AI, and also how can people sort of navigate the downsides of AI?
This is a very loaded question. I hope I don't back myself into a corner with this one. But basically, I would also give you an example. On the side, I teach in a university in Paris. I teach a master's class. And last year, I gave them the usual exam, right? And my exam is always an open exam. My exam is basically you do it at home and then you come back, you send it to me in an hour. You have an hour. And I realized that everybody used ChatGPT. So I said, okay, I don't want to stop them from learning with ChatGPT. What I want to stop them from doing is using ChatGPT as a replacement for exams. So I changed the way exams was done. In fact, at some point, exams could be, hey, you and I will have a 5-minute chat about the topic. If we're talking about maybe algorithms, let's have a conversation about algorithms. What do you know? So the way I see the future is our approach to doing certain things might change. That things that I see as non-critical in terms of, I wouldn't say non-critical in terms of security, but we can get away with it, right? How can we make students to learn with the tools and not use them for exams instead? And we need to carefully design society, design our laws, design ethics, design governance in that way to be able to do these kinds of things. There's a second one, which is, now, when you write an article with ChatGPT, I and a couple of friends had worked on a particular model that could do the detection whether you used a generative tool or you wrote it yourself. Some of those tools are very good, right? But it's a competing idea. You want generative algorithms to get better, which means that your tools to be able to detect that these are generative model articles, they're going to get less effective. But for now, they suffice, and they exist, right? And I think that these are being used all over the world now, and I think that they should even be popularized more to be able to detect that this was generated by a machine and not by a human. And we need to get super critical about that. But it also leverages on the first point. For instance, if I have changed the way examinations are being done, I do not need to worry about you using it in examinations. I just want to make sure you're using the tools in the right way and you're learning the right things. Where we are getting to is, in terms of governance and regulations, is every tool like that, it has to be mandatory that they have what we call a fingerprint. Now, when you're doing audio research, when you say audio fingerprinting, it's like putting a watermark in the audio that is not audible. Nobody can hear it, but it is there. So if I have to deconstruct the audio tomorrow, I know I can see that watermark. And we need to start to think about things like that for, our generative models. Every generative model should at some point have a fingerprint that can be deconstructed, that can be viewed. And that should now serve the basis of the governance. But it starts from actually thinking and saying, hey, we need to put the right things in place so as to safeguard ourselves. Now, when we safeguard ourselves, we then need to get to IoT. Of course, we need to get big on cybersecurity. A friend of mine used to say that kidnapping of the future is when your self-driving car goes to pick somebody up and somebody just hacks it and redirects the car back to his house. Now, it may not be happening now, but it's a very valid thing. We need to put high security in place. Government has always been behind innovation. It is time to close that gap, especially for critical things like this. How do we safeguard? How do we take cybersecurity to the point where you're able to safeguard from these hypothetical kidnappings of the future? Once we put all these safeguards in place, I believe the sky is our limit. Then we can now say, these tools that we have, how can we deploy them to foster innovation? How can we deploy them to save ourselves? How can we deploy them to foster learning? If you put the right structure in place, for instance, in school, in education, you are now sure that maybe people are not using it in the wrong way, they're using it in the right way, and people would actually learn. The way I use ChatGPT is I learn a lot from it, right? And maybe that's the best way to do it, but I think that first you need the laws, and then you need to deploy the tools to further innovation as we go.
Very, very, very valid as well. Before we go to the last question, I want to talk on big data. And I know that your work on Spotify bordered on machine learning, which is a key part in big data analytics. And you did stuff around music understanding, music generation, music matching.
Yeah.
What was that experience like? And maybe for people in the audience who are interested in entering the field of data analytics or like doing something like what you did with Spotify, what sort of maybe advice do you have for them? But what was the experience like, and what advice do you have?
The experience was, it was beautiful, to be honest. It was, and that's because I love challenging things. You know, the bigger the challenge, you know, the more of my attention that you have. First of all, I was part of a team where everyone had a PhD, right? But that was because of the problems that we wanted to solve. I think my team was sort of like, I don't know if you've heard of the Google X Labs, or you work on the next generation stuff. That's what we're doing. So we had our own internal model that could play the piano, could play the drums. You know, you could be doing something and it's generating the best piano for you. We've done a lot of things where we had something that could write a song for you. Like you write a song and then you say, hey, no, I think that this line would make sense if you do this. We had all those, you know, as much as 5 years ago. And so it was an interesting experience because it was research. At some point, I went beyond research and I went into engineering and product. I was still, you know, taking care of the research parts, but I love to put my eyes everywhere. So I also got into the engineering of deploying these things into production for people to be used by them. And that also came with its own different experiences. Now you're not just thinking about building a model, or you're not thinking about what is the best mathematical formula or what is the most interesting way to solve a problem. You now have to balance that with the practicality of solving that problem, right? And so I learned a lot. It was lovely because imagine you're solving a problem. I'll give a very interesting problem that we had to solve. Apple had bought Shazam. Yeah. And when Apple bought Shazam, they started to redirect everything. Like the first thing you see is Apple Music, right? Yeah. Spotify started to lose market share because of that. So it's like, we need to build our own, but now we need to build it without infringing on Apple's patent. Like that was one of the most challenging things I had to do, because you're not just thinking of how to solve a problem and all the research you need to solve that problem. You're thinking about how to do it in a way that nobody has done it before, so you don't get sued. And it was an interesting problem to solve. It took many months, but we did get there. We were able to solve it internally. So there was a lot of learnings. And the first thing that I'll tell to anyone who wants to get into this field is you need a certain kind of boldness, where challenges don't faze you. When you see a challenge, you're bold enough to say, okay, what are the steps by which I can break this down? You're not faced by failure, because we fail a lot. In fact, a lot of times as AI scientists, people only talk about the successes. But a couple of my friends were working in OpenAI, and there was ChatGPT 1, there was ChatGPT 2, there was ChatGPT 2.5. Nobody heard about it. In fact, I played around with GPT 2.5 at the time, but it wasn't as good enough as as it is now. So you need to have that tenacity to keep going at things. Of course, if you want to get into AI, IoT, and data, it depends on how you want it, whether you want to get in as a product person or you want to get in as a researcher and an engineer. From the research and engineering perspective, you need to love maths at some point. Maybe this is where I lose a couple of people, but you need to love maths. Not maths as it is, but the way you explain life in maths. I was telling somebody, I know we're probably far gone with time, I was telling somebody that differentiation is actually just computing what changed. So if you were 8 years old today, last year, and now you're 9, and you say, hey, what's the divide dx? It's actually 1. Like, that was the change. We went from 8 to 9. But understanding concepts like this, as simple as this, would help you say, okay, this is the right way to solve this problem. In the end, it's all about problem solving. But when you come back to the African setting, you need to be passionate about Africa, passionate about the problems, and then you need to go out there and acquire these tools, whether from an AI perspective, IoT perspective, that help you solve the problems that exist.
Thank you. So basically, boldness, tenacity, have no fear, and love mathematics, and be passionate about the problem they are solving.
Yeah.
What like, in terms of education, like in terms of things that maybe resources that people should look out for, where would you point people to?
So right now, I think that we're in a very interesting era. There's too much resources everywhere. There's resources everywhere. And so you have the paradox of choice, right? But one book that I love is, I think it's if you go to deeplearning.org, you see that book. I always say it's the simplest AI book ever. But that's if you want to get into the engineering and the research of it. If you want to get into product, I think there are many courses right now on, I think ProductCon or something, I can't remember, but AI product manager that actually helps you to say, how do you think about solving a problem through the lens of AI and these new technologies? But one thing I would say is, if you want to be a researcher, please download that book. I think it's the simplest AI book, although you might find it difficult, but if you do get to the end of the book, you're sold, right? But then there are also a lot of resources on YouTube, on Medium, on Coursera. There are courses by Andrew Ng as well.
Yeah, I love his courses.
Yeah, there are courses by Andrew Ng. He's a very good guy. He's able to break things down, so that might be an entry course for you. These are the resources that I would say use. And also go to conferences, talk to people, do deep dives on how people solve certain problems. You might not understand everything, but it helps you to get the gist of it.
Thank you so much. And I think if there's anything else that you would like to add to this conversation, is there anything that you, maybe just a takeaway for us?
Takeaway. I think that with the kind of opportunities that we have here, there is no greater time and no greater chance to get into the field and start thinking through the lens of AI and these new technologies. Why? Because you have a problem that needs a localized solution. Even though you take a global solution, you have to find a way to adapt it to the local problem. And this is the time by which, and if you're building a company, I was somewhere where investors are not even ready to look at you if you're not having some AI element, because they feel like AI and efficiency go hand in hand, that if you're putting some sort of AI, it means probably you'll still be around in the next 3 or 4 years. So if you're a business owner, you need to start thinking through the lens of AI. How do I build products in a more efficient way? How do I deploy better efficiency for my customers? If you are someone who is an enthusiast, who wants to be at that point where you're solving Africa's problems, you need to start thinking about the problems, but also start applying yourself to it, because you can't go and bring a US person to come and solve these problems if you don't have context of the problem. You have context of the problem, and that gives you the biggest advantage possible.
Thank you. I believe we have 3 minutes If anyone has a question, okay, from the front, okay.
Hi, Olumide. Isaiah, thank you so much for, I like the way you speak, so chilled, relaxed. Like, you know. So, but I think one of the things we're overlooking here is, how do I put this? Adaptation, right? I'm a virtual assistant in the technical space, but I find it hard. I was at an event yesterday, and I was trying to talk to someone about the services I do, and they were like, really? You know, we talk about AI, data, and all that, but we're not talking about the slow rate of adoption we have here in Nigeria. We're just about 1,000 people here. That's not even 15% of the people who are really aware of this thing. Like, if I call someone in maybe Edo State right now, or Benin City, and I try to explain this, it would be like I'm speaking in tongues or something, because the adoption rate is, I think, is something we need to look at. And the question I have is, what strategies are in place to make sure that this doesn't just stop in Nigeria, in Lagos rather, because I mean all those tech events, I've been to about 5, they are all in Lagos or Abuja, you know. But there are other states, you know, in Nigeria, Enugu, Abad, those people, like you said, localizing it, they could really use AI, they could really use this stuff we're talking about. So what are those plans in place to make sure that it gets to them, it's localized, even though it's, you know, a bit complex like you've put it? Thank you.
No offense to the people in Edo State or Benin. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah.
I wanted to say I've done some of this in Abuja, but you mentioned that Abuja was part of, you know. The way that I see it is a lot of people are trying to tackle the problem, also trying to, in the end, it's about efficiency. I know that my friend Francis Sani spoke earlier. I know he's doing something in that regard, and I call it the democratization of AI, such that everybody has the opportunity to understand, you know, what this can do for them and how, you know, it can actually help their business, their operations. I think you spoke to two things, which is the adoption, right? There's one around speaking to the people around the general adoption of AI and how can we reach them. There are a lot of things that are going on in this regard, and I can tell you more around that. I know that I was in Ibadan some weeks back. It was really around speaking to what AI can do for people and for businesses. There's something else you spoke to, which is being a virtual assistant and the adoption of it. Now that speaks to a business angle. The way I think about it is, and I told somebody this, when you're building with AI, you're not building for the present, you're building for the future, right? And a lot of times, you need to pair your business strategy with something that accounts for the present. So if I were building maybe a virtual assistant agency, I would also pair that with the ability to actually have physical assistants. Because I think about maybe my parents' generation, for instance, you know, going to tell them, hey, I'm going to give you some software, it's going to help you. So like, okay, how is it helping me? Or why should I pay for it if I can't see the person or something, right? So we understand that, but you need to pair both strategies, solve the current problems, but also put things in place that ensure that you're still around in the next 10 years and next 20 years and solve for the future. This is how I think about it.
Okay. Does that answer the question? Okay. Do we have any time for one more question?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can take one more question.
Yes, one more. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Fusayo and Mr. Olamide. I really enjoyed your talk. So I have one question about the downsides of AI, which Mr. Fusayo asked you one about deepfake. So you said you study a lot with AI as a researcher. I'm also a researcher, currently doing my PhD program. So like a few years back when I started making use of AI as my personal assistant, I would say I didn't really know how to ask the right question. I took a course on prompt engineering, which is helping me upskill in asking AI the right question. But still, I want to ask questions in the area of hallucination. Sometimes when you bombard AI with questions, maybe you are looking for a particular thing. It will give you output that you're like, no, this is not what I'm looking for. There's a course I took that was like one of the ways to navigate through that is, please take your time. Answer only if you know the right answer. So I'll be using that and it helps. So please, can you throw more light on AI hallucination? Thank you.
Okay. So there are two types of hallucinations that they have in AI. There is one that is, I call it static hallucination, which is basically you ask a question. I promise you I won't get too technical, so it's fine. Which is you ask a question and you expect an answer. And sometimes the answer to the question is just wrong. Sometimes it's probably because it's poorly defined, and sometimes it's also because, these models feel the need to answer every question. One of the human skills that we've not been able to transfer to machines is the power of I do not know. And so sometimes they just say, I'm going to give you something, right? Now that's one kind of hallucination. There's a second kind of hallucination, which sometimes we call catastrophic forgetting. If you are asking a lot of questions, let's say you're on ChatGPT, you can try it. On the same thread, keep asking. After a while, you realize that it has forgotten the things that it started with, the answers, the questions, the things you've put there. And that is because the questions have become so long, the context size has become so long, and now the AI is experiencing what we call catastrophic forgetting. There are two ways to deal with that. One, make your prompts very simple and direct, right? The way I'd ask it is this. For instance, I'm doing research around, let's say I'm doing research around GANs. It's a form of generative AI. I'm doing research around GANs. I'm going to be like, I have this problem. This is how I have structured the thoughts or answers to solving this problem or the solution to this problem. What do you think? What am I missing? What am I doing wrong? That way, it is constrained to your solution. It is looking at the holes in your solution. It's saying, hey, you may not be considering this, you may not be considering this, you may not be considering that. So I avoid asking questions where it becomes the source of truth. I give it my truth, and then I ask it, what can you say about my truth? Am I thinking correctly? Am I not thinking correctly? So it's really all around prompt engineering as well. And also different AIs are good at different things. ChatGPT is good with structure. Claude is good with programming, but not just programming. Claude is very good with CSS and designs. You have Grok is good with something else. Llama is good with business use cases. So they're all good for different things. And I think you need to study to know whether the AI that you're even using, the model you're using, is best for your use case. But if there's anything to take away, revise the way you structure your problems when you're giving to the model. Make the prompts as short as possible but self-contained. And to avoid catastrophic forgetting, just avoid thousands of pages of conversation with ChatGPT. Start something else. Get a conclusion. What I do is I get a conclusion from that interaction, and then I might just open another tab and then work off that conclusion. And basically, for me, the way I use it is basically interactions. I'm thinking this way. What do you think about my thoughts?
I think that makes sense.
All right, thank you. I think we'll take final one from a man because we've had two females. I'm big on gender balance, so we'll have one man.
the
want to
hostess.
ask a quick question.
Okay, sure.
All the the LLMs, these guys, do they all browse the internet now? I feel like maybe that's something that we can also, you can also try to check if they actually show relevant sources from the internet. Because I know ChatGPT 4.0 does that.
Yeah.
For every point, it gives you sources and links that you can check.
Yep.
So.
I think Gemini also does that. I'm not sure about Llama. I think it was designed to be small and self-contained. I don't think it does. I'm not sure Claude does either. But these particular models are good for accessing the internet. Claude is very good if you have contextual information that you want to work off, and it's also very good for programming as well.
So the last question. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much for this session. It's been amazing. I am Gabriel Paul. I'm a web application developer, and talking about the Internet of Things and how we can synchronize these things. And I want to also speak ask from the perspective of adoption. I understand that things like some of this technological space in light of web development, data sciences, machine learning, and even the Internet of Things requires a practical or physical demonstrations of some of this knowledge. And one of the drawbacks we're having here in Nigeria or Africa generally is that some of this knowledge or technologies are still very, very low. So people don't get to know them, people don't get to know the relevance and such. So I am trying to see how I'm going to bridge the gap, because if I must create an Internet of Things solution, it means that I need somebody's maybe problem or a device to integrate with, and of course meeting with such and their willingness, because the truth is that nobody is willing to allow you learn from maybe trying to solve their problem while you learn on it. So people really don't want to accept that. And the question basically is, how do we bridge such gap while you are trying to learn on maybe hands-on, while on other person's mistake with the problem of adoption? I don't know if you get it.
So if I can recap, you're asking what are the strategies that one should adopt such that one is able to continue to do one's day job, but also learn as you go about these tools and the usage of these tools and integrating into your workflow, right?
Yeah, basically, but note that in this part of the world we are, people don't really get to know these things. So you first of all try to explain to them often and often, more and more, on what this thing is before you first of all getting to know the problem and their willingness for you or for them to allow you learn on their particular problem or job.
So I think it's loaded, but I'll try to answer as much as I can. When I was much younger and I was learning programming, I love programming, so I learned it very early. One of the things that I would do is I'll take on free projects. Now, if I have a conversation with you and I tell you I'm going to solve a problem for you, and I tell you I'm going to do it for free, well, and I tell you it's going to take 2.5 months, at that point, I don't think that you have the right to come and tell me, hey, you must not use this, you must use that. But I'll do it for free, all right? So that was one of the ways that I did communities, solving problems. Sometimes it's really just saying something, a problem, that maybe there's no particular off-taker for that problem or the solution to that problem. I say, hey, I'm going to solve this, and I'm going to solve this using this method, and I'm just going to put it online. You can do it in your spare time, put it on GitHub, it doesn't matter. The second approach I was using at that time was, I'll get these projects, I'll have a conversation with them. A lot of times we think that the entry point is the technology. It's not. The entry point is the problem. So if I'm solving a problem for you, whether it's an engineering problem or most likely a business problem, and I tell you that this is the most efficient way to solve your problem, and you tell me that you're not interested in the most efficient way to solve your problem, then maybe you're not interested in solving that problem after all. But I always put that out, and I always make sure that I do learn in my own time by engaging in these side projects, maybe for free, maybe for a fee. there's something I did younger where I'll collect the money and spend it so that I can't go back to you and say, hey, I'm not doing it again, it's too hard. But these are strategies that you can use to incorporate the use of this technology into your current workflow and into your current work systems.
Does that help? Okay. Does that answer the question? I can't really see him. Okay, I think he waved his hand.
Okay, looks like you'll have a one-on-one session after, at this point.
All right. Olumide, how can we find you? Where can we follow your work? Or?
So I'm very big on, I like LinkedIn a lot, so you can find me on LinkedIn. You can also find me on Instagram, although you might just see all the memes that I post, but LinkedIn is the best place to find me, and then we can have a conversation there, and if maybe you need my number from there, something I'm happy to give as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Amazing. On LinkedIn, it's Olumide Okubadejo.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This was very insightful, and thank you guys for being a very engaging audience.
Thank you very much for having me.
Without further ado,
yes, we'll take a
guys in the
group
next
picture.
one.
I'll invite Mr. Olumide Soyombo to join them. This was very informative. Thank you very much. Give them another round of applause, please. Thank you. Our next speakers are here in the room. We will introduce them very shortly. Our moderator will moderate a session on the role of data and AI in Africa's startup evolution. So if you're interested in that, please stay in the room. We have other sessions that will happen concurrently. We have Discovering the Power of AI, a business-first approach, which will happen in the purple room. We have Optimizing Data Analytics for the Real Sector, FMCGs, that will happen in the green room. And then we have another one, the AI-powered business analytics, that will happen in the amber room. Thank you so much, Fisayo Fosudu, for being such a great moderator. And to our guests, thank you for sharing from your wealth of knowledge. A round of applause for them as they exit the stage. Thank you. All right, very quickly, I will introduce our moderator for this next session. Our moderator is an accomplished professional whose expertise spans digital strategy, innovation, and technology policy. She is known for her ability to guide powerful conversations that inspire change and action. She's a passionate advocate for digital transformation in Africa. Therefore, she's the perfect fit to lead this conversation on how startups can leverage data and AI to evolve and thrive. Please make welcome Adora Nwodo. A round of applause for her as she makes her way to the stage. Thank you. The applause was not loud enough, that's why she hasn't come up stage. Maybe if you do that, she'll come up stage. Thank you, you are absolutely fantastic. I told you, she's here now because the applause was better. Thank you, Adora, for being here. We're looking forward to a truly beautiful conversation. And now I will introduce her guest, who is a visionary entrepreneur and a thought leader in the AI and data analytics space. Dr. Dumebi has extensive experience in leveraging technologies to drive business success. Has a background in both academia and industry. He brings a unique perspective on how AI is transforming African startups. Please make welcome Dr. Dumebi Okwechime. A round of applause as we receive Dr. Dumebi Okwechime. Thank you very much. Looking forward to a truly beautiful conversation today. All right, over to you, Adora. Please steer the conversation from here.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Today we're going to be talking about the role of data and AI in African startup evolution. But before we start, I would like to invite other panelists. But before we start, I'd like to invite other panelists to come up to the stage. So, welcome, Dr. Dumebi.
Thank you.
Next, I will be inviting Yen Choi, the co-founder, Group Executive Vice President, and CTO of Netcom Africa. Please, a round of applause. And I would also be inviting Femi Aluko to the stage, the founder, CEO of Chowdeck. Please, a round of applause. Thanks, everyone. So I'm going to be chatting with Dr. Dumebi, Yen, and Femi, and we're going to be talking about the role of data and AI in Africa startup evolution. I'm going to first of all, I'm just going to talk about what we hope to achieve with this session, right? We want to talk about how data and AI are transforming the startup landscape in Africa by enabling innovation and driving growth, what's happening now, what we hope to happen in the future as well. And we'll leave some time at the end for questions. So if you have any questions, or if during the course of the session you think about any questions as well, please keep them, because there will be time for you to get to ask the panelists these questions. So I'm going to start with Femi, right? What do you think are the major significant challenges that African startups face when they implement data science and AI solutions, and how can they overcome these challenges?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I think multiple things, to be honest. I think the first is talent. Okay, I think the first is talent. Like at Chowdeck, the largest team in Chowdeck today is the data team. We have like a lot of people like just crunching numbers, working with numbers. But like I think when you join, the first thing you have to do is to like train you or groom you for like the first like 3 to 6 months to just be able to like work on our data and all of those things. And it's becoming increasingly difficult because we are also scaling very fast. It means that we also have to keep like training more people. Like at this point, like we are like a training school, to be honest. Like you come in from school, we train you for the first 3 to 6 months to just be able to like work on data and do all of those things. I think secondly is that like Nigeria is still evolving in terms of technology. We don't have a lot of like data like readily available for people to work on and crunch on. So most times we have to like run experiments ourselves and then now start like working back towards understanding what this data is saying. Simple data is like how many people are in the state, for example, how many people are in this community, how many people can actually afford to order food in certain areas. Like it's very difficult. It sounds simple, like you can easily Google or Wikipedia or check all of those things, but like most of those data are like well outdated, like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and it just means that like you have to like work back and understand what you're actually trying to achieve, run the experiments and do all of those things. So for me, I would say it's mostly like talent and just like availability of data. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Femi. So you said it's talent and availability of that data, right? Understanding the market. So I'm going to throw a question to you, Yen, if that's okay. And I'd like you to talk about how startups can leverage data analytics to identify new markets, opportunities, and drive innovation. And it's just like an extension of one of the answers that Femi gave, right? If we have issues with the data, then how is it possible that we're supposed to be able to do this part?
Good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I put this question into ChatGPT, and it gave me an answer, and I'll start reading it. I could talk about enhancing decision-making, personalized customer experiences, using AI for blah, 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 blah. But one clear fact is that data is a competitive advantage in business. And I want to start with giving a small example. In 1994, I built my first ISP and in Canada. And at the time when I was building it, if something went wrong, there was no answers. The internet didn't have those answers. I would have to trial and error for days and weeks, sleepless nights, go to the library, go to the bookstore. I didn't have money to buy the book, so I would just read and try to remember things. But then Google came about, and all of a sudden, I became smarter instantly. Like I can search for things really fast. And it was never an excuse not to know anything anymore. So fast forward last year with ChatGPT. It's so easy not just to search for information, but to actually ask questions, ask guidance. It's now I have a personal one-to-one expert on my shoulder that can do everything that I want to do. So I think that's the key area. And to really put this into a practical sense, all these technical things about Nigeria's own data, AI can't do this, AI can't do that. It's true. There's a lot of things that AI can't do. And if you put them on a list, it's quite a big list. But every day that list is getting smaller. Every single day. If you look at that list from the beginning of this year till now, it's probably shrunk in half. So we have to use it. So the first advice I give to anybody is use it. Use it to do your daily tasks. Just get used to it. Break away that bias. Break away the bias that you think what AI is and what it really can and cannot do. And dream. Dream about what it can do. Because it is going to happen. So that's kind of my advice I would like to give. And I wrote something here, which is, with AI and GPT, you don't just catch up. You actually leap forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's something you said there, which is, don't think about what AI can't do. Think about what it can do and dream. And that sort of would lead me to the next question that I have for Dr. Dumebi, which is, today, what do you say that AI is doing in the African, startup space? What's the integration of data analytics and AI doing in this space? How is it transforming this space? And what do you think the key benefits are right now?
Yeah, so I think it was mentioned earlier by Femi that Africa, not just Nigeria, is sort of very early in that data. Forget AI, even technology adoption is still fairly rudimentary in our market, but it will change, and there's definitely a future where things become a lot more easier to adopt. So you find at the moment where AI seems to be growing, at least in my view, is financial services, because you are more able to see the return on investments. So banks and fintechs, in my view, are using AI more. So one of the products that we build in my company is credit risk decisions. So anytime you're in a fintech app, you're applying for a loan or you're applying for insurance, there is a machine in the background collecting all of your data. You provide data collected from third parties, making a decision on how much you can afford and what payments you can make to be able to make that payment successfully. Very popular. Credit scoring has been around for a very long time. But where things are heading is profound. For instance, there's a product that we started experimenting with where AI is helping you sell. So what's unique about Nigeria and other parts of Africa is that we've sort of leapfrogged over apps and websites. People are still using them, right? But a lot of people are doing business on WhatsApp and Instagram, probably more than most other markets. And that's because it's much easier. You don't need to get an app developer, maintain an app, get a website, maintain a website. And we are seeing great interest in allowing a machine interact with customers on these channels, receive orders, collect payments, make booking and reservations. But that's not even where the power resides. The power is the data, because typically, and SMEs make this mistake where they think, oh, I looked at my revenue this month, we did okay. But they're not thinking about what more can they do to grow those numbers substantially. We're a massive market. How can I be more aggressive to grow? data is the answer. Data is the only answer. A good example would be with the service that I was referring to, this chatbot on WhatsApp or Instagram. Can I get feedback on their experience? Do they have a bad experience? Can I then provide some level of incentive to go over those issues? Those are the only way businesses can grow, by using data, by understanding customers in a unique level. And by doing that, the potential is unlimited because customers enjoy that personalization. Now, the only way that SMEs can get to that level of sophistication is with AI and data. So what we're seeing now, and it's happening and it's growing, is the willingness to take those solutions at hand. It's not easy. Many of you running traditional businesses are thinking, my customers will never agree to AI. But to the point made by Yen, you have to be courageous. It is coming. There's nothing that's going to stop it. So the earlier you're in there, the earlier you can benefit, the quicker you can grow over your competitors. So I really encourage that. So to answer the question and summarize, data and AI is benefiting our market because we're leapfrogging certain infrastructure requirements and we are using technology in practical ways that benefits us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dumebi. So my next question will be to Yen, right? Dr. Dumebi has talked about financial services as well as data-driven decision-making. But my question for you is, in your own experience at Netcom Africa, what role do you see data and AI playing in the transformation of African startups, and what are some of the success stories so far?
Yeah, I think we have to start with infrastructure first. So, I've been in Nigeria 21 years. When I came, internet was not so available everywhere, and it really hampered how businesses could communicate, sending emails, making bank transfers, getting information. But now, I think the infrastructure part has been sorted out. Anybody who wants internet, you can get it from anywhere, any part of the country. That's available. The second part is digitization of business. How do you move from a business which you keep records on paper to maybe Excel? That's the first step. How do you move from there to an accounting software? How do you move from an accounting software to an ERP system which does your accounting, your HR, your supply chain, your manufacturing, your costing, all those aspects? And it's an evolution that every company has to take. And with each step, there's benefits, and the costs are justified in doing that. So once companies are fully digitized and can make their data online or within their platform, then the next part comes is, how do you make better decisions from that data? How do you make better decisions to make more money? How do you make better decisions to be more efficient? How do you make better decisions to be more productive? And there's a lot of solutions out there. And I think the next step after that is, how do we leverage AI to make even better decisions? We're at a point in humanity's history where humans have created something far more intelligent, or have the potential to be intelligent than humans themselves. Everyone uses ChatGPT in some way or another, or is looking to do it, but to put it simply, it's complex. Nobody really knows how the human brain operates. Nobody really knows how GPT comes up with its answers. They know how to train it. And when we understand that learning ability is unlimited, it's only our imagination that says, hey, if I had an ultra smart expert on my shoulder, what would that expert want to do? What would that expert that has the entire knowledge of the publicly available information say at this point? And I think that is the key. In terms of success stories, A lot of startups are using AI-based chatbots, AI-based decision-making, risk profiling in financial institutions. It's all there. Then there's a lot of startups that say they use AI, but don't really. They're just doing statistical regression analysis. And the more and more data that's captured, which is actually key, like, what were the transactions? Which icons did somebody press? How long were they on a page will now help you make better decisions to be able to coach and promote behavior that your business wants to do. And that's the key. AI is ultimately the ultimate marketing tool. It's the ultimate learning tool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've talked about AI being the marketing tool, the ultimate learning tool, and you also talked about companies leveraging AI chatbots as well. So now I want to throw a question to Femi about customer experience. What strategies can startups use with AI and data analytics to improve their customer experience and keep their customers coming back to them?
Yeah, I want to answer this question in three. I'll break it down into three. I think the first is around. Generally, I believe that as a startup, one of the greatest assets you have is your data, and measuring it as quickly as you can and making changes based off what you see. So in ChildEgg, there's this policy that you can't really come talk to me about something if you don't have data to back up what you're trying to say. Your gut is important, that's true, but I also believe that you train your gut. The more data you're exposed to, the more you're able to make a lot more gut-driven decisions. So the customer success team, constantly, if you pick anybody on the customer success team today in ChildEgg, they have data, they have stuff like their CSAT score, their first response time, their average first response time, how long it takes to respond to customers. Pick someone on operations, they know how long it takes on the average to accept an order, how long it takes for the rider to move from the restaurants to from where they are to the restaurant, how long it takes for them to move from the restaurants to the customer's location. So we measure every part of the process because again, it's important that we are able to make changes as quickly as these things happen. Operationally, we use data, like I said, we use data very well. In recent times, we've also been playing around with AI agents because we also realize that we have about 12 different processes that has to happen for a food delivery to be successful. Now, and it starts from even when you open the app, what is the customer seeing? Because an example I like to give is, let's say by 12 p.m., you open your app, we have 80 orders already from Chicken Republic. Now, people cannot easily, if you add more orders, and let's say Chicken Republic can process 60 orders or 70 orders per hour, or per hour, yeah. And then they have 80 orders at the restaurant. It doesn't make sense to show a lot of customers that particular Chicken Republic because again, you are just increasing the amount of time it's going to take to get delivered because riders are already queuing in the restaurant to wait for food. So from even when you open the app, everything you see is based off data at that particular point in time. So you can open your app by 12 p.m. and what you see will be very different from when you open your app by 3 p.m. Now that starts from there and they accept orders and then the entire operations team is able to process the orders. Now, when our first venture into AI started in January, we were so excited that wow, because the customer service team was growing very fast, and we were worried that with each surge in demand that we had, we were going to have to scale up the customer success team. So we're okay, it's time for us to build a chatbot. We built the first version, and it was ridiculous. You would ask the bot question, the bot would answer like you're in Lagos, it would be answering as though you're in Kaduna. And we're why is this bot misbehaving in different ways? So we tried to iterate it for the first 1 or 2 months. We eventually had to shut it down and now go back and, because we were using a couple of tools initially, we now have to go back to get actual competence, which is what I was mentioning earlier that again, it's very important that because we are now operating at a scale where we can't, when we're doing 10 or 20 orders a day, you would easily ship something and if it goes on, if it's not fine, you call your friend hey, Baba no vex. But now, you're dealing with a lot of customers that that might be their single experience with your platform and they don't come back again. So we had to go back, learn. We now built a couple of, we started applying our bots as co-pilots, but not as the main guys. So if you needed to do something, the person working in operations would get all the information they need to be able to respond faster before we now implemented it as a first point of contact to customers. Finally, on how startups can leverage data, because we do a lot of marketing now, we are in our growth phase. We're trying to market to a lot of customers. Most of our marketing is usually data-driven. Now, I'm separating. I've mentioned where we use AI. I've mentioned where we use data. Now, data is like you run the numbers. You say, oh, what are customers in Yaba requesting for example? What are customers in Ikeja requesting for example? And they now use that to like target them in terms of promotions. Now, I just remembered something while I was saying the third one. The final one is we built a product recently called ChowSmart. ChowSmart is supposed to like help you aggregate food vendors that are very close to you and get them at a very affordable price. So for example, if you like to eat, let's say jollof rice or parfait, for example, there's no point, if you like to eat parfait or like to eat sandwich, or you like to eat healthy generally, there's no point in me trying to push burger push notifications to you. Because am I trying to tempt you? Am I trying to seduce you? Like, why would I push burger to you when you're fasting or when you're doing fit farm? So we looked at like users' ordering history, and now we're now piloting. We're like, oh, can we actually predict what you want to eat before you even order? So when you open the app, if you go to the ChowSmart carousel, for example, what you will see, and it's still in the beta phase of testing. But the last update that we rolled out last week, we saw that like it jumped by over 2x. That's the number of people that like use the ChowSmart option. So those kind of like data-driven decisions, like you have to track everything. You ship a new product, you have to track how many customers are using it, how are they opening it, like your customer success, how many people are responding to tickets, like how many tickets per hour can the person respond to. It also guides you in like, oh, do I need to like now add the first layer? Because the recent update we made, we added a layer that when somebody asks a question, the first thing that happens, like, he responds to you first. They're like, hey, like, if the first response, what do you want, yada, yada, yada. And if it's a simple, like, location-based inquiry, Shadek Life in Ibadan, for example, we'll tell you, yes, we don't need to push that to a customer success expert. But, like, if it's something that, like, now requires actual context, then we can outside. So it's just multiple ways. Tracking is key. Tracking is the first thing. Like, I'm trying to summarize now. Tracking first, and then also using AI to also like enhance like your own internal operations first, because we do that a lot. And then finally, in terms of marketing, what your customers see, using AI to just learn customer information. Like, that's how we use AI internally today in Chowder here. AI and data. Yeah. Also, sorry, I'm talking too fast. I'll try to like. I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, you said a lot there, right? Understanding customer behavior and then using AI to make, your customers see what you predict that they, like being able to predict what they're going to buy, using that data to predict other things for them just to keep them engaged on the app, as well as using data like, tracking these metrics because they inform how you run your business generally. So we've been talking a lot about success stories and what to do when using AI. But I want to throw a question to Dr. Dumebi about things you shouldn't do, right? Common pitfalls that African startups should avoid when they are implementing these data science and AI solutions, and how they should ensure that whatever integrations they make into their business processes are successful.
Yeah, no, that's a very, very, very important question. All of you out there, data scientists, or you run an AI company, this is probably the biggest question that you need to ask yourself. Is, how do I deploy my technology into a company? So as I said before, a lot of companies in Africa, prospective customers, they are, still very foundational level of innovation. So you find that, basic technology can be a major impact on their operations. And most of the time is people-led. You find that, as you had mentioned, digitization is not there. For instance, we're doing business with a restaurant, and some of their prices are not on the menu. So how do you digitize that product? How do you teach that to a machine if it's not there? So and not to mention, you're able sometimes to win over leadership. So you go in there, you pitch your business or you pitch your skills, and you have people in the leadership say, yeah, we love it. We want AI in our business. Great. And then you bring it into the business, you more or less drop it into a business, and it's chaos, because those who are using it don't get it. Those who are using it don't see the problem the same way leadership sees the problem. And and if your solution doesn't have a clear problem, then there's a problem. So if I was to summarize that answer, you have to you have to put your product in a very soft landing spot. How you do that is when you win over a prospective business or partner, you carry everyone along. You have everyone in that meeting with you. Leadership, middle management, operations staff, all of them need to be in the same room agreeing on the product and solution you're offering. You don't have to win everyone over, but you do need at least one major supporter who's in leadership, who is willing, because sometimes the will is not there, to carry your solution across the business. It is inherently difficult, there's no joke, difficult to put an AI solution in the business, particularly if they're unprepared. There's a lot of changes that business needs to go through. In fact, I'll probably argue that you need to provide your product with a layer of change management mindset. You're not doing the change management, but you have to understand that this business is about to go through some change because of your technology. Again, this is only the case because our market in Africa is still fairly new to innovation tech and especially AI. So to summarize, you carry everyone along, and then once your solution, to be candid, the integration part is easy. Connecting your product to API calls, blah, blah, blah. That's usually the straightforward part. It is having the operational staff use that technology. So you need to also invest time in training and preparation. Do not turn anything on until everyone has seen it work, everyone has asked the questions, everyone has got the answer, everyone is on the same page. Now, it may take you an extra 2 months, perhaps, maybe even longer, to deploy. But trust me on this, once you carry everyone along, and when you invest the time and effort to prepare the business, the people in the business, then you find that it's smooth sailing. So that's really, in my experience, where a lot of the energy and effort is lying. Of course, your product needs to work well. Of course, you need to be able to generate and show return on investment. But if you don't carry the people along, and if you don't get them buying into your product, then, and even if you get the leadership in there, it can be very difficult. So what we do, and just an additional perspective, is that we also put into our contracts a member of staff, one of our team members, overseeing the initial couple of weeks of deployment. Again, someone there at hand, particularly for a big client, because big clients, they usually panic very quickly when things don't work. Having someone there to answer questions very quickly, having someone there making sure everything goes smoothly, definitely worth it. AI only works when the business is on the same page as the AI, and AI is able to teach, and they're able to teach it back. So there's always that iterative process. So you've done well when the business is on board, everyone is carried along. Operationally, people using it understand how it works, and they're able to see the iterative process of improvements over time. So once you've got that, smooth sailing.
Thank you so much. So I have a question for Yen, and let's talk about the future, right? How do you see AI and data analytics evolving in the next 5, 10, maybe 15 years for African startups, African businesses? And how do you think we should prepare for that evolution today?
Yeah, I'm still young, so I have a bright future ahead. But 5 to 10 years from now is a very, very, very long time. And the next 5 years are going to feel like the amount of technical progress the world has made since 1995. Just to give you an idea, for those of you who might be as old as me, smartphones we didn't have in the year 2000. We didn't have 3D printing, we didn't have cloud computing. We barely had social media in the year 2000. No electric vehicles, no blockchain, no crypto, no Airbnb. Like, we didn't have much, and that's 20 years ago. So if you put yourself back 20 years ago, could you have predicted all those things showing up? Not many people. And that's what the next 5 years are going to be like. But I can say for one thing is that the type of work we're going to do will dramatically and radically change. Things that can be automated will become automated. things and jobs that require processing of information, maybe junior lawyers, junior doctors to get information. A lot of different jobs will change. The movie industry will change. We've seen it now where you have AI coming up with scenes. The video game industry is going to change. Everything is going to change. So the key is, as I mentioned before, is use the basics of AI, learn to dream, learn to say, wow, I have this crazy idea and it's going to be possible and I'm going to be able to do it. And I think that's the entrepreneur mindset you need to be very passionate and successful in the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a question I have for Dr. Dumebi quickly, because we're talking about 5 to 10 years. But before we even get there, let's come back to where we are. And let's talk about startups that have, let's say, limited resources, right? How can these startups access and utilize high-quality data to drive their own growth?
Yeah, so data is a major issue, a challenge rather, in our market. But it's improving. So you find that there are now more and more third-party companies, other startups as well, that's offering you access to data. They can be embedded into your app to give you metadata on devices. They can be used to pull data from third parties to give you more visibility of the customer you're dealing with. You can even validate documents and IDs and things like that. So that's improving. And the good news is that those things are there, but they're nowhere near enough. And what will make your business by far more prepared in the current landscape is your flexibility. How we've been able to operate is that we have built ourselves to be flexible on the type of data we can use to solve problems. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of businesses that have done very, very well, being very focused on one type of data. I only use telco data to do this. I only use this data to do that. So don't get me wrong, those businesses are very successful and do well. However, in a market like ours where accessibility, quality of data is limited, the more flexible you are, the easier it is for you to be able to use or leverage what's there in the market. So I would encourage flexibility. And the way you get flexibility, of course, is to be able to learn, iterate, build, and improve. So a lot of work has to go into that. And by the way, not just flexibility on the type of data, but flexibility in where you get that data from, what type of databases you can integrate with, which kind of formats the data can come in, which kind of structure the data can take. So the more flexibility you have, the easier it is for you to be able to operate in a market like ours.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a question for Femi as well around the future, right? So in terms of next 5 years, 10 years, like I did ask Ian, right? What do you think startups will be using AI for at that time? And how do you think that would now, how do you think they'll be using it to grow their own businesses then?
Yeah, thanks. Because of time, I'll just be very fast. It's very close to what Ian said in terms of how it's very hard to predict the future. In the on-demand space, for example, we've seen 3 different evolutions of the on-demand space. The first evolution was in the 90s, where the best food delivery apps got their orders by customers calling the restaurant that, hey, I want to order for food and all. The second evolution was a website. You just launch a website and people can order via the website and all of those things. The third evolution was mobile apps, where people can hey, I've built this new app, get it on the iOS or Android or App Store. I think the fourth evolution is just predicting what you're going to order, via AI chatbots and all of those things, where hey, I want to order for food, or even before you even order for food, hey, you're fasting, by 5:30 it's already buzzing, hey, Baba, order for food, you don't have to wait till 6 p.m. to do all of those things. Yeah, so I think that just helping startups do like more with less. Like you don't need a lot of people. Previously, to achieve these companies had to hire like thousands, tens of thousands actually, of employees to be able to do that. In my space, for example, like I also see that like we are making like massive progress in terms of like how deliveries can be a lot faster. Today we deliver in like 27, 28 minutes, but like I know that like that can fall down to like as low as 10, 15 minutes from like restaurants. In China already, they already use drones to deliver like actively. A company called Meituan, one of my favorite companies ever, like they deliver like using like drones already in their system. Like 5 to 10 years in Africa, like I know that like Chowder will be one of the very few companies that are like pioneer like using drones to actively deliver to customers like going forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I have one more round of questions. However, we are at time, so I'm just going to go around again with the panelists. In like 10 seconds, what would you like the audience to leave with today? I'll start with Femi, then Yen, then Dr. Dumebi. What's that one thing? Okay, I'll start with Dr. Dumebi, then Yen, then Femi. What's that one thing in 10 seconds that you'd want to leave the audience with today?
Okay, so AI is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. So the sooner you understand it, the sooner you can adopt it, you can apply it, the better. So don't delay. It doesn't matter your background, your skills, your experience. AI is for everyone and can be applied everywhere. So be courageous and apply it.
Start small, use it, dream big. AI is your best friend, it's your expert, it's your mentor, it's your CEO, it's your CFO, it's your everything. Okay.
Wow, I regret going last. Well, I would just like figure out the best AI version of yourself. Like what's like things that would make your life a lot better. Like what do you do every day? Like how can AI just help you do it? And like follow it like religiously, because I believe that like they said, like over the next 5 to 10 years, that's going to be the future. That's what everyone is going to be talking. And then if you don't like know about AI, I don't know, you'll be like you're in the Stone Age. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was an absolutely interesting conversation. If you agree, please give them a better round of applause. Please rise for a group picture. Thank you. Thank you to Adora Nwodo, our moderator, to Dr. Dumebi Okwechime, to Femi Aluko, and Yen Choi. Thank you very much for that insightful, engaging, and interesting conversation around the role of data and AI in African startup evolution. Thank you for being here at this Blue Chip Data and AI Summit. Thank you. Do we have the pictures? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, thank you. All right, great. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time as they exit the stage, a round of applause for them. Thank you. Now, we are moving on again very quickly. In the interest of time, we have our next speaker who is already here. She'll be speaking to us on leveraging AI for inclusive governance, a Nigerian perspective. Very interesting conversation. She is the head of Innovation and Digital Inclusion, Southwest NIDA. Please make welcome Falilat Jimo. A round of applause for her as she gets on her presentation, which centers around leveraging AI for inclusive governance, a Nigerian perspective. Very interesting conversation. She'll deliver her presentation and we'll move on to the next session, which I think is the final one. But as this is happening, we have some other conversations in the breakout rooms. We have Tunde Balogun of Nutanix, who is speaking on Generate Your Preparedness for Generative AI, a low-cost, fast start to your AI implementation. That is happening in the green room. We also have Jimo Ehi-Oko from Huawei, who is speaking in the amber room on transforming enterprise data management and analytics with cloud. We also have another session in the purple room, Aziz Busari, speaking on natural language processing, NLP in healthcare, AI-powered chatbots, and patient data analysis. So if you're interested in any of these sessions, you can go there. Otherwise, you'd stay here to listen to Leveraging AI for Inclusive Governance, a Nigerian Perspective. Please make welcome on stage Falilat Jimo. Over to you, Falilat.
I hope I'm making of this.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Before I go into our speech, I would like to adopt the existing protocol that has been established today. I would also love to commend the Blue Chip Technology and their partners for this amazing event. This is really commendable and it has to be acknowledged. For those of us still left in the hall, it's already past 4. I want to make sure that you get value from this presentation, such that by the end of this presentation, you'll be glad you stayed back for another 10 minutes. The government is in the room, yes, the IT regulator. We no longer call ourselves just regulators because at NITDA, for those of us that are not familiar with the acronym, NITDA stands for the National Information Technology Development Agency. This is the apex IT agency in Nigeria. We are at the forefront of pushing digital transformation across every sectors of this economy. We're here today to support the drive for data and AI. And for every one of us still seated here, the question is, the government is in the house, where's the money? Who really cares about government and policies? Everyone is here to think about what does this mean for me? How can this support my business? How can this support my career? How can this support the next deal I'm about to strike? So let's go into it. We have very short time, so in case I'm rushing, it's because I'm being timed. Leveraging AI for inclusiveness. You can see I'm trying to change the slide, okay? What does inclusivity mean? Nigeria is very peculiar, we're very unique in terms of our cultural diversity and complexity. You would agree with me, in this hall, we have people from different cultural backgrounds. Even our lifestyles are different, our genders are different, our perspectives are different, our social backgrounds are different. At NITDA, we're pushing for AI to bridge the gap and foster more inclusivity, to make sure that everyone is inclusive in governance. How? Let's go. I want to believe that a lot of speakers have sat here today to discuss so many potential of AI. In these few minutes, we'll be looking at AI from the government's perspective. So we're talking about AI for governance. If I needed to list all the benefits of AI for governance here, we'll be here till maybe January. So I'm just going to list a few. When you look at AI for governance in terms of data, how many times have you ever felt like this government do not even know the pain we're going through? You see a lot of government policies, government framework, and you're like, I don't think these people are sensing our pains. AI and data for governance is saying that the government could leverage on a lot of citizen data, okay, to drive their policy, such that the citizens are comfortable knowing that the government is having their back, and the government is also comfortable knowing that whatever we're doing is what the citizen wants, not what we think they needed. I think I have to move to this side for this to work. So my sincere apology to that side of the aisle. So at NITDA, how do we want to achieve this? We created the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. We're trying to use this center to drive AI research and development. And recently, from this center, we launched the Nigerian National Strategy for AI. The document is already a public document. The draft is out there for everyone to peep into, to look into it and see how they can get involved. And for us at NITDA, we're implementing everything we're doing through the STRAP 2.0 document. I know you're possibly thinking, document, and then, okay, I want you to know that for you to hoop on into governance and for you to benefit from governance, you need to know the direction the government is going into. For example, the current government has their own agenda in terms of security, health, education, like that, and it's all over the web. NITDA is implementing AI through some key pillars. You need to know where they're going for you to know how to integrate your platform, for you to know how to integrate whatever you do into the adoption of AI in the country. Now, I'll tell you more about the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy. This strategy is looking into ethical governance to make sure that AI is for everyone, irrespective of who you are. We're looking at capacity building because for you to develop your platform is one thing. For you to have citizens that will use that platform, your customers, is another thing. Let me shock you. In this hall, you might have a lot of elites in this hall, but do you know that the country we are in, we have over 60% of this economy to those that are non-literate. The non-informal sector runs over 60% of the Nigeria economy. These are some of your potential customers. So if we run an inclusive government where everyone is digitally literate, where people can use those apps, if you need to order food from Shodek and you don't even know how to use a smartphone, it means Shodek is missing one customer. I hope you get it. For us as government, we need to continue to create enabling environments such that multinationals can run profitable ventures, such as our innovators in the house can make profits and grow globally, such that even one of those issues around ethical governance. When white men talk about ethical governance, recently, the Joe Biden team came to the country. When we met with them, their own definition of ethical governance, where they're pushing for ethical governance is in safety, talking about women inclusiveness and the likes. But for us as Africans, when we're talking about ethical governance, we're talking about data sets for Africans, by Africans, driven for Africans. You know that AI is powered by data, and yet most of your data are not well cleaned for usage. That's one. The second thing is some of the data that some of those applications you see people using are data gotten from the internet. They are not African-owned data. And these are all part of our ethical governance that we are trying to drive. I'm running out of time. I need to move forward. So, AI has come with endless possibilities. I really cannot reinstate that in this hall for anyone that's been here since morning. I'll give you an example. We're talking about SDGs, SDG 3, okay, health. We want health for all, wherever you are. Imagine, do you know what it takes to do a simple mammogram in the city center? It means that a laboratory had invested millions on some big heavy machines for you to come to do a mammogram. With AI now, AI is telling you with just a camera, they can take the screenshot of where you want to do the mammogram, and a lot of data set that's run through several deep learning. Okay, you put the image there, and it will tell you if this person is prone to cancer or not. With a simple laptop, a camera, and an application, an AI application. This comes cheaper. That means if I need to go and beg Mama Emeka and Yabisi to be able to get money to run a mammogram for 40K, it means with just 1,000 naira, I can run a mammogram. And why do I need to go to city center? It means some guys in a kiosk in the village can just have a solar-powered laptop and do the same mammogram and forget it. Don't even ask me where is the radiographer, because AI gives you the radiographer analysis in less than 30 seconds. So when we're talking about inclusiveness, we in this country knows that AI is the way to go. If I have to give you a lot of examples of how AI deepens governance, like I said, we would be here till next year. Of course, every technology comes with their own challenges, the loads and loads of challenges that comes with AI. For us at NITDA, we're taking these challenges one at a time, and a lot is being done. I'll give you one example, which is the digital literacy among marginalized population. We launched the digital literacy framework for Nigeria. We didn't just launch it and just keep it on the shelf. We rolled up our sleeve and started the DL for All initiative. In that case, we're trying to penetrate all regions to make sure that we have Nigerians that are already available to use your applications to leapfrog into AI. That's just examples of the challenges we're tackling day by day. I have a few minutes to go. So why are we here? We're saying you should join us in building the future. We cannot do this alone. We're calling on the private sectors, the innovators and the whole. Join us by looking at the direction we're going into, by looking at the gaps, by looking at the glints, and looking at the problems that are peculiar to Nigeria. That's the collaboration we're looking into. We as the government, we are meant to create enabling environments. But we call in the private sector to support us, to develop more solutions and customize more AI solutions. We are calling on the academias to please roll up their sleeve and step up the academic games to make sure that we can have more AI-tailored research. And the civil society is not left behind. Together, let's build a digitally inclusive Nigeria where governance will work for everyone. Thank you.
I'm sure we can do much better than that.
Yeah, there's no question.
Questions? Q&A, any questions? Thank you so much, Falila. She's the Head of Innovation and Digital Inclusion, Southwest at NITDA, all right? And that was on leveraging AI for inclusive governance, a Nigerian perspective. So next up, we have a quick word as I call up on stage Ruth Owolabi from HPE, talking about accelerating AI adoption with HPE Ezmeral software. Is Ruth here? Okay, she's on her way. Please, a round of applause for Ruth as she makes her way up stage. How's everyone? We good? If you're good, let me say I'm I. I'm I. A-I-I. And after her, we'll be hearing from the founder of Big Tech this week, who will be moderating a fireside chat on generative AI and its application in business. So looking forward to that as well. Okay, Ruth? All right. Please, a round of applause.
Excited about the Ezmeral launch.
This team has produced something completely amazing.
HPE Ezmeral is the start of something great.
What I'm most excited about is that Ezmeral helps our customers infuse intelligence across their hybrid environments.
This is probably the first time that the entire end-to-end data pipeline implementation using multiple open source frameworks can be done in a single platform.
This makes us really unique for the hybrid analytics world.
We have a product that takes care of all those problems and makes it really easy for them to unlock the value of their data.
Ezmeral's strategy is to deliver industry-leading, open, unified, and modern data analytics solutions that are cloud-native and hybrid by design.
Our customers are going to be able to control exactly where they want to place their data and exactly what they want to do in terms of analytics.
We're combining the best of class open source tools, but we don't change them.
This is a game changer for us. It really puts us right into the bring the cloud home space where no one was really playing seriously.
So that's HPE Ezmeral. It helps address and deliver significant amounts of infrastructure as a service to our customers where their data is.
Ezmeral makes software easy for enterprises.
I would like to thank the team for all the work that they have done and the huge lift to get us to this point.
And a big shout out to our customers who have helped us evolve this product. Their input has been invaluable.
Big thank you to the entire HP family that has helped us get to this point.
Ezmeral is at the heart of all of us.
I want to thank everyone on the team for all their efforts. Without everyone's individual contributions, we would have never gotten to this point. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the honor to be here to speak on the HP Ezmera software. I'm Ruth Owolabi, and I'm the Ezmera champion for this region. So I'm going to be taking a brief
What's your name? What do you do?
I'm Adetunji Sanyaolu. So,
sorry, last name?
Adetunji Sanyaolu.
Are you sure about your last name? Okay, say it again slowly.
Adetunji
Sanyaolu. Okay. I'm just kidding. What do you do?
So I'm a data scientist with Mastercard Foundation. So the big takeaway for me is everybody needs to be involved with AI, not just the technical people. And I think I took that from Mr. Oluwafemi Lawal.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Everyone needs to be involved in AI. Yes, have a gentleman here. Your name, what you do, and your greatest takeaway. Now, hold on to the mic.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Patrick, and I am a businessman and a partner with Deca Data, as you can see. And my biggest takeaway is the assurance that AI, cyber security, CCTV cameras can not only detect crime, but can also detect corruption.
That's an interesting one. Is that what you do at Deca?
I'm a partner, so I'm just a small cog in a big wheel.
What does Deca do? Some free publicity here.
Well, we're a data center, and we also offer cloud solutions, cyber AI, cyber CCTV cameras, and cyber security, and many other things. And we're also developing, actually it's ready, a e-commerce platform where anybody selling anything, not anything, it'll have to be vetted, but it's free to come on the platform and sell your wares, not just in Lagos or Nigeria, but around the world. So come and see me. My name is Patrick Lawson. You can catch me on social media. Just put in Patrick Lawson, London's happiest bus driver. Get signed on me. I'll make sure that you get your way into Deca Data e-commerce store. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Patrick. Love the energy, man. London's happiest bus driver. You should try Lagos bus. You'll be happier. Okay, how are we looking? Are we ready, guys? All right, anyone else? Okay, what's your name? What do you do?
Hello, I'm Sharon. I work as an R&D researcher at Emzo Pharmaceutical Industry. Okay, one of my takeaways today is that we should use AI, see AI as our personal assistant. Use AI to help us automate our work. And also, as a startup and as an entrepreneur, using your data, seeing your data as your biggest asset, study customers' previous behaviors, gather enough data. You can use predictive modeling to make better suggestions to your customers. And this can help you build trust with your customers, because customers always want to feel like you understand them, and it could build trust, and that could help you sell more. Okay?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Anyone else? So AI there to help? Okay. All right, let me just take one more. Let me take the young lady here. Sorry, coming through. All right, please stand up. Okay, what's your name and what do you do? Hold on to it.
Okay, I'm Kamila Salaudin, a recent graduate of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria and an AI engineer. So here I learned about the act of prompt engineering, and according to our Oyinbo man, he said, do unto your data how you want your data to do unto you. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do unto your data as you want your data to do. Okay, so all right, on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to stick around. I might be in the mood to give away some hoodies. All right. So coming up next is a fireside chat to be moderated by a media entrepreneur and the founder of Big Tech This Week, which is a media company and community for tech professionals and key players in Africa and the UK's tech ecosystem. Our moderator writes the This Is Big newsletter and hosts Backstories with Fatu on YouTube. It's a talk show featuring the most prominent people in Africa's so she writes the This Is Big newsletter and hosts the Backstories with Fatu on YouTube. It's a talk show featuring the most prominent people in Africa's ecosystem about the pivotal moments that led to their incredible stories. It is a great pleasure to call up on stage to moderate our final fireside chat today, and I'm really looking forward to this one. It's going to be about generative AI and its application in business. Case study is PiggyVest. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome Fatu Ogwuche. So while Fatu makes her way up, for those of you the showrooms, please make your way into the main hall. At the exhibition hall, please come to the main hall and be part of this fireside chat. Once again, if you can hear me, for those in the exhibition center, please make your way into the main hall as we want to conclude with our final fireside chat for today. Thank you. Over to you, Fatu.
Thank you, Oscar. Good afternoon, everyone. I am super excited to be having a fireside chat with the captain of a ship that needs no introduction. Please help me welcome the CEO and co-founder of PiggyVest, Somto Ifezwe. Come on, we can do better than that. His company has helped you save a lot of money, okay? You should be thanking him.
Fatu.
All right, Somto. So, of course, we've had a primer in prep for this particular panel, but one of the things that I found very, very interesting, especially about PiggyVest's ascension or evolution from where it was to today, and now, of course, we're going to be talking about an AI product that you're releasing, but I don't know how many of you know this. PiggyVest started from a tweet on Twitter, right? Somebody had said they had used this Comcom. You know the Comcom, you put money in, you don't break it until maybe like after a year, had saved like 365,000 Naira for 1 year, and it kind of sparked an idea, right? And you guys decided to start PiggyVest, a digital savings platform. And now you've done that, and you're now transitioning to now using an AI product to help people save and invest better. So can you tell us exactly what this product is?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Somto, CEO, co-founder of PiggyVest. PiggyVest started about slightly over 8 years now. Started with savings, then 2 years later, we moved into investments, and just recently, we're also going into proper money management. The mission of PiggyVest is to empower everyone to manage their finances. So that's what has always been from the beginning. But like, I think AI has now fast-tracked or fast-forwarded that the ability to get to that mission has cut it by probably about 5 years. So we're starting to work on like the things we really wanted to do, which to ensure that people with an app can, properly know what to do next with their money. So it's called Salary Manager. Pretty much a monthly, expense wallet that helps you budget, helps you save better, and it does this with the help of the information you put in and also helping you to suggest what you can do better with your money for your monthly spend.
Okay, so before we continue, I just want to find out from the people in the crowd, by show of hands, how many of you here use PiggyVest? Fantastic. How many of you here earn monthly salaries? Like you're a salaried employee? And how many of you have side hustles on the side? Okay, it's almost everybody. Okay, so you guys released your 2024 savings report right? And in that savings report, one of the things that was like absolutely clear was that people's spending power has reduced a bit. So the amount of people that were saving before, it's kind of, you know, it's dwindling because of course the economy and all of that, but people are still trying to save, right? So how is this salary management product going to help drive that?
Yes, so I think we experienced some kind of shock about 2-3 months ago, where prices just jumped, right? Price of eggs, bread, transportation, and different things. And what we noticed is that people were finding it difficult to reconcile what they used to spend in a month with their current realities. So you see people who thought that eggs were, let's say, X last week, and they planned for buying eggs that price. They go to the market and they see that the eggs is now 2 times the price, right? So people who, you know, earned a particular amount of salaries were seeing that they were getting broke way before the end of the month. And that was like the first problem. And once you start getting broke earlier than you planned, you're probably going to start dipping into your savings or trying to get loans and stuff. So the next thing we did was to try and build a wallet that will help you plan your salaries better. And salary does not necessarily mean like you're working your salary. And if you own a business, you're meant to pay yourself a salary, right? Your pocket money, you can think about. If you're a student also, you can think about your pocket money as also a salary. So you think of salary as anything you earn in a month, and the wallet helps you, you know, properly break down your monthly expenses and show you what you can spend in a particular day, right? So for example, you say you want to buy groceries and I want to spend 50K on groceries every week. The wallet tells you that is 200K, in case you thought it was just 50K, right? If you say something like you want to, I'll use this groceries example, you want to buy groceries every Saturday. So months have 5 Saturdays, right? So that means it's 5. You spend that. You do that in 5 times. So months have it as 4. So these different things, you know, combined, makes it sometimes difficult for people to track how much they actually plan to spend in a month. We see a lot of people going into borrowing money towards the last week of the month or middle of the month because of bad planning, right? So the essence of this wallet is to show you what you plan to spend. And before you actually spend, right, we kind of make you think about it. So there's a card attached to it. If you go to a grocery store, you probably have to open the grocery budget before the card will actually work. So that way, you're actually thinking about, oh, I only have 25K left for X this month, or 15K left this week for something. So it just keeps it top of mind. And you start seeing like so for people who have tested it, right, you start seeing the proper lifestyle change. If you used to do something, if you used to spend, let's say, 50K on groceries, you see people now spending less, buying different types of brands now to compensate for their needs and stuff like that. So it's actually, it makes you behave differently. But the ultimate goal is that the money that you put there is meant to last you to the end of a given month. Yeah.
Man, speaking of eggs, I know you said eggs are 2 times the price now, but I think they are 3 times. Because I was talking to a friend recently, and she was like, she went to go get a crate of eggs. When she heard the price, she was like, okay, give me half crates. Like, you know, that's the works. So, generative AI, right? I know people hear generative AI, you wonder what it is, but it's part of our lives. It's literally, the simplest version is ChatGPT. So it's a subset of AI that's mostly focused on like content creation and retrieving information, which sounds very, which actually encapsulates everything you just spoke about now with the salary management tool helping you like track what your salary is and how you decide to spend that across a month based on like your own particular budget. So why did you guys decide that, okay, we are going to build this tool and we're going to use AI to power it?
Yeah, as we've heard throughout today, AI is very, very dependent on data. One of the peculiar things about Piggyvest is that we have well, I say predictive data. So we know people are saving for a trip, right? We know people are saving for something. We know even the amount they are trying to save for. So it's not like a typical institution that only has like historic data. So we have data that we can use to predict what you do. So it was just it was like almost a no-brainer, right? We can't, so a person can do it for one person, right, per time. We can't do it for 5 million people at the same time, right? So it just makes sense to connect, most of this data to AI and now help predict and say, okay, if this, based on this person's plan or savings plan, also coupled with their historic withdrawal activities, can they actually spend this amount or budget this kind of amount for X, Y, Z? Yep.
So one of the things I see people cry about on Twitter is your SafeLock feature. So, the SafeLock feature, you put money in there, you can't touch it until, whenever you are allowed to touch it. And you have people crying on Twitter begging you guys to please allow me to take my money because the situation is now dire, I need that money. But then, and I really enjoy reading or just like looking at your social media, whoever manages your social media, first of all, I don't know who manages it or if it's a group of people, but they are hilarious as hell. And you guys literally say no. So is there a way where, with this new salary management feature, that it helps you like adjust your budget a bit? So of course, if you decide to overspend or underspend, it makes sure that you're not doing everything. So it's helping you keep with your goals.
Yes. So from like Q1 of next year, we'll start doing a lot of predictions. So we'll be telling you, to save lock a particular amount, right? Not you saying you want to save lock 100K. We've looked at your salary, we've looked at what you've budgeted for. We can tell you that this thing you're about to lock, you probably need like a particular amount of it before June, right? Based on what, so you can decide to still ignore it and still, hope for the best. But if you lock it, you've locked it. But we intend to like make PiggyVest more interactive, right? So just based on your earning, based on your savings goals. The whole point is that we want people to manage their money better so that they can even have something to save in a time like we have now. So there's a bit of change that people have to kind of adjust to. People are seeing now that Uber is not like an everyday thing again. You might have to like jump bus sometimes, just to manage yourself. And also, the salary feature also does something for people, right? It kind of tells you how much you need to earn for next month, right? So you can see your, like for example, I can see my January's budget from now, right? So based on how much I've allocated for different things, for different days, it can just oppose that particular expense to January, factoring all the days of January. It even knows that it's a festive season as of now. Right, so it knows how hard January is, so it can tell me how much to the nearest naira I need for January. So if I look at my salary and it's not matching to January, I can start, planning side hustles and stuff like that to make sure that I have the money, for January to work. Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows that 30th December is here to wreck you, right? So you either decide, okay, I will be broke, or I'm going to use this particular feature. But I want to push it back to the PiggyVest users in the room, especially everyone that said that they are employed. Listening to Somto right now, is this a feature you're excited about? Right? No? I want to hear you. Tell me, are you excited about this feature? Okay, so Somto, when are you launching this?
So we're finishing a couple of things on the Nibs before we roll it out, because we can't afford a case where you now say you've planned for something and the day has come and you send it and it's hanging. Right, so we're finishing up some stuff. Hopefully first week of December it will be ready, but we'll launch it in January.
Okay, so January is the month that it begins.
When is the hardest month?
Okay, fantastic. So I'm really curious to hear from you, right? Given where you started, and I've interviewed Odun before, so not shameless plug, I am very much, using myself to say I did interview Odun, who is a co-founder and COO, and she talked about, and the show is called Backstories with Fatu on YouTube. Oscar talked about it earlier, so go check it out. I interviewed Odun, and one of the things that she mentioned was that one of the things that surprises her is the fact that, you know, you guys built Piggy Vest, started out as Piggy Bank before, built it 8 years ago, and you guys were the ones to build it, and she's still so shocked every time, including with, you know, all the co-founders, that, you know, it has grown to what it is today. So I want to hear your own experience of that. You know, you literally started out as a digital savings platform, and now you're talking about using AI to even power your tools and serve millions more Nigerians. So, like, what has that experience been for you? Is this something that, you know, is still mind-boggling, or you're just like, yeah, it's just a Monday?
No. So PiggyVest from day one was being built by users, right? The idea itself did not come from any of us, right? It came from Twitter. Seeing somebody break a savings box, they've been saving 1,000 naira a day, and everybody was happy about that box being broken. And these are people that had bank accounts, you know, ATM cards, and they were all excited that, wow, I'm going to buy a wooden box tomorrow, even though they had bank accounts, right? So it was clear that people had difficulties themselves managing them, especially young people. Right, so we just basically did what they asked. We just did the digital version. So we built a digital savings box. So the savings box, normally, if you try to break your savings in a digital, so you have to damage the box. And so you have to lose a sort of value to save. So people were willing to pay to save. That's how serious the saving problem was, right? So that's like the model of PiggyVest generally. So just users have directed all the features. Even SafeLock is users that designed it. You just said, is there this money that I'm saving in this piggy bank wallet? It was like a few months after we launched. Is there a way they can lock it and they will not touch it? And we're like, you want to lock it and not touch it.
But they're the ones that cry about it still.
Yeah, but it's one of the most popular features on the app, right? So we just built what they said, one that you cannot touch. So we built the one that they cannot touch. Then they said, okay, is there one we can do for travel? And we built that one also. So like we've basically, you put our users first. So it's what they want that we build. We don't have our own, we don't have anything we want to do per se. So we basically look at what's happening, look at what they want at the moment. And what we're seeing now is the same kind of thing where the money is finishing faster than normal, right? And they're looking for ways to kind of extend their runway monthly. Also understanding how much, like just to mentally understand that, okay, now you need to earn more money than you were earning before, or you need to drastically cut down your expenses. And the funny thing is that when you see cut down expenses, it's not like you started buying more stuff. It's just that the same money is now buying less stuff, but you're kind of confused why. So that's kind of what that wallet does, right? It's just to help you think about how you spend so that you can actually save better, and yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, let's put the audience first. Do you have questions for Sumto? I'm only going to take 2 questions, two quick questions. Does anyone have questions for him? As far as you're not asking about the SafeLock and breaking it. Okay. Who has the mic?
I have the mic. Don't worry, I'll sort it out. Yeah. Who has the question? Okay, don't worry, I'll take it. All right, please just stand up. Your name and what you do and your question.
Very quick question, because I know how you guys like to do.
My name is Prince Mohammed Salau. I own a property technology company called Homeowner. I'd like to find out, because we're trying to create a solution that will enable people that come on our platform have access to also save for the property they need to buy. Are you guys open to integrating with property technology company like ours who would like to do business with you?
100%.
All right.
Don't waste time.
Love it. Love it.
Do you need a hoodie? I'll give you a hoodie.
I love it. This is what this summit is about. Okay. Second person. A woman, please.
Are we taking both questions before?
Where are my ladies?
Where the ladies are? If you're a lady, let me hear you scream. Where are the ladies? There are no ladies. Okay, there's a lady over there.
Yeah.
The hoodie is here. Sorry, for those of you that asked or contributed the last session before now, I'll get you all hoodies as well. Okay, what's your name and what do you do?
My name is Bumi. I'm a data scientist at ALX. So I'm really interested in the Piggyverse model and how you started, how it is that you were just able to think of what the customers needed and all of that. Please, can you please walk me through the workflow, how it all started, like the people that you got engaged with, the technology, everything.
Girl, are you about to start a startup?
So Somto is basically, she wants to duplicate Piggyverse Alpha. Give us a spool. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I think like again, Piggyverse is pure is a retail brand. And I think, and I'm sure most retail brands will also agree, you have to have like an obsession for your customers, right? So your number one boss is your customer. So I think the question every day is, what can I do to better their lives, right? For us in Piggyverse is to empower everybody to manage their finances. That's just it. So the question every day is looking at where, and again, we're majorly in Nigeria, right? So we're looking at where we are now, looking at what's happening, looking at generation, the demographics, what can we do to help them like make the best financial decision today, right? For tomorrow. So it's just like, and I think it's what just guides everything we do. Yeah, it's just being obsessed with your customers. I think that's just the first thing, and loving them. Yeah, like you have to actually want to meet them, get to know them, get to know their needs. You cannot solve everything, but at least you can try to solve the one in your area. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to take one more question because I saw quite a few hands. Oscar, I'm going to let you decide.
Me?
Yes.
You can sing the national
So they
anthem.
have someone to hate, not me.
Okay, you've contributed. Let me come to the back. Is anyone at the back? Let me go to the back. The lady with the face mask, let me get you. Those of you who learned something when I asked the question about one lesson you've taken away, please just stand up wherever you are. If you're one of those so let's get a hoodie to them, please. If you stand up and you're not there, Baba, just adjust your trousers and sit down. If I catch you. All right, let me run to the back very quickly. It's Johnny. They had to put DJ music because the Johnny is far. What's your name? What do you do?
Okay, good afternoon. Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Lola, and I'm the co-founder of LexTecha, a tech law firm that is moving to help startups move their businesses from the lab to the market. So my question is that I really like Piggyverse a lot, and I use it. And there is this investment platform on the app, and then I invested some particular amount of money about 2 years ago on the verified real estate. It was like a real estate investment, and I usually get my returns, but somehow it's almost like it's not moving because my money has just been there for a long time. Yes, kind of stagnant. So I want to know, is there a way people can opt out without having to sell their shares to other people? So that's my question.
This is a HR problem or something.
So he said, is there a way you can opt out without selling?
Without having to sell my
So
shares.
how can you opt out without selling?
She doesn't want to do the paperwork.
Yes, kind of. So, and then I want to know, when is this investment, when is it going to end? Because it looks like it's something that just keeps going and going on. So how long is it going to be for? Is it going to be for 10 years or, I don't know.
Is that the investment I'm seeing? Yes. Refresh. Press refresh. Swipe.
She is not a patient investor.
All right, over to you, Somto.
Oh yeah. So that particular investment is a real estate-backed investment, right? So you're investing in a series of properties, and as long as those properties are held and appreciating, the value of investments are growing. Now, there's a secondary market on the app there, right, where you can easily sell to people who actually want to buy. So many people have actually sold because more people are still buying, because the rate at which the investment is growing is... So as of now, we've done almost about 34% per annum on that particular investment. I would like to even know what your own app is saying at the moment. But the only way to opt out of it would be to put up your unit for sale at a price that is definitely higher than what you bought it. And I would still suggest at least something at the very least 30% per annum, and I'm sure it will be sold very quickly. But the only way is to sell, just like a typical investment.
All right. Thank you so much, Somto. Please, can we give him a round of applause? I wish you all the best with PiggyVest. You know, you guys keep blazing the trail, and of course, the new product is going to be launched in January. So for all of you who are looking to save your salaries and make very great budgeting decisions and money decisions, look out for it in January. Thank you very much for coming to our session.
Thank you very much, Fatu. Well moderated. Somto, thanks a lot, my brother. And all the best with the launch in January. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of the second edition of the Blue Chip Data and AI Summit. Let's give Blue Chip a round of applause. If you've gotten a hoodie, let the applause be louder. If you want a hoodie, let the applause be loudest. Come next year. Come next. Baba, sit down. It's not by standing and clapping. Patrick, you good? You good? You sure don't want to drive the bus in Lagos? You're the happiest London bus driver. Is it how to say? London's happiest bus driver. I remember back in the days where I used to take the you know that line in London? You know the line, Patrick? That place, Trafalgar Circle, Square. Metro, thank you. The Metropole. You guys can't understand this thing, you know. Me and Patrick go way back. I remember when you used to eat fish and chips. Anyway, thanks a lot for the wonderful contributions from everyone. It has been a ball. Mojibadete, we want to wait a minute before we close. We're waiting for others to join us back in the hall before we have our closing remarks. So DJ Triple A, let's have you give us a very mad mix. Show your skills, show your skills. Any song requests?
Yo, you sweet life, fan down, fan down. If I tell you say I love you, no day for me, young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 lo.
So those of you exhibition center, those of you in the other breakout sessions and rooms, please make your way back to the main hall. Very important information we need to pass across. If you can hear me, please make your way back to the main hall before the closing remarks. Thank you.
Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. When you gonna phone for one? When you know I phone for one? Then I start to feel a bum bum one. But she dey give me small small one. I know, say she's a bit sit down one. But she feeling insecure, cause her friends go they come my light ring go on. Go they come my light ring go on. lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, oh, 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 oh. Hey, tell me like Shawty, come give me your I promise, oh yeah, I promise to always be there. Even when you mess up, yeah. Now me go still tell you no vex. I go give you respect, the respect I give my mama. You say make I give you picky, make I give you jolly. Oh, sissy, you're beautiful from head to toe. From head to toe, baby, I'm not joking, I'm not them know me. Since I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only know me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know me. I know me, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wife me slowly.
You guys don't know it was my voice or the DJ, have you? It's AI. All right. So Mo, how you feeling? How you doing?
I'm doing good. We've had a really interesting day. I've had fun. I've learned a lot. I'm excited for what is to come, especially for the future of AI in Nigeria, in Africa, and just globally.
And I'm very, very interested to not just be part of the summit next year, but to see what has happened between now and next year. And hopefully some of you in this room will be able to give super testimonials. And most importantly, I'm looking forward to one person coming back next year. Who can you guess that person is?
Scott Taylor. No, Scott Oluwafemi Taylor. He's a Nigerian. I've told you guys. He has our spirit. We love it.
Scott,
and we want you to come back.
You know you're not going back home.
He doesn't mind. We'll bring your grandson. We'll bring him in. All right, great. All right, let's do something real quick. Let's give a resounding applause to all of our speakers, our keynote speakers, moderators, fireside chat guests, panelists, everyone who's graced this stage today. Now, the second round of applause is for Blue Chip Technologies. Please give them a resounding applause. I think today has been absolutely phenomenal. Today has, of course, topped last year's edition of the Data and AI Summit, and it's been mind-blowing, and you all have been fantastic, even to the other participants who are in the other breakout rooms. The energy has been great, your participation, your energy, your enthusiasm, and just like Oscar said, we're looking forward to the testimonials that will come out from this summit, because much more than, we don't want it to be a talk shop, we want it to be a workshop where we actually implement everything that we've learned, and we can come back and everybody's introducing themselves next year as, oh, co-founder this, you know, AI has helped my company achieve this and that, revenue generation. We want to hear all the good things that will come out from this conference, because we just don't want to gather you on a Monday to just talk, but much more than that, we want results for Africa.
Absolutely, and I think it's only right that Kazim and Olumide, please, could you just stand up just for a split second? Please give them a round of applause.
The brains behind the brain.
The vision, everything you see here would not be made possible if they didn't think about it, if they didn't put the action to it, and were consistent and persistent, and we thank you for that. But to do justice in terms of the closing remarks, Blue Chip Data and AI Summit Coordinator, she's clocked at least 30,000 steps today, moving around the halls, making sure everyone is where they're supposed to be, the gifts are supposed to be. And if you clap very loudly, she might give everybody in this room a hoodie. She might. So clap like your hoodie depended on it.
Let's make welcome Gbemisola Hassan, who's been coordinating the Blue Chip Data and AI Summit for 2024. Give her a round of applause as we make her welcome, working tirelessly behind the scenes.
Clap the clap, or if you want hoodie, clap the clap.
Now we get to see her on screen. She's been behind the scenes, ensuring that everything worked perfectly. Very well done, Gbemisola.
Yes, you stopped clapping. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Mojibade. Good evening, everybody. As we conclude today's summit, I want to say thank you for your time. I want to say thank you for your energy and your contributions. This year's theme, Empowering the Digital Era, Data-Driven and AI Solutions for a Future-Ready Africa, reflects the very essence of why we have gathered here today, to showcase how transformative technology can be harnessed for progress across industries and communities. I want to say thank you to the co-founders. I want to say thank you to Olumide Soyombo. I want to say thank you to Kazim Teogbade. I want to say thank you to the growth team, my department. They've been very supportive. I want to say thank you to Q21, PBN, Bola, Joy, my colleagues, Oyinkan, so many people. I can't mention everybody. Thank you, Scott, for making it all the way. We really appreciate you. I want to say thank you to our partners, the hardworking organizing committee. I already mentioned that. Thank you for your tireless support. It's been a crazy, amazing journey. So thank you, everybody. And finally, to the attendees, thank you for believing in this vision. As we leave here today, let's not take away only the lessons, but what we have learned, and also champion the collaborative spirit that will define Africa's future. On behalf of Blue Chip Technologies, I want to say thank you for all of you, those that have come from other parts of Nigeria, outside Nigeria. I wish you a safe trip back home. And I look forward to us continuing this journey together. Thank you, and let's keep building a future-ready Africa. Thank you, everybody.
Absolutely. Now, Gbemi is going to hate me for this. She's really, really tired. AAA, I need a mad song that she can dance off stage to. Are we ready? AAA, never fall my hand. Are we ready? Gbemi, you're going to dance, Abi?
Me, I can sing.
Okay.
Should I sing?
We'll be here next year, don't worry. Let's go, Gbemi. Let's go.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Oh, Gbemi. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
You could dance. You could dance. For the vibe I've been out for days. Steady chasing the body, concentrate. Anytime I do, whether night or day, I day on my chain.
So what's left, ladies and gentlemen, is networking, networking, and more networking. Thank you very much, and see you next year at the Blue Chip Data and AI Summit 3.0.
How many times they go tell the person? Shama ya baby baby. I just survive anytime we did it. I know get time, I know get the patience. Spread the money, plenty. Tell them we could dance. Make it dance. Let the music be the play. Almost say you could dance. Tell them we could dance. You could dance.
All right, congratulations on the successful summit. We will see you in 2025 at the Blue Chip Technologies Data and AI Summit. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.